Senior sister, stop sucking. If you keep going, I'm really going to come out. Good junior brother. Hold on. Senior sister will be fine soon. It's only because you possess the fallen body of an immortal. Yet you are in this extreme pleasure sect that primarily raises furnace cauldrons. Seeing that your good brothers who joined the sect with you have now had grass grow over their graves to more than 3 meters high, you, fearing to follow in their footsteps, plan to hide and become a transparent person. But you are still discovered by the sharp-eyed senior sister. Junior brother, you wouldn't want the secret to be discovered by the other senior sisters, would you? If they find out you possess the supreme yang body, you might soon be buried next to your good brothers. You, bound tightly, feel a bit helpless. You have been cautious and prudent in the sect, and with your cultivation at the first level of chi refining, you shouldn't have attracted the attention of the senior sisters. Confused, you glance at your senior sister Chuyao standing by the bed. How did you find out? Upon hearing this, Chuyao chuckled and slowly took out a white pill from her pocket. Junior brother, do you recognize this pill? You are startled but still pretend to be calm and act as if you don't know. Isn't this just an ordinary yang enhancing pill? What's so special about it? Still being stubborn, Chuyao gave you a disdainful glare. This pill was made by you, and its efficacy is 5 times that of what I refined. The most important thing is that I detected the scent of the stone heather flower from this pill. As a female cultivator of the extreme bliss sect, she knows very well what can have this scent, so that's how it is. You sigh slightly in a daze. Although your cultivation is poor, you do have a bit of talent in alchemy. After 2.5 years of practice, you can barely refine this low-grade yang enhancing pill. However, due to being extremely poor, you couldn't afford the main ingredient, the lotus yang grass, so you had a sudden idea to mix in some of your own yuan yang as a substitute. Unexpectedly, while succeeding, you also exposed a flaw. Since you've been caught, you might as well accept your fate. With this thought, you helplessly looked at Chuyao beside you and asked, Senior sister, what do you want? Of course, I want to imprison you and enjoy you every night. As Chuyao said this, her gaze towards you was filled with desire. Although she didn't know the rank of your young body, even the lowest grade could help her cultivate quickly. If outsiders found out or reported it to the sect, she, as a low-ranking outer disciple, wouldn't be qualified to enjoy it. Don't worry, junior brother, I will cherish you well. After all, you are my opportunity. After saying this, Chuyao twisted her slender waist and walked towards you with a swaying motion. Then, a puff of pink mist was blown towards you. In an instant, your consciousness began to blur until you completely fainted. 2.5 hours later, you finally opened your eyes wearily, but you were still sealed and unable to move your spiritual power. Your whole body was immobilized. Congratulations, host. Your alchemy experience has increased by 1. You are currently a first-tier low-grade alchemist, and your mid-grade wood element root talent has increased by 1, as well as your mid-grade fire element root talent. Hearing this sudden voice, you are somewhat surprised, not expecting to activate the golden finger in this way. Moreover, as long as you continue to cultivate with the woman, you can gain various cultivation experiences from her. Additionally, the higher her talent level, the more experience you can gain from her. Driven by curiosity, you look at Chuyao, who is sitting cross-legged and cultivating nearby. Name, Chuyao. Boundary, 5th layer of chi refinement. Aptitude, medium quality wood element spiritual root. Medium quality fire element spiritual root. Low quality earth element spiritual root. Alchemy technique, 1st tier superior. Cultivation method, ancient dragon devouring technique. Spells, low-level charm spell, fireball spell, wood escape technique. After seeing her message, you suddenly realize that Chuyao can refine pills, so you can gain alchemy experience. The same goes for talent roots, but with your low-grade roots of 5 elements, only the wood and fire elements have been upgraded to mid-grade, while the earth element roots of the same level as you have not gained any experience. It seems that only by finding roots of a higher grade than your own can you gain experience. Just as you were pondering, Chuyao, who was originally meditating, was overjoyed. Excited, she stared at you with wide eyes for a long time. With such a physique, it seems I have really found a treasure. She didn't expect that just this one session of cultivation would be worth a month of her hard work. With your assistance, she is confident that she can complete her foundation establishment within a year. Seeing Chuyao's naive expression, you sneered disdainfully. On the day you were captured by the Extreme Bliss Immortal Sect, you already knew your fate. Since you cannot change the fact of becoming a spirit slave, how could you not have thought of a backup plan in advance? Suddenly, Chuyao, who was still immersed in her fantasies, furrowed her brows as the spiritual energy within her began to stir for some unknown reason. What is happening? Confused, she hurriedly operated her technique to suppress it, but not only did it have no effect, the spiritual energy became even more turbulent. If this continued, she would probably explode and die. Looking at Chuyao's somewhat terrified expression, you slowly spoke in a calm manner. Senior sister, You are poisoned, and only I can cure this poison. Poisoned? How is that possible? When did you poison me? Shu Yao looked at you, who was unable to move, with some confusion. How could this be? You didn't even have the chance to act. How could you have poisoned me? Hearing this, you smiled faintly. Did the senior sister forget what you just did to me? Upon hearing this, Shu Yao was shocked and suddenly thought of something. You shamelessly applied poison there. Senior sister, I was also forced into this situation. If it weren't for your coercion, I wouldn't have done this to you. Seeing your smug expression, Shu Yao instantly became furious, feeling that her intelligence had been severely insulted. Hand over the antidote now, or I won't hesitate to kill you right now. Saying this, she drew a magic sword from her waist and pressed it directly against your neck. Senior sister, stop pretending. I am the body of pure yang. Would you really be willing to kill me? Suddenly, Shu Yao's killing intent vanished completely, and instead, she began to hesitate. Her talent was average, and it took her 5 years to reach the 5th level of chi refining. If she really missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for her to even establish a foundation. Seeing Shu Yao start to waver, you finally revealed your purpose. Senior sister, how about we make a deal? I will regularly provide you with the antidote to help suppress the spiritual poison, and you will keep my secret. Without thinking, Shu Yao readily agreed. Deciding to get through the current crisis first, she would find time to ask other alchemists if they could help with the poison, and once she fully recovered, she would deal with you harshly. So she waved her hand to release the restraints on you, then reached out her hand towards you. Where's the antidote? Hurry up and give it to me. But before you could hand over the antidote, Shu Yao anxiously snatched it away. Moments later, the previously agitated spiritual energy finally began to calm down. How often do I need to take the antidote? Every 7 days, and I will prepare one for you every 7 days. Good kid, you are quite clever. This way, before she finds the right antidote, she really can't do anything to you. The more Shu Yao thought about it, the angrier she felt. And since she couldn't kill you, teaching you a lesson to vent her anger was still possible. With that in mind, she raised her hand, intending to restrain you again, but you were one step ahead of her, directly picking up a rusty hoe and pressing it against your own neck. Senior sister, don't force me, or if I die, you won't be able to cultivate either. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that you, a mere outer sect spirit slave, would have such a strong character. If it weren't for keeping you around for cultivation, how could she endure such humiliation? Shu Yao quickly withdrew her hand and stopped. What do you want? I want to make another deal with you. Senior sister, I know you are tempted by my body and want me to help you cultivate, but even though I am a pure yang body, there are times when I can run dry. So, senior sister, you understand the principle of being well-fed and satisfied. I can't always help you cultivate, but I can promise to help you for 4 days each month. As for why it's 4 days instead of 4 times, it's because you are also afraid that Shu Yao will take advantage of it. 1 session a week would be unbearable. No way. 4 days is completely insufficient. Without even thinking, Shu Yao rejected you. After tasting the sweetness, she wished to cultivate day and night. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. These female devils dominated by the desire to cultivate could not possibly resist the temptation of the supreme young physique. However, his golden finger also needed to cultivate with the female demon, from which he gained all sorts of experience to upgrade his alchemy level and spirit root qualification. But he couldn't show too much. A deal that is rushed is not a good deal. Senior sister, it's not impossible for you to want more time to cultivate. For every additional hour of cultivation, you have to give me an additional 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Yi Ba stretched out a finger. That was his purpose, to cultivate 1 spell father, 2 spell talent, 3 spell resources. He had no dad and even more talent in one lump, so he had to find a way to get more resources. With resources, he was able to raise his cultivation. No way, it's too much, a maximum of half a coin a day. Chu Waste directly refused. The sect only issued 100 lower-grade spirit stones a month. Yi Ba was really daring to ask for them. Even if she wanted to give it, she couldn't afford to. I'm a supreme young physique. 80 pieces a day. It can't be any less, Yi Ba retorted. Eventually, after a long haggle, priced at 10 spirit stones a day. It was also agreed to increase the number of free times per month after Yi Ba's cultivation level increased. Chu Waste, on the other hand, had to help Yi Ba answer his doubts on cultivation in his free time. Yi Ba was still satisfied. The two each made a deal. Senior brother has entered our sect. Don't you still recognize your fate? Think you can get out alive? Chu Waste re-entered the bed and sat on the edge of the bed with his clothes half undone, crossing his long legs. There's always no harm in arguing anymore. Doesn't senior sister have to argue anymore? Yi Ba laughed lightly. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't even fight for yourself, how can you climb the avenue of eternal life? Chu Waste said with a straight face. But you, the tripod furnaces, were planted with a heart-piercing spell when you joined the sect, and as long as you leave the area covered by the sect's great formation, you will die with your heart veins broken, and you will be confined to the sect for the rest of your lives. Since the heart-piercing curse can be cast, there is naturally a way to lift it as well. Yi Ba retorted. He, you are talking about the once every 6 years tripod furnace trial, right? Chu Waste sneered. With your qualifications, it's impossible to pass. The number of spirit slaves that participate each time exceeds 100,000, and only 3 or 5 can pass the trial. And with your realm of practicing chi at the first level, you won't even be able to report your name. Yi Ba gently shook his head without answering. In the old days, it really wasn't possible for him. But now, things are different. The tripod trial was the only chance for them, the tripods, to break away from the sect. This was also the reason why certain spirit slaves worked hard to cultivate, even though they knew that the higher the realm they cultivated in, the more likely they were to be looked at by the demoness. This brings us to the great ultimate bliss, immortal sex mastery. Instead of driving them completely to their deaths, they left a way out. Many people are willing to fight tooth and nail for this path to live. The same goes for Yi Ba. In the past, he was underqualified and was out of options. But now, with the golden finger in his body, 2 years later, he may not be unable to compete in the furnace trials. Seeing that Yi Ba did not speak, Chu Waste also lost interest in speaking. It just raised its bare foot and hooked it towards Yi Ba. My good senior brother, come over and help senior sister cultivate. Yi Ba's heart indisputably beat several times faster. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth immediately afterward, and he walked straight over. Without saying a word, he simply grabbed the wobbly foot. Chu Waste's face was slightly red. It was the first time she had been held in such a way by a stovepipe. She opened her mouth and was about to spit out the confusing mist to mesmerize Yi Ba, but right at this moment, Yi Ba suddenly jumped back a step. Senior sister, you can't be so selfish? Chu wasted in disbelief. You can't just focus on your own cultivation without taking care of senior brother's feelings. Yi Ba smiled playfully. Now that a deal has been struck, what's wrong with him wanting to enjoy himself? Where did Chu Waste not know what Yi Ba was thinking? She pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Are you sure? The Taishang dragon swallowing skill I cultivate is very overbearing. I'm afraid that you won't be able to control yourself and get too excited, thus your heart veins will burst. In other words, mesmerizing Yi Ba was protecting him. Senior brother wants to taste the flavor salty. Please make it happen. Yi Ba did not believe it. He hadn't seen any scenes in his previous life, and it was impossible for him to not be able to hold on. Really? Seriously? Oh well, then let senior brother see what I can do. Chu Waste stepped off the bed and approached towards Yi Ba. At the white wrists, a trace of white mist escaped, completely enveloping the space inside the room. Chapter 3, Sister. You're really addicted. 2 days later, inside the narrow house where Yi Ba lived, Chu Waste shook as his body's aura violently increased several times. Its eyes opened with a joyful face, feeling the spiritual energy surging within its body, its snowy whites trembling happily. She had unexpectedly broken through. Now, she was already at the 6th level of chi practicing cultivation. This effect is too strong. Chu Waste looked toward Yi Ba, who was lying on the side and had already passed out, and was very shocked in his heart. Moreover, she hadn't completely absorbed all of those benefits. If she absorbed them all cleanly, her cultivation would definitely still be able to rise a notch. Yi Ba's physique is definitely not an ordinary supreme young physique, otherwise the effect wouldn't be this good, Chu Waste secretly said. After looking at Yi Ba once again, she pondered for a split second and took out an elixir from within her storage bag and placed it beside the bed. He then put on his clothes and turned into a touch of fragrant wind to leave the house, flying towards the outer Sect scripture collection pavilion. She had to go through the canonical books to confirm what kind of physique Yi Ba really had. After it left, Yi Ba slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. What with the Taishang dragon swallowing technique, he didn't have any other negative states in his body at all, other than feeling some fatigue in his limbs. Deliberately pretending to be asleep was just to confuse Chu Waste. He picked up the elixir by the bedside and put it away smoothly after realizing that it was a chi replenishing elixir. Chu Waste, this is to appreciate how good he is and realize how important he is. That's why he took the initiative to leave the cultivation elixir behind. He wouldn't be grateful to Chu Waifu for that. Chu Waifu did it all just for her own sake, so that he, the king of leeks, can thrive. She's good for repeated harvesting. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Dandao experience plus 24. First order lower grade alchemist, 25 out of 10, can break through. Wooden spirit root qualification plus 24. Lower wood spirit root, 25/10, can be broken through. Fire root qualification plus 24. Inferior fire spiritual roots, 25/10, can be broken through. After 2 days of hard work, he was equally rewarded. The mind meditates on the breakthrough. Click. In the back of his mind, a shackle seemed to open. A wave of clarity came over me. In the past, the obscure and difficult to understand alchemy techniques in his mind were actually gradually becoming clearer at this time. Many epiphanies flashed rapidly through his mind. His sense of alchemy deepened. In addition, the fire and wood auras around himself were perceived more clearly. Looking towards the virtual panel again, it too was completely changed. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Realm, First Level of Chi Refining. Qualification, Medium Wood Root, Medium Fire Root, Lower Earth Root, Lower Gold Root, Lower Water Root. Talent, None. Alchemy, Medium First Grade, 15/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, None. The alchemy, Earth and Fire Spirit roots have all improved. Yi Ba's heart was joyful. The increase in spiritual root qualification would allow him to cultivate faster. However, after the Earth and Fire spiritual roots were upgraded to the middle grade, they were already the same as Chu Waste's qualifications. That meant that he could no longer obtain spiritual root qualification experience from Chu Waste, and the increase in alchemy level would allow him to refine first-order medium-grade pills. But the problem was that he was poor and simply didn't have the extra spirit stones to purchase the needed alchemy spirit materials. There wasn't even a first-order mid-grade Dan formula on hand. Next time Chu Waste comes over, we can try to advance some spirit stones, Yi Ba planned in his mind. Chu Waste will not be satisfied with January 4th. He would definitely spend spirit stones on him in the aftermath. At that time, he could offer Chu Waste a monthly discount, thus getting the spirit stones in his hands first. It is used to purchase various elixirs for cultivation. Immediately after that he tapped on the small print details after physique. Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Quality Spirit Slave Physique. Can assist female cultivators in rapid cultivation, help them quickly break through bottlenecks, increase cultivation sense, enhance the chances of entering the epiphany, and assist in the development of the hidden physique. Physique of the hardest and most masculine. Do not fear the sinister fog. Essence never dry up. This, looking at the long list of effect descriptions of the Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Yi Ba was shocked. He didn't expect his physique to be so awesome. The first thing that came to his mind was that he could infinitely assist others in their cultivation. In other words, he wouldn't be drained and sucked to death by the female devil like those two senior brothers with the Supreme Young physique. You can just be someone's spirit slave. No way. I can't let anyone know about this, Yi Ba admonished himself in his heart. Once the demoness has learned of his physique's anticlimactic nature, inevitably, he would be completely imprisoned and used as a machine for cultivation assistance. At that time, he will completely lose his freedom and be reduced to a tool. It was impossible to get out of the great ultimate immortal sect until death. No, it's that it's hard for him to die. After all, he can't suck it up. Ugh, Yi Ba sighed, feeling like he was literally walking on thin ice in the great ultimate bliss immortal sect. One mistake and all hell will break loose. He stepped out of the house and washed himself briefly at the courtyard water basin. He then returned to the house, swallowed the chi replenishing pill into his stomach, and began to sink his heart into cultivation. Although he was not qualified, he had been cultivating daily for 9 years without slacking off. Now that you have a golden finger, it's only natural to work harder. The chi replenishing pill melted in his mouth and turned into aura that surged into his meridians. Although it was only a first-order lower-grade spirit pill, it was enough for his cultivation level of the first level of chi practicing today. Ha! Yi Ba suddenly let out a cry of surprise. I realized that this time, the effect of the chi replenishing Dan was actually much better than before. He had taken chi replenishing pills before, but with his trashy spirit root qualification, he was only able to absorb a third of the medicinal power. But now, with his spiritual root qualification upgraded, he had been able to absorb almost 70% of the medicinal power. It's a little more than double what it used to be, and the speed of absorbing aura increased. Surprised, he began to concentrate on running the Great Extreme Bliss Dao technique, concentrating on absorbing the medicinal power and raising his cultivation level. The time soon came to evening. Yi Ba's body shook as he finally opened his eyes. A strong color of joy flashed under his eyes. 8 years, who knows how he survived those 8 years, cultivating day in and day out, but his cultivation never advanced an inch. That kind of torment, that is, he was tough-minded, or else he would have given up long ago. As it turns out, talent doesn't work, and hard work is literally useless. There are some things that you don't get just by trying. Now that his spiritual root qualification had improved, he had also successfully broken through to the second level of chi cultivation during this cultivation. Congratulations senior brother, for successfully breaking through the realm. I'm also somewhat impressed that senior brother has such poor talent and still cultivates so hard. Right at this moment, Yi Ba's nose caught a touch of fragrant breeze, and Chu Waifu appeared in his house at an unknown time. A flash of snowy white rattled in front of him. What's wrong with senior sister? Yi Ba spoke faintly after admiring the Chu waist wear up and down carefully. Seeing that senior brother's complexion is good, He should have recovered almost, so assist me in my cultivation tonight. Chu Waist took a step to the bedside and sat down beside Yi Ba, crossing his legs. She went to the hidden scripture cabinet during the day to look through the canonical books, but after reading through all of the supreme yang body qualities recorded in the canonical books, she actually did not find any among them that matched the characteristics of Yi Ba's body qualities. It blew her mind. Their great ultimate bliss immortal Sect's research on the supreme yang physique was such that no one would dare to say first if they said second in the entire Xianxiao continent. There were more than 600 kinds of supreme yang physique recorded in the canonical books, but there was actually nothing on it that matched Yi Ba. This showed that Yi Ba's supreme yang physique was very rare, so rare that it has never been seen in the entire clan. Moreover, Yi Ba looked like he was fine at this moment. It further confirmed her suspicions. This made her even more determined to keep Yi Ba firmly in her grip. Today she also brought a little surprise to Yi Ba. Senior sister can only have 2 days of cultivation left, Yi Ba reminded. It's fine. I've also accumulated some spirit stones over the years, so I can compensate you with them. Cultivating with Yi Ba was better than any effect she could get from eating spirit pills. Spending some spirit stones was nothing. Elder sister, you're so addicted. How about you take a monthly subscription? Yi Ba reached out and put his hand on Chu Waist's thin waist. Chu Waist moved, and a blush appeared on her face. Chapter 4, Sister gave me spirit poison. What does a monthly subscription mean? Chu Waist grabbed Yi Ba's fidgeting hand and inquired suspiciously. 10 spirit stones a day. 30 days in a month is 300 spirit stones. A monthly package means that senior sister will give me 300 spirit stones and I can cultivate with senior sister for a whole month. Yi Ba explained. But realistically I probably won't last 30 days. After all, I'll have to rest for about 15 days at most. I'll give senior sister a little discount. Just give me 200 spirit stones. What? 10 spirit stones a day. 15 days is only 150. How dare you manage to ask for 200? And that's with a special offer. Do you think I'm stupid? Chu Waist looked at Yi Ba in surprise, a face of disbelief. He even thought that Yi Ba was out of his mind to say these words to her. Senior sister, 10 spirit stones a day was the price for my first level of chi cultivation. And now I'm at the second level of chi cultivation. The price will naturally go up as well. I just asked you for 50 more spirit stones. It's already a good deal. Yi Ba patiently explained. At the end, he added, the Sect Furnace Spirit Slave Hall has the same rule. Chu Waist was stunned. The anger in his heart dissipated a bit, and he nodded slightly. That makes some sense. The higher the cultivation level of the spirit slaves, the greater the benefits to them. As for the Sect Spirit Slave Hall, it registered the information of the spirit slaves of the entire sect. If any disciple needed a spirit slave to aid in their cultivation, they could spend spirit stones to rent one. In addition to this, there is also a one-time buyout with sect contribution points. Only the price is very high is all. Yi Ba's information was also in the spirit slave hall, but his cultivation level was too low and his qualifications were too poor, so there were simply no disciples who were willing to spend spirit stones on him. Cultivating in secret with Yi Ba in private like Chu Waist belonged to the private use of a public weapon. If they were caught by the law enforcement hall, it would be a serious offense. I can promise you that, but I don't have enough spirit stones on hand, so I'll use this first-rank upper-grade chi gathering pill to offset it to you. In addition, I'll make up another 100 spirit stones to you. Chu Waist nodded his head in agreement and took out something from his waist storage pouch and handed it to Yi Ba. First-rank upper-grade chi gathering pill. Yi Ba's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It was too much better than the effects of the chi replenishing pill, and that 100 spirit stones were almost enough for him to purchase some alchemy spirit materials. He put the stuff into his storage bag, then headed for the bed. Senior sister, come on. The next day, early morning, Chu Waist covered her belly and left the small courtyard with a satisfied look on her face. In the last night, she secretly put an insidious poison called Confusing Love Mandala on Yi Ba. This poison is a chronic poison that can change the mind of the target, making them slowly fall in love with the poisoner, and in the end, they will be obedient to the poisoner. She intended to use this poison to completely control Yi Ba. It was that the method of administering this poison was somewhat special, requiring the poison to be administered within the body. Last night, she went to a lot of trouble. It's what finally worked. Back then, Yi Ba had poisoned her there, and now she was sort of taking revenge in the same way. She expected that after practicing a dozen more times, she would be able to completely control Yi Ba's mind. At that point, it's still up to her what she wants to do. You can't come here to Yi Ba very often these days, lest the other senior sisters find something unusual. I also need to find a powerful Dan master to help me get rid of the spirit poison in my body. In addition, I'm going to take the time to do quests to earn more sect contribution points and go to the spirit slave hall to buy Yi Ba into my hands. So it's foolproof. As long as she bought Yi Ba into her hands, it would be considered her personal belongings. He himself didn't need to sneak over to Yi Ba's place every day. You can bring it directly back to your cave for daily enjoyment. Chu Waste was planning the subsequent arrangements in his mind. There was a lot going on, but she didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, energized. 1 month from now is the peak inner and outer sect disciple competition. If I can break through the realm again before then, I should be able to get a good ranking as well. Chu Waste's eyes revealed a color of anticipation. The Red Luan Peak where she was from had an outer disciple competition once a year, and as long as one participated and made it into the top 50, they would be rewarded with all sorts of cultivation resources. According to the past, as long as one was at the 7th level of Qi practicing, one would almost be able to enter the top 50. Inside the small courtyard, Yiba looked at the panel in front of him with a hint of helplessness on his face. Dan Dao experience +7. First order medium grade alchemist, 22 out of 100. After a busy night, the experience he gained was small. Only Dan Dao experience. Chu Waste's talent is still a bit low. I need a higher qualified demoness, Yiba secretly said. However, it is a very dangerous thing to approach other female devils when one is not strong enough. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the small courtyard and walked towards the Spirit Slave Hall. He had broken through the realm and needed to register at the Spirit Slave Hall at the first opportunity. If they were found to be concealing their cultivation, they would be punished very severely. In addition to this, cultivation increases also earn rewards from the Spirit Slave Hall. The Spirit Slave Hall was halfway up Red Luan Peak, and it took him about half an hour to reach it, and update yourself in it. When he came out, he had an extra 100 spirit stones in his possession. This was the clan's reward for his breakthrough to the 2nd level of Qi practicing. After exiting the Spirit Slave Hall, he did not immediately return to the small courtyard. Instead, he walked towards the next workshop. Now that he had spirit stones in his hand, he was able to purchase some alchemy spirit materials. The marketplace was bustling with many disciples coming in and out of it. Yiba kept his head down as usual, trying not to draw attention to himself. He came to the 100 Square Church without incident. Senior sister, do you have a first order mid-grade yuan enhancement Dan formula here? Yiba stood in front of the counter and inquired. With his current realm, a first order mid-grade yuan enhancement pill was enough for his daily cultivation. 60 lower grade spirit stones. A young girl behind the counter, holding a medicinal book in her hand and reading it with great interest, sniffed and casually replied back without even looking at Yiba. So expensive. Yiba was shocked. But having come, I can't go back empty-handed. I'll buy it. He pulled out spirit stones from within his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Yo, senior brother has a good fortune. It can't be that he has taken on some private work, right? When the young girl saw the spirit stones, her gaze finally retracted from the medicine book and looked at Yiba with a playful face. I just broke through to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. This is the spirit stone rewarded from the Spirit Slave Hall side. Yiba spoke out to explain. He had thought this loophole through before coming here. That's why he deliberately went to the Spirit Slave Hall first. Some male disciples, in order to obtain resources to cultivate, would choose to privately assist the female devil in her cultivation at a price of spirit stones lower than that of the Spirit Slave Hall. This is called private work. Being discovered by the Spirit Slave Hall is also punishable, but there are always male disciples who will take the plunge. Taking jobs through the Spirit Slave Hall would only give a few complementary element pills to compensate. Taking private jobs on your own, although the spirit stones were fewer, but at least it would come to your own hands. Oh, the young girl lost interest when she heard the 2nd level of Qi practicing. From behind the counter, he took out the Dan formula and threw it to Yiba. Yiba's face was calm as he took the Dan formula and turned to leave. After coming out, he circled around the marketplace and entered another store called 100 Herb Pavilion, buying a full 10 copies of the medicinal herbs on the Dan formula. The spirit stones on hand were almost squandered by him. Still saying you didn't take on private work? Yiba had just stepped out of the gate of the marketplace when a figure slowly stood out behind him, and it was none other than the young girl from the 100 Square Hall. She followed Yiba all the way and realized that his expenses in the workshop market added up to almost 200 spirit stones. As for breaking through the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, the reward in the Spirit Slave Hall was only 100 spirit stones. It was obvious that Yiba had lied just now. You're unlucky if you meet me. But to be able to receive private work even at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation is also considered to be gifted. She turned toward the Hall of Law Enforcement. Sect disciples who report other people's violations can be rewarded accordingly by the Law Enforcement Hall. That's what teenage girls are for. Report Yiba and get the reward from the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 5 Law Enforcement Hall Sisters surprisingly fishing for law enforcement. Yiba returned to the small courtyard. The first time, he took out the Dan formula from within his storage bag and carefully examined it. After making sure to memorize all the alchemy steps inside, he set up the alchemy furnace, and light the spirit wood underneath to act as a spirit fire. It was best to use the earth fire within the fire vein for alchemy, followed by one's own spirit fire. Fire pulse earth fire was not something he was worthy of using. As for him, he was only at the second level of chi cultivation, and the spiritual chi in his body simply could not support him to complete the entire alchemy process. Therefore only spirit wood can be used instead. After taking a deep breath and calming his mind, he followed the steps and began to refine the elixir. Everything is in order. Half a day later, Yiba looked at the 5 yuan enhancement pills inside the alchemy furnace with a hint of surprise on his face. Surprisingly, he did it all at once. After all, even a true first-rank middle-grade alchemist couldn't say that the spirit pills he made were successful in every furnace. He picked up the enhancement pill and brought it to the tip of his nose to observe it. Suddenly his gaze slightly condensed. Surprisingly, it's a flawless pill. In the process of refining spirit pills, it was inevitable that some of the medicinal power of the spirit materials would be wasted. Depending on the ability of the alchemist, even pills of the same rank had a division of potency. They are generally categorized as ordinary, perfect, and flawless. Ordinary pills retained roughly 70% of their potency, perfect pills 85%, and flawless was not a single ounce of potency wasted. 100%. He picked up another 4 elemental enhancement pills and found that all of them were of flawless quality. It's best for me to take all these pills by myself alone. Taking them out for sale will attract attention, Yiba said in his heart. Being a small person, you have to be careful at every step. If he's not careful, he'll expose his secret and thus be doomed. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting darker, Chu Waste could come over again at any time. He did not continue to refine the enhancement pill. Instead, he returned to the house and began to cultivate with the help of the Yuan enhancement pill. The medicinal effect of the Yuan enhancement pill exceeded the Qi replenishment pill by a lot, and he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was growing rapidly. At this rate, he felt that it wouldn't take long for him to make another breakthrough. Breaking through too quickly is also a problem. Yiba had a bit of a headache. It would likewise get him noticed by the femme fatale, but for the moment, he could only deal with what was in front of him first. The night is gradually falling. Chu Waste is late. Yiba was a bit puzzled. Given Chu Waste's level of eagerness, there was no way he wouldn't come. Maybe there is something delayed? Yiba thought so, but this was good. He could have more time to cultivate. And at this moment, outside the small courtyard where Yiba was, a woman was hiding not far from the courtyard wall and peeking in. It was dressed in a fiery red robe with a small golden sword embroidered on it. The thighs were open to the base of the legs, revealing white, slender, straight legs. The woman's face was delicate, her skin was fair, and she just looked a bit cold. Below the left eye, there is a mole of tears. Hanging on his waist was a golden token with the word execution engraved on it. I have to come even for this small matter, delaying my cultivation. Bu Shenghua complained softly. She was originally cultivating, but was assigned the task of coming over to squat and catch adultery. Humph. What specialties can a waste spirit slave at the second level of chi cultivation have that a fellow disciple would choose to have a private meeting with him or her? I'd like to see which fellow disciple is so starved for food. She coldly snorted in disdain in her heart. She wouldn't even look at such a wasteful spirit slave when she walked down the road. Cultivation is quite hardworking, but it's only a 5-system lower-grade miscellaneous spirit root, and cultivating for a lifetime will only result in the chi refining stage. It's so late in the day, why haven't any fellow disciples come over yet? Wasting my time again. An hour later, still no one had shown up. Damn it, if I catch which one of my fellow disciples it is, I'll have to beat her up. 2 hours later, still no one. Maybe no one will come by today. Why don't we go back first? No, the mission isn't finished, and I have to come over tomorrow. Cultivation time can't be wasted on this. Bu Shanghua shook her head violently. If no one comes to the door, then create an opportunity for someone to come to the door. Bu Shanghua took off the belt tag of the law enforcement hall disciple from his waist and put it away in his storage bag. Immediately afterward she scaled the courtyard wall, entered the small yard, and knocked on the door of the house. Yiba inside the house was a bit puzzled when he heard the voice. The first few times Chu Waste wouldn't have been so polite. They all just went straight into the house. What's going on today? He stopped practicing and got up to open the door. Behind the door was a complete stranger. Yiba's heart was startled, and the first thing that came to his mind was whether or not his physique had been exposed. Otherwise, what was the clan's female devil looking for him for in the middle of the night? He couldn't really think of any other reason. Thinking so in his heart, he did not move on the surface and politely spoke. Senior sister came to me in the middle of the night. Is there something important? Sure, I have a private job here. Do you want to take it? 20 spirit stones a night. Bu Shanghua nodded slightly and was about to take the initiative to walk into the house. A private job? 20 spirit stones, Yiba murmured in his heart. With the garbage talent he's displayed, not to mention that no one would even approach him for a private job. Even if there was, 20 spirit stones was simply being charitable to him. At the same time, the information of the demoness in front of her appeared before her eyes. Name, Bu Shanghua. Realm, 8th level of Qi refining. Qualification, top quality fire root. Top quality gold root. Physique, sword spirit body, unawakened. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, middle order charm. Burning shadow sword art. Imperial sword art. Practicing chi at the 8th level. Something's not right. Yiba frowned and looked seriously at Bu Shanghua for a few moments, stopping him at the door. What effect could a cultivator of the 8th level of chi practicing have by looking for him? A cultivator of the 2nd level of chi practicing. To cultivate together? He said with a straight face. Senior sister, taking on private work is against the rules of the sect, so please leave, so that the senior sister of the law enforcement hall won't see you here and have a misunderstanding. When Bu Shanghua heard Yiba's refusal, he secretly said that he had given less, 25 spirit stones, no more. Also, I've seen you take on other people's private work, so you don't have to intentionally cover it up. Bu Shanghua wanted to swindle Yiba, let it admit itself. As long as Yiba admitted it, he could take him down himself and complete his mission to go back and continue his cultivation. Saw Chu waste going out from within my courtyard? Yiba was shocked in his heart, but on second thought, there is a glaring loophole. After all, even if the senior sister in front of him had seen Chu waste go out from within his courtyard, it was unlikely that she would choose to come to him. A waste of time, to practice. Senior sister, I don't understand what you're saying, please leave immediately or I'll call out to the law enforcement hall. Yiba said seriously. Still pretending? Bu Shanghua was exasperated in her heart. She had already wasted too much time on the matter. Suddenly, her eyes flickered to the bed in the room. Quickly, he came to the edge of the messy bed and picked up a slightly longer strand of hair from it. Bu Shanghua's heart rejoiced that he had finally found evidence. She took out the law enforcement hall token. Reprimanding, Yiba. I'm law enforcement hall disciple Bu Shanghua. Someone has reported you for taking private jobs. Come with me to the law enforcement hall to be investigated. As long as he entered the law enforcement hall, there were ways to make Yiba open his mouth. While telling the truth, she struck out like lightning, and the moment she grabbed Yiba's wrist, she ferried aura towards his body, about to confine his meridians. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and her eyes widened violently. Shocked. This is the Supreme Young Physique. Chapter 6 Failing to Fish and Getting Bitten by the Fish. Bu Shanghua never expected that the Yiba in front of him had a Supreme Young Physique. Its information within the sect was completely unrecorded. In other words, Yiba had only awakened his physique after entering the sect. No one else in the clan knew. Yiba showed a bitter smile on his face. The disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement would actually fish for law enforcement. Though the steps were unsuccessful, the hair of Chu Waste was found inside his house. How can he explain this now? Once he entered the law enforcement hall, he would have no more secrets to keep. There are all sorts of ways to dig up his secrets in there. In addition to that, his Supreme Young Physique seemed to have been exposed. Boo! Stephanie lifted her long legs and closed the door to the house from the inside. Approaching Yiba. Senior brother, you're committing an additional crime by concealing your own Supreme Young Physique. She had fully understood why Yiba was able to receive private work at just the second level of Qi practicing, all because of its Supreme Young body. Faced with the threat of Bu Shanghua, Yiba was relieved instead, since Bu Shanghua didn't take her away right away and closed the door. Obviously had other ideas. It would be good to have thoughts about him, but I'm afraid that Bu Shanghua doesn't have thoughts about him. He lowered his head and said softly, Senior sister is broad-minded. Please don't denounce me yet. Humph. If this matter is stirred up, you will definitely have your sanity erased and become a cultivation puppet. Bu Shanghua coldly snorted. This is the cruelest form of punishment. After erasing his sanity, the cultivator would be equivalent to a vegetable. And then using a special secret method, he would refine his physical body into a puppet that could aid in cultivation. Yiba's face pretended to look alarmed. Hugging Bu Shanghua's arm, she begged for mercy. Senior sister, save me. I don't want to die. A trace of dislike swept across the bottom of Bu Shanghua's eyes and pushed Yiba away. In her eyes, these spirit slaves were cultivation tools, inferior beings unworthy of touching her body. I can help you keep your secret, but you will have to put off all private work from now on and only serve me alone. Bu Shanghua stated her purpose. She had been practicing daily since the time she joined the sect, plus she had good talent. After joining the sect for 3 years, he was already at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, becoming one of the top 10 disciples in the inner and outer sects of the peak. However, the higher the cultivation level, the slower the speed of raising the realm. According to her current cultivation speed, it would take at least 3 more years before she could break through to foundation establishment. She didn't want to wait that long. In the past, she had also rented a spirit slave to cultivate, but it was only an ordinary physique, and the effect of assisting in cultivation was average, so it was not as good as consuming spirit pills to cultivate herself. But it was different now. Even the most trashy Supreme Young Physique was of great help to her cultivation. It could quickly help her raise her realm. Spirit slaves assisted in cultivation and did not necessarily require physical contact. which was also the overbearing aspect of the swift dragon swallowing decree technique. Only the cultivation effect of this method, compared to point-to-point cultivation, the efficiency of obtaining benefits is much worse. Because of Bu Shanghua's innate dislike and contempt for Ling Nu, so far it has been practiced with the first method. Senior sister, I can help you cultivate, but there are other senior sisters who know about my supreme young physique, and if I serve you alone, they will surely turn me in. Yi Ba voiced a reminder. Bu Shanghua's sword brows furrowed. That's a serious problem. It was impossible for her to kill and silence all the other fellow disciples. That would draw more attention instead. At that time, the secret of Yi Ba's supreme young physique would be even more impossible to hide. Then what do you say you want? I don't care about the others. I can't afford any less cultivation time here. Bu Shanghua was somewhat forceful. I must be satisfied with 4 hours of practice every day. Senior sister, I will try my best to fulfill you. Yi Ba promised in one gulp, while in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. With that said, the odds are that things are sorted out. In addition, Bu Shanghua would be even less likely to denounce him after gaining benefits from him. He was very confident. Count on you to be sensible. Also, you can't let a third person know about what's going on between you and me, or else I'll turn you in as well. Bu Shanghua warned Yi Ba. What she is doing nowadays is also against the rules of the door. If the elders of the law enforcement hall knew about it, she would be chastised as well. In other words, she and Yi Ba were already considered grasshoppers on a rope. Only, Yi Ba's consequences would be worse than hers is all. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't say anything to anyone else, Yi Ba promised. Then he walked towards the bedside. Senior sister, it's getting late. Why don't you let senior brother assist you in your cultivation? He's going to let Shanghua get a taste of it first. That's what makes it harder to give him up. Aha! But during the cultivation process, you are not allowed to touch a single finger of mine, or else I will chop off your fingers. Bu Shanghua gently nodded her head. There was some anticipation in his mind. This was the first time she had cultivated with the help of the supreme young physique. I don't know what kind of cultivation effect it will have. Wanting is even too much. I'm afraid you'll kneel down and beg me to touch it later. Yi Ba mocked in his heart. He plopped down on the bed and closed his eyes. After seeing that Yi Ba obeyed and did as he was told, Bu Shanghua similarly sat down in front of Yi Ba. He began to operate the swift dragon swallowing skill and began to induce the Yuan Yang within Yi Ba's body through the air. As she cast the spell, a special aura channel slowly took shape, connecting the two together. Yi Ba's current feeling was marvelous. It was as if the self had transformed into a swimming fish, sliding rapidly under the water, smooth and free. Feeling the enormous benefits he had gained in just a few moments, Bu Shanghua was incomparably alarmed. So many benefits that she didn't even have time to absorb them. Cultivating day and night at this rate, she was certain that she would break through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation within half a month. Breakthrough to foundation establishment in 2 months. Is this my immortal Dao blessing? Bu Shanghua murmured in his heart, incomparably delighted. She was now ranked 8th among the inner and outer disciples of the peak. As long as she broke through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, her ranking would rise once again. Entering the top 5 was not a problem. Yi Ba's supreme young physique must not be exposed. Once the Sect's elders and peak masters find out, I won't even be able to have soup. Bu Shanghua secretly admonished himself. 2 hours later, the cultivation ended. This one cultivation was enough to be worth 2 months of her bitter cultivation. If she went back and absorbed all the remaining benefits, she estimated that she would be able to add another month of bitter cultivation. Wait a minute, why is Yi Ba unconscious? Did I just absorb too violently? When Bu Shanghua saw Yi Ba not moving at all, he rose up with hindsight. He felt that he might have been so immersed in cultivation that he forgot about Yi Ba's ability to endure. After all, she had once been careless and cultivated into the realm of forgetfulness, but she had sucked a spirit slave to death alive. For this, she also compensated a lot of spirit stones. She stretched out her fingers, intending to check Yi Ba's state, but just as it made a move, Yi Qing stretched and woke up with a yawn. It had just gotten so comfortable that he had fallen asleep. You're done, elder sister? Chapter 7 The difference between eating all at once and all at once. Step Shanghua's hand stopped in mid-air, looking at Yi Ba, who was acting like nothing. She even suspected that she was hallucinating, assisting her in cultivating for 4 hours. Yi Ba was not only fine, but he was also asleep. In any other ordinary physique, one would definitely have fainted to death. What kind of grade is this? To young physique not only is the cultivation surprisingly effective, but it's also long-lasting. In order to confirm that Yi Ba was truly fine, she went up and carefully probed. It was finally confirmed that Yi Ba was indeed fine. 4 hours isn't enough. I want to add up to 8. Bu Shanghua opened her mouth. After seeing the strength of Yi Ba's physique, she was no longer satisfied with the 4 hours of cultivation time. Senior sister, do you eat every day? Yi Ba didn't answer Bu Shanghua immediately. but instead asked an unrelated question. Even though I have a high level of cultivation, I haven't reached the realm of the Valley of Rescue. I still need to eat. Bu Shanghua replied doubtfully. Senior sister, there is a difference between eating all at once and eating only one meal. 8 hours is too long. It's easy for other people with good intentions to discover our secret, and then you'll never be able to eat again. Yi Ba explained. Bu Shanghua was too greedy for him to agree. The risk was too great. Bu Shanghua frowned and spoke after a moment of contemplation. And what if I bought you out? Senior sister had better not do this either. If you take me for yourself, the other senior sisters will report me under their displeasure, and there will be no food to eat. Yi Ba hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Chu Waste also knew about his supreme young physique. He was afraid that if Chu Waste learned that he had been bought out, he would become enraged and do something irrational. Then it's all over. In addition, even if he didn't have Chu Waste, he didn't want to be bought by Bu Shanghua. He needed female demons with better natural talent to speed up the rate of gaining various experiences. Bu Shanghua was merely an upper-grade spiritual root, and was still much short of a top-tier qualification. Some truth. Bu Shanghua nodded lightly, thinking differently. If another fellow disciple had bought Yi Ba away for exclusive use, she would have reported it as well. If you can't get it for yourself, you won't let anyone else enjoy it even if you destroy it. Therefore, she no longer insisted in her mind. But there's still some time before dawn tonight, so let's continue cultivating for a while. Bu Shanghua thought that it wouldn't be that bad of a day. Yi Ba smiled bitterly in his heart. What else could he say? He resumed his seat and closed his eyes. Senior sister, come on. 1 hour later, Aya Shanghua opened her eyes in surprise. The spiritual energy in her body had somehow started to boil. At the location of its heart, an illusory spirit sword silhouette emerged. What's going on? Is my sword spirit body going to awaken? The supreme young physique still has this kind of effect. As Bu Shanghua felt the changes within his body, his heart was once again shocked. According to the elders of the law enforcement hall, her sword spirit body had congenital defects that made it difficult to awaken at the chi practicing stage. At the very least, one would need to break through to the foundation establishment stage and combine it with elixirs to have a chance of awakening. But now, her sword spirit body was actually showing signs of awakening. After the shock, what replaced it was excitement. If she awakened her sword spirit body, her strength would once again increase, and she would definitely be able to get a better ranking in the clan competition a month later. It might even be seen by the inner sect elders and be accepted as a disciple. At the thought, she began to absorb it more vigorously, but for some reason, the sword spirit body was always so close to being completely awakened. It made it very difficult for her. It's obviously close. Why not? Exasperated, Aya Shanghua pondered the possible reasons. She was in a hurry and wanted to awaken her sword spirit body immediately. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Maybe there's a loss in spaced absorption. Maybe we can do it another way. But she's naturally clean and doesn't see these spirit slaves. A tangled look appeared in her eyes. I'm dedicated to the Tao and the pursuit of immortality. If I can't even overcome the difficulties in front of me, what's the point of cultivating the Tao? The physical skin is only an external object, and I should not be influenced by these external objects. Spirit slaves are just great medicines for cultivation. As long as they are beneficial to cultivation, even if they are dirty, I will still eat them. It was a full 10 minutes of hesitation before she finally bit her lip and made up her mind. In the next second, she flicked her tender lips and spat out a mouthful of confusing mist. Yi Ba smelled a familiar odor and opened his eyes with some doubt. He was met with exciting images that made his head spin, but before he could take a closer look, a wave of vertigo passed through his mind, sending his consciousness into a daze. Damn demonesses, why do they all know this trick? Yi Ba secretly cried out in pity. It really works. After only a few moments of starting, Step Shanghua felt a noticeable change. Not only did she get more than she bargained for, these benefits were also more refined and helped her even more. The spiritual energy in her body surged even more violently, and the spirit sword shadow at her heart was solidifying, taking the final step towards awakening. She clenched her teeth, forcing back the disgust and loathing in her heart. If it wasn't for the awakening of the sword spirit body, how could she put up with Yi Ba, putting layer after layer of dirt on her body? If Yi Ba didn't have the supreme young physique and dared to treat her like this, she would have stabbed him to death with a sword. Under the sustained impact, the spirit sword silhouette inside her finally solidified completely. The sword spirit body began to awaken. Rumble. Spiritual energy rushed through her body, rapidly converging towards the sword spirit at her heart. It made it more and more solid. A huge and sharp aura emanated from her body. Right in the center of its brow, a spirit sword mark slowly emerged. Around her body, a large amount of spiritual energy rapidly converged towards her brow. It followed her meridians and eventually entered the dantian. Boom! In just a moment, the aura of its body changed once again. The aura of the entire person lifted several times. I'm practicing the 9th level of Qi. Bu Shanghua was like falling into a dream. She had actually gained great benefits and raised her realm when her sword spirit body awakened. In the next second, she quickly suppressed the strange movement of the sword spirit body. The awakening of her sword spirit body would trigger heaven and earth anomalies and move too much. If the other fellow disciples found out that she was here with Yi Ba's secret could no longer be kept. At that thought, she grabbed her robe aside and was about to leave the house. However, before leaving the house, she took out a bottle of pills from within her storage bag and threw it onto the bed. This time, Yi Ba had made a great effort, so he must have suffered a great loss as well. She couldn't use that bottle of elixir, so it was just right for Yi Ba to take it to restore himself. Early morning, Yi Ba finally woke up. Hiss, that hurts. He covered his thigh and cried out in pain. The flesh and blood on its body unexpectedly showed some bruises. Alas, my cultivation level is still too low. Yi Ba sighed after checking the injuries on his body. Although he was a supreme yang immortal body, his yuan yang never dried up. Now he was like a depository with gold coins in his stomach. Rich on the inside, crunchy on the outside. It should have been because Bu Shanghua didn't control his own power that he was injured. It's better to raise the realm as soon as possible, Yi Ba muttered. Luckily, it was only a flesh wound, so he should be able to recover after taking some recovery elixirs. Collecting his thoughts, he looked up at the virtual panel that surfaced before him. Chapter 8, Can I also awaken the sword spirit body? Sword spiritual body experience plus 20. Sword spirit body, 20 out of 100, wonderful item. Gold spirit root qualification plus 20. Lower gold roots, 20 out of 10. Fire root qualification plus 20. Medium grade fire spiritual roots, 20/100. Physique can also be obtained. Yi Ba was a bit surprised. Not sure what class the oddball belongs to though, but after all, it's for nothing. He'll just make a bloody fortune. This female devil, Bu Shanghua, after mesmerizing me, she actually cultivated for such a long time. Yi Ba's teeth itched with hatred. Worthy of being a demoness, she treated the spirit slaves with no mercy at all. If he didn't have a supreme yang immortal body, he would probably have died. When his cultivation increased, all of this would be returned as it was, and let these demonesses taste his pain. No, wouldn't that still make them earn? Yi Ba was somewhat helpless and felt that it was not right. However, the qualifications of this Bu Shanghua were quite good, and the experience gained from the spirit root in a single session was 5 times that of Chu Waste. It's a pity, if only those hours at the very beginning were counted. Yi Ba somewhat lamented. Only with physical contact can he gain experience, so for those first few hours, he was totally hoard out. But it's not much of a problem. The stepchildren have already had their first time. There's only a first time and a million times for this stuff. He wasn't worried at all about the follow-up. Ha, is this what she left for me? Yi Ba looked towards a Dan bottle by the bedside and let out a cry of surprise. I don't know what these demonesses are used to. There's always something left when you're done. The same is true of the Chu Waste, and the same is true of the stepsons. It made him feel like he was out for sale. Open the Dan bottle and pour out the Dan to check. Inside were 10 golden pills, which were the size of glass beads. A first-order middle-grade elixir, the Yang replenishing elixir. After looking at the elixir, Yi Ba was instantly disappointed. This stuff replenishes essence. His essence was so strong that he couldn't use it. It would be better to leave him some elixir that could enhance his cultivation. However, this Bu Shanghua was quite generous and looked like a little rich woman. He put the elixir away and looked at the clutter on his bed and smiled helplessly. Get up and carefully clean up the bed. Confirmed that there's nothing left of the demoness. He took the cluttered sheets outside, threw them into a tub of water to wash them, and hung them to dry. It's too much of a waste of my time to clean every time like this. These female devils can't bring their own dick thing. Yi Ba thought so. He then refined another furnace of Yuan enhancement pills. The Yuan enhancement pill is enough for me to use for cultivation. In a short period of time, there is no need to not go out. Yi Ba admonished himself. He had just gone out once yesterday, and at night, a law enforcement hall disciple came to his door. Someone must have seen him spending too many spirit stones and reported him. These sect disciples, who might not necessarily be doing well themselves, would be jealous and cause trouble when they saw others doing well. Returning to the house, he swallowed the elixir and sat down on his knees to cultivate. Yi Ba quickly entered the state of meditation. Time passes quickly. Turning to the afternoon. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of Yi Ba's small courtyard. Wake up Yi Ba from his training. He got up and went to the door and looked out through the crack. After seeing that it was an acquaintance of his, he opened the door. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to be emptied? Yi Ba looked at Qin Shuang in front of him and said with some surprise, They, spirit slaves, also have a circle of spirit slaves. The Qin Shuang in front of him was a friend he had made over the years. The cultivation qualifications were that much better than his, and now he was at the 3rd level of Qi practicing. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I was rented away from Spirit Slave Hall by a female devil, and lived a few days of inhumanity. I almost couldn't come back, and I have to go over to the female devil tomorrow. Qin Shuang's face was full of afterthought. Unlike him, the pressurized tale of the first level of Qi cultivation, Qin Shuang's third level of Qi cultivation still had a female devil lease, at least 5 or 6 times a year. The demoness who rents spirit slaves in the Spirit Slave Hall has no mercy. When they spent their spirit stones, they sucked them to death, afraid that they would lose out. The spirit slave's miserable state was imaginable. If it wasn't for the spirit slave's death and the fact that they had to pay for the spirit stones, there was a high probability that the spirit slave wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Come in and sit. Yiba invited him inside and poured a glass of water. Qin Shuang, who had just sat down and drank some water, suddenly looked deeply at Yiba twice. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Brother Yi has broken through to the second level of Qi cultivation? Well, I had a lucky breakthrough 2 days ago." Yiba replied with a smile. Higher realm Qi refiners could easily see through lower level Qi refiner cultivation. And he wasn't trying to hide it. He had only been cultivating for 8 years to reach the second level of Qi practicing, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was still a waste. "Congratulations, Brother Yi." Qin Shuang arched his hand and smiled to express his joy. Immediately after, he took out a spirit herb and handed it to Yiba. "This is a lian yang grass that I obtained by chance, and I'm gifting it to Brother Yi as a congratulatory gift. Brother Qin is polite." Yiba put away the lian yang grass after a polite sentence. Brother Qin should have something else on his mind this time, right? With his understanding of Qin Shuang, it's nothing would not come to him at all. He. This body of mine is losing a lot of essence and I want to purchase 2 young enhancement pills here from Brother Yi. Qin Shuang hemmed and hawed. Tomorrow, he still had to assist the female devil in her cultivation, but he didn't want to be sucked to death himself, which was why he took the time to come and purchase the elixir. The Yang enhancement pill that Yiba had refined was not only cheap, but it was also quite effective. Yang enhancing Dan? Yiba hesitated in his heart. He still had Yang enhancing Dan remaining in his hand, but last time, Chu Waste was the one who discovered his secret through the Yang enhancement pill. If the Yang enhancement pill flowed out further, it would not be good if it was discovered by the other female demons. His eyes rolled several times before he pulled out a golden pill from his bosom, the very same Yang replenishing pill that Bu Shanghua had left for him. Brother Qin, I don't have any more Yang enhancing pills here. What I have is a first order, mid-grade spiritual pill, Yang replenishing pill, which has a much better effect than Yang enhancing pill. First rank middle grade? Brother Ye's alchemy level has risen? Qin Shuang uttered in surprise before adding, how many spirit stones apiece for this Yang replenishing pill? If Brother Qin wants to buy it, 10 spirit stones will do. Yiba said smoothly. Alright, give me 2. Qin Shuang directly took out the spirit stones to trade. After both sides finished trading, Yiba sent Qin Shuang out of the small courtyard. Back inside, he sat on his bed and frowned. The third level of Qi practice could be leased away by the demoness at any time. He, on the other hand, should soon be able to cultivate to the third level of Qi practicing. If he was leased away by the demoness, the secrets he was carrying could come out. He sat in silence in the house for half a day until the night grew dark. Yiba finally thought of a way. As his cultivation increased, it was only a matter of time before he was leased away. But he could have the 2. Chu Waste and Bu Shanghua, take turns leasing him away without giving anyone else a chance. Also, on the side of the Spirit Slave Hall, it might be possible to develop a female demon within it to join the gang. In this way, there is no fear of being detected as a physical problem. Chapter 9. This thing can still heal wounds? Into the night, Yiba, who was cultivating inside the house, suddenly heard a slight movement. By the time he opened his eyes, Chu Waste was already in front of him. The slender, white waist twisted before his eyes. Yiba looked up and found that Chu Waste's face was a little pale, and there was still a trace of blood smell on his body. Senior sister is injured? Yiba's heart stirred and he opened his mouth in surprise. Are you concerned about me? The corners of Chu Waste's mouth hooked into a smile, his tone playful. She had taken up a clan mission yesterday and had an accident in the process, suffering some internal injuries. How narcissistic. I just asked that. Yiba mentally spat. On the surface, he didn't move. I'm now considered one with senior sister, so I naturally have to be concerned about senior sister's well-being. You're right about that. Chu Waste sat down on the edge of the bed and nodded gently. She then lay down of her own accord. I'm injured and have trouble moving, so I'll let you do it yourself today. With that, she lifted the hem of her frosty skirt. She did not treat Yiba as an outsider. Sinning, Yiba blurted out in his heart. 2 hours later, the practice is over. Yiba lay down on the side to rest, while in his mind, he was thinking about how he would inform Chu Waste about the matter of the step Shenghua in a while. It would be troublesome to explain the sudden appearance of the Ikebana in case it was not clear, and at that moment, Chu Waste was observing itself in amazement. The injuries on her body had actually healed in the process of cultivation. Does that thing even heal? At this moment, Chu Waist was like discovering a new continent. The more he came into contact with Yi Ba, the more he could feel the special features of Yi Ba's physique. After all, she had never heard of any supreme young physique that still had a healing effect. Push down the vibrations in your mind. She pinched her hands and struck her belly, and a clean white array of awnings surfaced at the location of her belly, before it was hidden again. This is a blocking spell to prevent the benefits from flowing backwards and creating waste. She then slowly closed her eyes and began to absorb those benefits to raise her cultivation level. Half an hour later, her meridians had felt bulging, which had forced her to stop. This night, not only had she recovered from her injuries, her cultivation had also refined once again. After practicing a dozen times tonight, the bewitching love manteline poison has pretty much accumulated. Yi Ba should listen to me. She looked to the side at Yi Ba and said in her heart. She came over to Yi Ba's side and softly inquired, "My good senior brother, what kind of poison did you give to senior sister?" As long as the poison in her body was detoxified, Yi Ba would no longer be able to threaten her. Ha! Yi Ba was very surprised, thinking to himself that I'm a little cutie. What? Will I tell you what kind of poison it is? Moreover, he hadn't poisoned at all. That day, he had only applied some spiritual liquid that could disorganize spiritual energy. That kind of thing didn't need to be treated at all, and when the time came, the effect naturally disappeared. That day, he was totally scaring Chu Waist. Therefore, this matter must not be known to Chu Waist, he said in a deep voice. Senior sister, don't think about the antidote. Senior brother me, will give you the antidote regularly. Chu Waist's heart sank, looking at Yi Ba's appearance. He didn't seem to be affected by the Yin poison. Could it be that the medicine isn't potent enough, and the resistance of the supreme yang physique is stronger? She began to suspect that it was not enough times and planned to increase the dosage at a later stage. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Ba's supreme yang immortal body was immune to any Yin poison. Any more confusion mantras would be useless. Also, I have something to tell senior sister. Yi Ba brought up the main matter. What is it? Chu Waist frowned. The fact that I have a supreme young physique was discovered by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, Yi Ba said in a deep voice. What? Chu Waist almost jumped out of bed in shock. She'll be chastised too once their affair falls apart. More importantly, she would lose Yi Ba as a great medicine for cultivation. Senior sister, don't panic. Listen to me slowly. Yi Ba hurriedly calmed down, then briefly recounted the matter under Chu Waist's puzzled, surprised, and shocked gaze. You mean, that law enforcement hall disciple came to your door, discovered your supreme young physique, and then also wanted to possess you and have you all to himself night after night? But you threatened her. There are other senior sisters know about you, behind and its temporary confidentiality cultivation agreement. Chu Waist lifted the heart, gradually put down. Luckily for them, things didn't fall apart completely. Who is she? Yi Ba shook his head. Senior sister, I can't say. She doesn't know your name either. The way things are now, as long as the two of you come to me at a staggered time and don't bump into each other. Of course, if you accidentally bump into each other, don't fight, or else things will get out of hand and it won't be good for the three of us. Yi Ba persuaded bitterly. Still need you to say? Chu Waist gave Yi Ba a flirtatious blank stare. Immediately afterward, he reminded, but you've already received my spirit stones. 15 days this month, not a single day less. Senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely get things done after taking your spirit stone. Even if you suck me to death, I will never complain. Yi Ba seriously and squarely said. The mouth is quite sweet. Don't worry, I can't afford to suck you to death. Chu Wei stretched out her white fingers and traced them across Yi Ba's cheeks. Starting tomorrow, I'll come every other day. Also, you shouldn't go out lately. If there's anything you want to buy, give me the spirit stones and I'll purchase it for you. It's quite proactive. This is because you're afraid that I'll be reported again. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as self-interest is involved, the demoness will start to take the lead. Offer to help him with all his troubles. Okay, thank you senior sister. Yi Ba grabbed Chu Waist's fidgeting fingers and nodded in agreement. It's a big deal for him, too. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Time passed quickly, and a week passed in a flash. Chu Waist and Bu Shenghua both came to him every other day. On this day, Bu Shenghua had just left. Yi Ba then looked at his own panel with a happy face. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, 100 out of 100, Odd Grade, can be awakened. Realm, second level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Fire Root, Top Grade Gold Root, Middle Grade Wood Root, Lower Grade Earth Root, Lower Grade Water Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, First Rank Top Quality. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. After his days and nights of diligent farming, he finally managed to accumulate a full body of experience in the Sword Spirit Body. However, he couldn't immediately awaken the sword spirit body. During the awakening process of the sword spirit body, there will be a great deal of movement. The last time when Bu Shenghua awakened her sword spirit body was an example. It's hard not to be noticed by others. Moreover, the sword spirit body was mainly about boosting battle power. With his current realm at the second level of chi practicing, he couldn't escape the great extreme bliss immortal sect even if he elevated any further. The heart-piercing spell on his body would cause him to die violently the instant he left the great ultimate immortal sect. Therefore, he decided not to awaken first. It's not too late to wait until later when there is the right time to awaken. And the increase in his spirit root qualification had allowed his cultivation speed to increase drastically, and now he was just 1 foot away from the third level of chi cultivation. Chapter 10 Slave. All my slaves? Yiba sat down on his knees, threw a yuan enhancement pill into his mouth, and began to concentrate on his cultivation. The rich aura flowed rapidly through his meridians. With every weekly carry, the aura within the dantian would increase by a sliver. At this moment, his cultivation speed was even faster than that of Step Shenghua. Half a day passed in a flash. Boo! Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from the dantian within his body, and its interior expanded several times. A large amount of aura surged into its dantian. The aura on Yiba's body followed suit and rose wildly. It lasted for 10 minutes before the breath gradually stabilized. It's the third level of chi cultivation. Yiba exhaled and stopped cultivating. At this point, he could be leased by other female demons as soon as he went to the spirit slave hall to update his information. In the evening, Chu Waste came to the small courtyard on time, a familiar 2-hour practice. When it was over, Chu Waste opened the blocking spell as usual to prevent backflow. After doing so, Chu Waste stretched out, lay down and looked sideways at Yiba. Senior brother, are you really not going to tell me what kind of poison it is? After every cultivation, Chu Waste would send out a similar inquiry, but the results obtained are the same. I'm not going to say anything. Senior sister doesn't have to ask again. Yiba shook his head. Chu Waste was still really unrelenting, and he was a bit annoyed by the questions. How come it still doesn't work? Chu Waste's heart was filled with doubts. She had increased the dose of spirit poison, but it still didn't look like it was working. Primary affiliation achieved. Primary subordinate? A new prompt appeared in the panel in front of Yiba. Tap on the details to view. Primary subordinate relationship. Chu Waste can listen to your suggestions or requests without violating their own interests. The Yang immortal body is the strongest yang physique in the world. When a female cultivator gains benefits, she will also be influenced subconsciously. The lower her cultivation level is, the more easily she will be influenced, and she will eventually be completely reduced to being your slave. Yiba's heart was ecstatic. The supreme Yang immortal body was simply too heavenly. It was actually possible to make these female demons fall into his servitude. Chu Waste first threatened him to cultivate, and because his cultivation was not high, he could not compare to Step Shenghua. That's why it was the first to be affected. In that case, some of the next things are good. We need to take care of the step life flower more in the back and turn it into a subordinate as soon as possible. Yiba murmured in his heart. Every time he practiced, Bu Shenghua would use the confusion mist to make him pass out and fall into a tool. And there was always a look of disgust and loathing on her face. The bias still sucks the hardest every time you practice. When it became his subordinate, he said he would get his revenge back. Yiba then looked towards Chu Waste and spoke tentatively. Senior sister, I have now broken through to the third level of chi cultivation. This cultivation level could be leased away from the spirit slave hall by other senior sisters at any time. My plan is for the 2 senior sisters to lease me away from the spirit slave hall on a rotational basis, rotating every half a month. That way the others won't have a chance to take advantage of it, and our secret won't be exposed. That's fine. Chu Waste nodded slightly after a brief contemplation. After leasing Yiba, he could bring Yiba back to his cave to cultivate daily in a fair and square manner. No more sneaking around and worrying about being discovered by other fellow disciples. She'll be able to get a lot more out of it. It just costs some spirit stones. If your cultivation improves, are you still afraid that you won't be able to earn spirit stones? The day after tomorrow I will go to the spirit slave hall to update my cultivation information. Senior sister will just lease me away at the back. Yiba was already using a commanding tone. He had not yet communicated with Bu Shenghua about this matter, so he reserved a day out. Chu Waste didn't have the slightest look of displeasure on his face. The matter was answered with a rather smooth nod. If Chu Waste knew that he had failed to poison himself, and that he had instead been secretly enslaved by Yiba, he didn't know what he would feel in his heart. Yiba saw that Chu Waste was so obedient. Afterwards, he asked some questions about cultivation. Chu Waste also patiently explained, and explained more carefully than before, allowing him to benefit greatly and gain many new insights into cultivation. After a short explanation, Yiba continued to assist Chu Waste in his cultivation. Time is speeding up. Next day, evening, Yiba said the same thing to Bu Shanghua about the suggestions he and Chu Waste had made. Aya Shanghua didn't have a problem with that. Straight up yes. He even gave him a special body breath masking restriction in his body. According to Bu Shanghua, as long as it wasn't a spiritual probing, it was impossible for any chi refiner below the foundation establishment cultivation level to discover his pure young physique through divine sense probing. This also made the stone in Yiba's heart completely fall to the ground and put his mind at ease. Eat this elixir. Bu Shanghua took out an elixir and threw it to Yiba. Yiba curiously looked at the scarlet elixir in his hand. He was at least a second-order lower-grade alchemist now. Just by looking and smelling, one could guess the vague effects of the elixir on the hand. This potion doesn't look good. Senior sister, what kind of elixir is this? Yiba did not take it immediately. This is the Ascension Pill. It can amplify your 5 senses, and is a commonly used pill in the cultivation process. Bu Shanghua explained impatiently after giving Yiba a disgusted look. All she wanted to do now was to immediately cultivate and absorb the benefits. After realizing that Yiba's supreme young physique was strong, she was no longer worried that Yiba would be sucked to death by her. This ascension pill would allow her to absorb more benefits. Even if Yiba didn't want to eat it, she would force Yiba to eat it. Her sword spirit body had awakened and her strength had gained a huge boost. But in order to beat the other disciples and get first place in the outer disciple competition at the end of the month, she also had to raise her cultivation as much as possible. The demoness really wants me dead. Yiba's heart chilled. 20 to 30 times a night wasn't enough, but he had to be made to eat the ascension pill. That is, his supreme yang immortal body. In the place of his friend Qin Shuang, it is estimated that he would have turned into a dry corpse in one night. Looking at the expression on Bu Shanghua's face that could not be refused, Yiba could only swallow helplessly. In his heart, he was determined that when the subordinate relationship was established, he would inevitably torture and humiliate Bu Shanghua. The moment the ascension pill entered his mouth, the rich medicinal power melted away in his mouth, integrating into his meridians and strengthening his 5 senses. Step Shanghua's broad chest enlarged in his eyes, seeing it more clearly, and even seeing the delicate sheen on the surface of the skin. The faint scent of his body reached his nose, causing his heart to beat indisputably fast. Suddenly, Step Shanghua lifted her foot and moved closer to him. As she walked, her open robe swayed and her mysterious place was hidden. Knock, knock, knock. Yiba's heart felt like a drum. The qi and blood in his body was surging wildly, surging from within his heart towards his lower limbs, causing them to become bulging. Yiba's eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing became ragged. Garbage is garbage. This is too much to bear. Strong disgust flashed underneath Bu Shanghua's eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of enhancing her cultivation, she would have gouged out Yiba's blasphemous eyes. Chapter 11 Spirit Slave Hall Disciple Qi Hongyue. He rested until the afternoon, when his body slowly regained its intuition. After he briefly cleaned up, he limped out the door towards the Spirit Slave Hall. Today was the day of his appointment with Chu Waste. After spending several hours, he managed to get to the Spirit Slave Hall halfway up the mountain. I met Chu Waste at the entrance of the Spirit Slave Hall. He did not greet Chu Waste, but walked straight to Ru Ling New Hall. The Spirit Slave Hall was very huge inside, and the entire hall was supported by a dozen or so thick, gold-painted wooden pillars. There were not many cultivators inside at this time, only a few scattered people, and most of them are female devils. Yiba came to the huge wooden table set up in the hall, placed the disciple plate in his hand on the table, lowered his head and said, Spirit Slave Yiba, who broke through the realm to the 3rd level of Qi practicing the day before yesterday, has come to update his information. Behind the wooden table, a clean and pretty-looking Spirit Slave Hall disciple glanced at Yiba before picking up the disciple card on the table. Raising his hand, he threw the disciple card into the huge ball of light next to the wooden table. The ball of light tumbled, and 2 breaths later, Yiba's disciple card flew out again. It was thrown to Yiba, and along with it, there was a bag of spirit stones. Opening his mouth, he said, Register, this is your spirit stone reward. Thank you, senior sister. Yiba uttered his thanks, bowing his head and turning towards the outside of the hall. What happened next was none of his business. Just after walking out of the entrance of the law enforcement hall, a group of Qi refiners sped from a distance and landed at the entrance of the law enforcement hall. Yiba lowered his head and looked over with a sidelight. There were a dozen of these Qi refiners. The leader was a young red-clothed woman with a bloated body and average or even somewhat ugly looks, followed by a dozen or so male spirit slaves behind her. The faces of these male cultivators were gray and looked listless. Qi Hongyue. Yiba was shocked in his heart. Qi Hongyue was a Spirit Slave Hall disciple, and one of the 2 supreme young physique senior brothers he knew had died at the hands of this woman. It was said that this woman was the daughter of the elder of Red Luan Peak, and that there was no lack of cultivation resources at all on weekdays. However, her cultivation qualifications were very poor. so she was often surrounded by a dozen or so spirit slaves, rotating to assist her in her cultivation. It would be fine if this was the case. After all, the destiny of the spirit slaves was laid out there, and helping whoever cultivated was helping. However, the death rate of spirit slaves who cultivated in their hands was extremely high. As long as one is selected by it, that is basically a death sentence. Even if it survived, it would most likely be wasted. Thus its reputation amongst the outer sect spirit slaves was poor. Right at this moment, it seemed to have sensed Yiba's gaze. Shi Hanyu's icy gaze looked toward Yiba. Frightened, Yiba directly turned his head and accelerated his pace down the mountain. Shi Hanyu looked at Yiba's back, and there was an inexplicable light flickering in the bottom of her eyes. She gently beckoned towards a disciple within the spirit slave hall. Bring me that spirit slave's information. Yiba, who was walking quickly towards the bottom of the mountain, had some fear in his heart. Shi Hanyu's perception was too sharp. Luckily it's not angry enough to come over and get him. It's too dangerous outside. Yiba muttered. He's been out twice this month, and both times he seemed to have bad luck. If he didn't have to come in person to update the information this time, he would never have come to the spirit slave hall. Not long after walking out, there was a sudden sound of wind behind him. Turning his head to look, he realized that it was Chu Waste who was coming with his magic spirit boat. Come up here. He reached out his hand to pull Yiba onto the spirit boat and flew straight towards his residence. She couldn't help but feel excited at the bottom of her heart when she thought that Yiba would be her own for the next half a month. After Yiba's cultivation increased and she broke through to the 3rd level of Qi practicing, the benefits she could obtain from Yiba would also be greater. Half a month's time was enough for her to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining and get a good result in the clan competition. A few moments later, the spirit boat landed within a verdant bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest there was a turquoise water pool, and by the side of the pool was situated a modest bamboo house. Chu Waste walked to the front of the bamboo house, took out a token from his hand, and shook it towards mid-air. The space in front of the duo suddenly distorted as a faint spiritual film emerged, followed by the appearance of a hollow in it. Chu wasted and drilled through it with Yiba. Yiba knew that this was a spell formation to protect the cave. You can't come in without a token to open the spell. This kind of protective spell formation was usually very expensive, and he didn't have the spirit stones to purchase it before. Senior sister, how many spirit stones are in this protective spell formation? Yiba curiously inquired. This is a first-order top-grade spirit protecting spell formation that requires roughly 300 spirit stones. Chu Waste replied. What? You want to buy it too? Where do I have so many spirit stones in my hands? I'm just curious to ask. Yiba smiled and vaguely passed. This spirit protection formation looks good. What are all the functions? It can withstand the attacks of cultivators below the 9th level of Qi cultivation, in addition to masking aura fluctuations, so even if we make a big commotion inside, we won't be able to perceive it outside. That's true. Well, it's getting late. Let's rest. Chu Waste glanced at the sky and stretched out his blocking waist and said, the fullness of their breasts is crying out for attention. Yiba was a bit helpless. It was now at least 2 or 3 more hours until dark. Chu Waste is still really open-eyed. The mouth is really anxious. Yiba spat in his heart. However, he didn't think of refusing, even though Chu Waste's qualifications were not good, and the experience he could provide today was limited. But a little goes a long way, and he can reap a lot if he plows diligently. Okay, senior sister. Yiba nodded his head in agreement. A smile appeared on Chu Waste's face and he subconsciously licked his lips. She couldn't wait. In the next second, she lifted Yiba with one hand and rushed into the bamboo house under a few steps. Boo! A muffled sound. The door of the bamboo house was slammed heavily from the inside. Spirit Slave Hall. Inside a secret room in the inner hall, Shi Hanyue sat cross-legged on a huge warm jade bed. Its eyes were tightly closed, and a look of pain appeared on its face from time to time. It was as if it was suffering great pain itself. Icy frost escaped from her body from time to time. Click! The good warm jade bed underneath it came with a crisp rattle, and it was actually cracked by the raw freeze. In the next second, a dozen or so semi-translucent aura channels drilled out of its body, like pythons, biting the spirit slaves sitting around her. The spirit slaves were bare-chested, and a great deal of sweat spilled from the surface of their skin. You can imagine how hot it is inside this chamber. These spirit slaves had ashen faces and white lips, looking like they had lost sleep for a long time and their bodies had been emptied. As the cultivation progressed, their bodies began to tremble slightly, as if they would not be able to hold on and collapse in the next second. The same is true of the facts. In just less than half an hour's time, a spirit slave collapsed without support. Its body turned dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all of its essence was sucked dry. However, Shi Hanyue still didn't stop cultivating. A serving servant girl stepped forward and removed the body from the bed. It was thrown like garbage to a huge fireplace not far away. The fire within the furnace flared up and engulfed the body. In the end, there wasn't even any ash left. It wasn't until the fall of the third spirit slave that Chi Hongyue finally stopped her cultivation. There was a hint of anger on its face. Looking around, the spirit slaves chided. Wastes, all of them are wastes. With so many spirit slaves, it's amazing that they couldn't even last for several cultivations. She was a 9-yin extinct vein, and the 9-yin chi flourished in her body. If there was no powerful yang chi to suppress and unblock it, if it went on for a long time, her meridians would be blocked by the yin chi, and she wouldn't be able to cultivate. It would even threaten her life. 2 years ago, if her mother hadn't found a spirit slave with a supreme yang physique for her, she might have died. But that supreme yang physique was only a spirit grade that was one level higher than the lowest mortal grade. Even though she had been extraordinarily careful in her cultivation process, that punk still didn't last long and died. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at the maidservant to the side and opened her mouth to ask, "Has that spirit slave's information been sent?" "It was delivered an hour ago. Senior sister was cultivating, so I didn't let them disturb it." The maidservant spoke. Immediately afterward, she took out a jade talisman from her bosom and handed it to Chi Hongyue. Chi Hongyue nodded slightly and took the jade talisman and placed it against her brow. Yi Ba, 5 elemental lower grade spirit root, 8 years into the sect. Broke through the second and third level of Chi cultivation in succession some time ago. Resides in the foot of the mountain Dingji 1314 small courtyard. It was rented out for half a month. Chi Hongyu frowned slightly. Other than the time interval between the two breakthroughs becoming a bit smaller, it seemed that there was nothing else special about this one called Yi Ba. It was even more of a waste than these spirit slaves in front of her. But, she recalled how she felt when she was just outside the spirit slave. At that time, as she landed at the entrance of the spirit slave hall, a sudden tremor appeared in her 9-yin absolute vein. This is very rare and only occurs when strong yang energy is encountered. Of course, the powerful yang chi was not only found in spirit slaves, it could also be in other heavenly treasures. Although it's unlikely, I can't let go of even the slightest possibility. Chi Honyuem murmured in her heart. She intended to personally take a look at this spirit slave called Yi Ba. Chapter 12, Sword Spirit Body Awakening. 4th level of Chi practicing. Early the next morning, inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling speechlessly. Chu Waste, after finishing his cultivation, said that there was something in the battle hall, and then directly carried his pants and left, like the heartless scum of the earth. Shaking his head, Yi Ba sat up from the bed with a pensive look in his eyes. The outside of the bamboo house was protected by a spirit protection formation, which could conceal the fluctuations of the aura. Rather, it was a suitable place for the awakening of the sword spirit body. He looked to his own panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, 100 out of 100, odd grade, can be awakened. Realm, 3rd level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Fire Root, Top Grade Gold Root, Middle Grade Wood Root, Lower Grade Earth Root, Lower Grade Water Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, 1st rank top quality. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. Begin the awakening. A movement in his mind. Rumble. In the next second, the aura in his body began to surge up rapidly, flushing his meridians over and over again. It eventually converged on the location of his heart. A spirit sword shadow loomed at his heart, flickering and extinguishing. However, as time passed, the light on it became brighter and brighter, and eventually solidified completely. The moment it took shape, a golden sword-shaped mark emerged above Yi Ba's brow. Boom! In an instant, the aura near the bamboo house was triggered and began to rapidly converge towards his location. A large amount of spiritual energy converged at the top of his head and was absorbed into his body in the form of a funnel by the seal on his brow. Such a massive amount of spiritual energy caused Yi Ba's meridians to bulge all over his body and even sting a little. He hurriedly concentrated, running his own kung fu to carry the circumference. So much for feeling better. As he cultivated, a large amount of aura was absorbed by his dantian. The dantian was rapidly filled with aura at a speed visible to the naked eye. This cultivation speed surprised Yi Ba. For 8 years, he had been absorbing aura at a turtle speed. Where could he have imagined that he would one day be treated like this? This change lasted for a full hour before it slowly stopped. And he also managed to break through to the 4th level of Chi practicing. Strength is further enhanced. I broke through too quickly. Sooner or later, I'll be noticed by the spirit slave halls people. Yi Ba muttered, a sense of crisis once again in his heart. Later on, we can pull in people from the spirit slave hall to join us. With our own people inside, some things will be better. Yi Ba planned the follow-up in his mind. However, these things still required the cooperation of Chu Waste and even Step Shanghua in order to work. They're all in the same boat now. It doesn't make sense that the risk should be all his alone. Chi Hongyue of the Spirit Slave Hall has come to pay a visit. Will Senior Sister Chu please come out to meet us? Just then, a woman's voice came from above the bamboo house. Yiba was shocked in his heart and instinctively felt that things were not good. Yesterday he was noticed by Chi Hanyu, and today it's looking for him. It's not right. It's very wrong. His secret may have been discovered. Yiba's face was gloomy. If Chi Hanyu really found out about his supreme young immortal body, there was no way he could guarantee what would happen. Chi Hanyue's mother was a Red Luan Peak elder with a high position of power. If he found out his secret, there was no guarantee that he would not tell his mother. Things could get out of hand. Well, Chi Hanyue left after not receiving a reply. However, Yiba had a premonition that it should come over again soon. In the afternoon, Chu Waste returned to the bamboo house. Yiba was the first to inform the news of Chi Hanyue's visit in the morning as well as his own guesses. Are you saying that Chi Hanyue most likely discovered your supreme young physique? Chu Waste's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Feeling that things were very tricky, Chi Hanyue was different from her. It's had a powerful backstage. Even if Yiba's pure young physique was exposed, it still had a way to make Yiba stay by her side. By then, she won't even have a chance to drink the soup. Having just experienced the goodness of Yiba for a few days, it was going to end like this, and she was very unwilling in her heart. The mind was desperately trying to think of a solution, but after half a day's thought, there weren't any good ideas. She turned her head to look at Yiba. What do you have in mind? There are only two paths before us. 1. Kill Chi Hanyue to silence her. 2. Pull Chi Hanyue into the gang. Yiba said in a deep voice. You want to kill Chi Hanyue? No way. Her mother is the inner Sect's elder Chi. Once Chi Hanyue dies, none of us can escape. Chu Waste directly negated the first one. As for pulling Chi Hanyue into the fold, it's not realistic either. The odds are that she won't share you with us, and even if I threaten to pick on your pure young physique, it's useless. Her mother will squash the matter and buy you out. Yiba frowned. What realm is she in? Her cultivation qualification seems to be very poor, only at the 3rd level of Chi practicing. Yiba's eyes lit up. There seemed to be a way out. They could first capture Chi Hanyue, and then he would make a move to quickly establish a subordinate relationship between Chi Hanyue and him. At that time, Chi Hanyue would be considered his person. Are you afraid that it will not listen to you? Chu Waste was at the 6th level of Chi practicing, and it took him 5 or 6 days to bind the primary subordinate. At that time, he was still only practicing Chi at the 1st level, and now, he was already at the 4th level of Chi practicing. The cultivation level was even higher than Chi Hanyue. Binding subordination will only get faster. There is another way. If you swindle her over and take the initiative to let her cultivate with me, I can poison her body and threaten her with that. Yiba said with a twinkle in his eye. The matter of binding a subordinate relationship was naturally something that could not be explicitly stated with Chu Waste. Only an excuse for poisoning could be found. Moreover, Chu Waste had already seen his power of poisoning, so he should be able to accept it easily. In fact, it was pretty much what he thought it would be. Chu Waste agreed after merely thinking for an instant. It's the only thing that can be done now. I'll stay in the bamboo house for the next few days and wait for her to come over of her own accord. Good. Yiba nodded his head. Things were going better than he thought they would. On the one hand, there is a primary subordinate relationship between him and Chu Waste. On the other hand, they both have the same interests. With the 2 points added together, he couldn't think of a reason for Chu Waste to refuse. Chapter 13 Nine Jedi Vein. Things are getting out of hand? The two of them waited until evening, but they didn't wait for Chi Hanyue to show up. Yiba even wondered if he was too sensitive and guessed. Senior brother, I don't think Chi Hanyue will come over today, so we'd better rest early. Chu Waste yawned, took Yiba's hand and walked towards the house. It's clearly a craving. Yiba mentally spat. Boo! The door to the house was heaved shut from the inside. The next day, early morning, Yiba got up with a bitter smile. Perhaps it was Chi Hanyue's appearance that gave Chu Waste a sense of crisis. It's actually cultivated for the whole night. Even though he hadn't moved much, he still felt a little tired. Spirit Slave Hall Chi Hanyue has come to pay a visit. Please come out to meet Senior Sister Chu. Just then, a voice came from outside the Spirit Protection Formation once again. Chu Waste, who was absorbing the benefits inside the room, opened his eyes when he heard the sound. After exchanging glances with Yiba, he got up and came outside the house. Across the formation, Chi Hanyue, who could be seen outside, did not come alone. Accompanying them were several spirit slaves. Chu Waste opened the formation and looked at Chi Hanyue. Senior sister came to my place, but is there something going on? I checked the information of the spirit slaves within the spirit slave hall yesterday and found that Yiba's recent breakthrough speed was abnormal, so I wanted to retest his qualifications. Chi Hanyue spoke out the excuse she had long thought of. It's really similar to Yiba's guess. Chu Waste's heart stirred as he secretly said, since that's the case, then senior sister will come in and test it. Yiba is in the houses, but I didn't find anything abnormal during my cultivation. Chu Waste invited Chi Hanyue to walk into the spell formation. The two walked into the bamboo house together, leaving those few spirit slaves outside. Just after stepping into the bamboo house, Chi Hongyue's face changed. The 9 absolute vein in her body unexpectedly trembled once again. She couldn't believe it was such a coincidence both times. The Yiba in front of him definitely had big problems. Senior sister, there are only the two of us in the room. Let me be honest with you. Yiba is actually a pure yang physique. It was also at this moment that Chu Waist directly revealed Yiba's secret. It really is a pure yang physique. Chi Hongyue was excited in her heart. She's finally saved. No need to suffer the pain of the 9 chi eroding the meridians on a daily basis. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. But just as its mind was agitated, Chu Waist, who was standing behind it, made a move. With one hand, he struck out towards Chi Hongyue. With a bang, Chi Hongyue fell down in response. With Chu Waist's current cultivation at the 7th level of Qi practicing, dealing with Chi Hongyue, who was only at the 3rd level of Qi practicing, was simply a breeze. Chi Hongyue didn't expect that someone would still dare to make a move against her within the sect. You hurry up and do your job. I'll go outside and control those spirit slaves. Chu Waist glanced at Chi Hongyue on the ground, picked her up with one hand, threw her next to Yiba, and barked. Then he turned around and walked out of the bamboo house. Yiba looked at Chi Hongyue in front of him and gulped. To be honest, Chi Hongyue was really ugly. The body is bloated even if it is, and the face is flat as a pancake. This was considered an oddity within the immortal sect where beauty was abundant. But even if it's ugly, in order to survive, he can only tearfully gobble it up. I don't have a firm enough moral heart for cultivating immortality and longevity. I actually hesitated just now. Yiba reflected on himself. Before his eyes, Chi Hongyue's message surfaced. Name, Chi Hongyue. Realm, 3rd level of Qi refining. Talent, superior water spirit root. Qualification, Jiuyin Jielin, wonderful. Talisman technique, 1st order upper grade. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, elementary charm, water butterfly. Surprisingly, it's an extreme water spirit root. Wealthy. Yiba's eyes lit up, and he was incomparably surprised inside. But immediately after, he realized something was wrong. In the circle of spirit slaves, it was rumored that Chi Hongyue's qualifications were too poor, and that she used a large number of spirit slaves daily, but her cultivation was still very low. Now it seems that this is not the case and that there may be other hidden agendas involved. In addition, Chi Hongyue unexpectedly had a special physique, and a few days ago, he learned by questioning Chu Waist. Immortal cultivators' physiques were divided into a total of 9 grades. Mortal grade, spiritual grade, wonderful grade, myriad grade, king grade, emperor grade, sacred grade, divine grade, and immortal grade. Bu Shenghua's sword spirit body was a wonder product. Chi Hongyue's 9 in absolute vein was actually 1 rank stronger than the sword spirit body, reaching the myriad grade. When he awakened his sword spirit body, he broke through a realm in passing. Later on, when he awakened the 9 in absolute vein, he didn't know what kind of benefits he would be able to obtain. Yiba pulled a white cloth and covered Chi Hongyue's face. Then the business began. Assist Chi Hongyue in her cultivation. Half a day passed in a flash. Because his own little life was at stake, Yiba also put his best foot forward, but never heard a prompt from the system. There was no choice but to continue. In the evening, Chu Waist pushed the door in suspicion. She thought about how Yiba used nearly a day's time just to poison. What's taking so long? Chi Hongyue's physique is somewhat special. Give me a little more time. Don't come in and disturb me. Yiba opened his mouth. Although Chu Waist still had some doubts, after seeing Yiba's eyes, he chose to keep his mouth shut and went back to stand guard outside the bamboo house. Yiba's heart was relieved that Chu Waist was suspicious, but the good thing was that with primary subordination in place, as long as it wasn't detrimental to Chu Waist's interests, she would do as she was told. Continue. Yiba gritted his teeth, but just as he made a move, Chi Hongyue's body actually experienced an abnormality. Its body suddenly turned abnormally cold, and the temperature on its skin was like frigid ice. What happened? Yiba looked at the scene in front of him in shock, not knowing what was going on at all, and as time passed, Chi Hongyue's entire body was emitting an icy cold aura. The skin on his body was even cracked. An unknown gray liquid was even oozing out of the slit. These liquids exuded a sinister cold aura, and the moment they dripped down on the bed and couch, they made frost emerge on it. Just when Yiba was at a loss for words, Chi Hongyue's body suddenly moved. The white cloth on his face came off and he surprisingly woke up. The moment her eyes locked with Yiba's, Chi Hongyue was also confused. She had fainted just as she entered the house and woke up in front of her. But before she could think about it in detail, her attention was drawn to the pain in her body. The color of the 9 has completely gone berserk. Chi Hongyue's face was ugly. She always carried a spirit slave by her side at all times, just to suppress the 9 chi that could erupt at any time. But right now, in the entire house, there was only Yiba in front of him. between life and death. She subconsciously operated her gong method, wanting to absorb Yiba's yuan yang to suppress the 9 qi that was storming in her body. If she didn't suppress it in time, she would be completely consumed by the color of the 9 and in the end, there wouldn't even be a soul left. In the moment the gong method was running, she realized that there was already a sea of yuan yang in her body. An unending stream of benefits were absorbed by her. She was surprised to find that the 9 qi, which originally could not be suppressed by a dozen or so spirit slaves together, had erupted. Now it had actually been easily dissolved in just a few moments. Chapter 14, Qi Hanyue is surprisingly an absolute beauty. Her 9 absolute vein. When the 9 qi stormed out, her meridians were like the 9 quarters of the cold abyss, and would have her skin cracked and ooze out Xianin true water. But at this point, after continuing to absorb a large amount of benefits, her situation had finally stabilized. Moreover, the meridians, which had been blocked by Yin Qi for years, had been revitalized under the flushing of Yuan Yang and were being rapidly unblocked. With her own crisis out of the way, she also had extra time to think about the situation at hand. She couldn't figure out why Chu Waist had taken a shot at her. Could it be to cover up the matter of Yiba's supreme young physique? Moreover, after Chu Waist had knocked himself out, why did he let Yiba assist in his cultivation? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. She was tempted to stop her cultivation and go find Chu Waist to ask for clarification, but the comfort coming from her body was too much for her to leave right away. She had been tortured by the 9 qi for many years, and all kinds of pain assaulted her nerves. It drove her almost crazy. Now, finally, she didn't have to endure this pain. Cultivate for a little longer. Just a little longer. Qi Hanyue murmured in her heart. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate on absorbing the benefits. Yiba also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw Qi Hanyue return to normal. In case Qi Hanyue died here, it would be hard for him and Chu Waist to live. To his surprise, Qi Hanyue didn't stop to inquire about the reason, but instead wanted to continue cultivating. What an addiction this is. The female devil really can't be speculated by normal human mind, because they just don't do things right. But it was exactly what he intended to do, and he was happy to go along with it. Qi Hanyue's physique was also truly domineering, absorbing Yuan Yang at an astonishingly fast rate, at least twice the size of Chu Waist. And that pace is accelerating. Suck on it. The more you suck on it, the faster it will become my subordinate. Yiba murmured in his heart. Suddenly, Qi Hanyue's face revealed a joyful expression. The 9 qi that was blocked in her body was made of the purest heaven and earth aura. After being melted away by Yuan Yang, all of these pure heaven and earth auras were all absorbed by her body. These 9 qi was originally a part of her, and at this time, it was easy to absorb it without the slightest stagnation. Rumble. A large amount of spiritual qi surged into her dantian, and her cultivation, which hadn't gained an inch in many years, broke through in just a few moments of effort. After breaking through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, the speed of her absorption of aura did not show the slightest sign of slowing down and continued. The cultivation level was also rapidly drawing up. 5th level of qi cultivation, 6th level of qi cultivation, 7th level of qi cultivation. Qi Hanyue's heart was filled with joy. The problem that had plagued her for years was finally solved today. And what surprised her was that Yiba, who had been absorbed by her for so long, was acting like a nobody. This reinforced the idea in her mind. Yiba's physique was bound to be extremely strong, otherwise it would have turned into a dry corpse by now. Although she wanted to continue to break through, successive breakthroughs would destabilize her cultivation realm. She needed to stop and spend time stabilizing her realm. Stop! Qi Hanyue uttered her first words as she entered the house. Yiba obeyed and withdrew, because in front of his eyes, a system prompt had appeared. The primary subordinate relationship between him and Qi Hanyue had already been established. All that was needed next was for Qi Hanyue to keep the secret. It's not that hard. Senior sister Qi, don't mention the matter of me being a supreme young physique to anyone, Yiba admonished. Why? Qi Hanyue frowned and asked back. She wondered why a spirit slave would speak to her in a commanding tone. She, on the other hand, did not teach Yiba a lesson on the spot, even have a hint of inexplicable good feelings towards Yiba at the bottom of his heart. Could it be because he helped me? Qi Hanyue wondered. I think senior sister has already experienced the effects of my supreme young physique. As long as the secret of my physique is exposed, there are bound to be other senior sisters within the sect to compete for it, and then I won't be able to assist senior sister in her cultivation. Yiba spoke out to explain. Your worries are superfluous. My mother is an inner sect elder. As long as it's a word, you will only belong to me. As for Chu Waist, I will find a way to kill him. A cold aura appeared in Qi Hanyue's eyes. Asterisk. Qi Hanyue's possessive desire is so strong. Yiba's heart was shocked. Senior sister. It's not only senior sister Chu Waist who knows my secret. There are other senior sisters who have the same background as you. As long as my secret is leaked, It's impossible for me to continue assisting you in your cultivation. Yiba spoke in a deep voice. Besides, can you be absolutely sure that your mother won't turn on me? In front of the great way of eternal life, affection is nothing at all. Chi Hongyue frowned. If there are too many disciples involved, things will not be easy indeed. As for her mother, when the supreme young physique was first discovered, there were actually two of them, but her mother only gave her the worst one. If her mother had given her that better supreme young physique in the first place, she might not have been unable to raise her cultivation for years. Moreover, over the years, perhaps because she had never been able to raise her cultivation, her mother, under her disappointment with her, was also clearly not more concerned than before. It's only once a year that she's even asked about her. She hesitated at the thought. Senior sister, I hope you can keep it a secret. This is the choice that is in your best interest. Yi Ba continued to persuade. Chi Hongyue hesitated for a split second before finally nodding. Good, I'll keep it a secret for you. She inexplicably felt that Yi Ba was credible. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. With a subordinate relationship in place, it was impossible for Chi Hongyue to disobey. Ha! Suddenly, he gave a startled cry. The Chi Hongyue in front of him had actually undergone a big change in her appearance and figure. The bloat is gone. The current Chi Hongyue was merely slightly fat. Anyone who always drives a car knows that a microfat is the ultimate ceiling. Chi Hongyue, on the other hand, was an innate BBW saint body. Moreover, Chi Hongyue's appearance nowadays was even more stunning. It's nothing like it was when I entered the house in the morning. The Chi Hongyue in front of him had fair and smooth skin, delicate and three-dimensional features, and a pair of danfang eyes full of water between blinks. There was a slight tenderness in the coldness that made people feel pity. Senior sister, your appearance? Yi Ba voiced a reminder. Looks? Chi Hongyue looked at herself in confusion. I was surprised to find that some of her blemishes had disappeared and her legs and arms were thinner. She took out a mirror from her storage bag and reflected herself. This, my appearance, has been restored. Chi Hongyue's eyes had tears flickering in them as she sobbed. It was under the influence of the Nining Absolute Vein that her figure and appearance changed drastically. For this, she took a lot of flack. The senior sisters around her were all great beauties, and she was the only one who looked ugly. For years, she had an inferiority complex. Externally it can only be covered up by acting strong. Thought it would be like this for the rest of my life. But today, after the 9 chi in her body was resolved, her appearance was also miraculously restored. Yi Ba sighed in his heart as he looked at the tearful Chi Hongyu. Reaching out, he took him in his arms for comfort, his heart stealing. I expected to be the ugly one that everyone hated, but I didn't think I would end up being a great beauty. He's picking up the slack. Moreover, he was considered to have his own people within the spirit slave hall. Thinking of this, he inquired in a low voice. Senior sister Chi, I've been making breakthroughs at a fast pace lately. Is there any way for me not to attract the attention of the other senior sisters? Chapter 15, Who needs Route 11 when you can ride the maglev? This is a good idea. I can change your information while the others are away. There are nearly 10,000 of us Red Luan Peak spirit slaves. Your information change won't draw attention. Chi Hongyue replied. Yi Ba breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's true that it's good to have someone on the inside. The problems that plagued him were nothing to Chi Hongyue and could be easily solved. Then please help me change my information. Senior sister, I'm currently at the 4th level of Chi practicing. 4th level of Chi practicing? Didn't you just break through the 3rd level of Chi practicing? Chi Hongyue was very surprised. Suddenly had an epiphany and then made a breakthrough. Yi Ba replied perfunctorily. Okay, give me your identity token and I'll return it to you after I change the information. Chi Hongyue nodded her head. Helping Yi Ba was helping herself. Yi Ba handed over the identity token to Chi Hongyue. It was also at this moment that Chu Waist pushed the door in. Looking towards the greatly changed Chi Hongyue, Chu Waist's face was incomparably surprised. Sister Chi? Senior sister. Something has changed in Senior Sister Chi, but none of that matters. Now Senior Sister Chi is also one of our own. Yi Ba winked towards Chu Waist. Chu Waist sniffed and sighed in relief, knowing that it was Yi Ba who had successfully poisoned it. If there is no way to control Chi Hongyue, things will become very difficult to deal with. Killing is not good. Releasing is not good either. It seems that Senior Sister Chi has gained a lot? Chu Waist could see the change in Chi Hongyue's aura and was a little jealous in his heart. Chi Hongyue had clearly only been practicing Chi at the 3rd level when she came in, but now she was actually all practicing Chi at the 7th level. Catching up with him, in just 1 day's time, it had actually broken through 4 layers one after another. The speed of this breakthrough is simply terrifying. Where are those spirit slaves that came with me? Chi Hongyue did not answer Chu Waist positively and turned to inquire about the others. Her tone was not very good. There was some grudge against Chu Waist for knocking her out. If Yi Ba hadn't talked her down, she would have inevitably gone back and found a way to get Chu Waist killed. Who in the outer sect didn't know that her mother was an inner sect elder? No one dared to bully her at all. Chu Waist was the first. Don't worry, senior sister. They are all well outside. Chu Waist hooked her mouth in a light smile. She knew in her heart why Chi Hongyue's tone was so bad. And don't bother with the generality of it. Humph. Chi Hongyue coldly snorted as she got up and dressed to come in front of Chu Waist. What's going on here can't be rumored. And those few spirit slaves outside can't leave here alive. The two of us will suck them dry. And I'll explain to the spirit slave hall side afterward. Hiss. Yi Ba mentally sucked in cool air. This was the nature of the female demons, treating spirit slaves as ants and killing them when they said so. If he hadn't been useful, he would have ended up like the spirit slaves outside. He remained silent and had no intention of opening his mouth to plead for mercy. He's no saint, and he's currently in the mire himself, so how can he care about anyone else? They have only themselves to blame for their bad luck. Yes, Chu Waist nodded. The two walked out of the bamboo house together. Outside the house, under Chi Hongyu's command, all those spirit slaves obeyed and did as they were told and began to assist the two in their cultivation. However, under the reasonable absorption of Chu Waist and Chi Hongyue, who were both at the 7th level of Chi practicing, these spirit slaves whose cultivation was only at the 5th level of Chi practicing at the highest level fell down one after another. In the end all of them were sucked to dryness. Death looks horrible. What a bunch of losers. Chi Hongyue frowned, her face full of displeasure. Even if she drained these spirit slaves, it wouldn't do much to enhance her cultivation. The effect is nowhere near as good as Yi Ba. The good thing is, she won't even need any of this crap anymore. Having Yi Ba alone was enough to maintain what she needed to cultivate. Even she couldn't suck it up at all. Both the quality and quantity far exceeded that of other spirit slaves. Immediately afterward, its sleeve robe lightly waved. Will be on the ground all the corpses into the storage bag after leaving the bamboo forest. Inside the room, Yi Ba was looking at the virtual panel in front of him. Experience of the 9 in Absolute Vein plus 100. 9 in Jedi Pulse, 100/1000, quality wonderful. Rune Road experience plus 100. First order lower grade talisman maker, 100/10, can break through. Water spirit root qualification plus 100. Lower grade water spirit root, 100/10, can be broken through. Primary affiliation achieved. Sheesh. Yi Ba was secretly staggered. 100 times. 100 times. The cows that plow the land aren't as bad as he is, are they? But his rewards were also huge. The dangling water spirit root could finally break through. Break! Yi Ba's mind moved. Click! It was as if a shackle had opened in his head. The whole mind became lighter. At the same time, his perception of the external water aura became sharper and clearer. In the past, his perception of water aura was almost equal to nothing. Now it's completely changed. Looking at his water spirit root qualification again, he had actually directly raised it to the middle grade. Afterwards, he made a breakthrough in charm making as well in passing. During the breakthrough process, a large amount of basic talisman making experience flooded into his mind, making him feel dizzy. It went on for several minutes before the change finally stopped. Yi Ba checked his personal panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade, 9 in Extreme Vein, 100/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Medium Water Root, 90/100. High Grade Fire Root. High Grade Gold Root. Medium Wood Root. Low Grade Earth Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 1st Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. His talisman making skill had also been upgraded to a mid-first rank. A first-order mid-grade talisman could already cause damage to cultivators below the 6th level of Chi cultivation. We can find a way to draw some talismans to use to defend ourselves in critical moments. Yi Ba muttered. To draw a talisman, you need a spirit pen, vermilion sand, spirit paper and other things. These things don't come cheap. With his current wealth, he can't afford to buy it. Of course, he had no intention of going out to the marketplace to buy it. It was too conspicuous for him, a spirit slave at the Chi refining stage, to purchase these things. Chi Hongyue is also a talisman maker, so she should have something similar in her hands. Perhaps she can ask her. Yi Ba secretly said, it's a safer way to go. When Chi Hongyue came over next time, she could find a chance to mention it. Just when Yi Ba was thinking about the subsequent cultivation plan, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open, and Chu Waist twisted her slender white waist and walked in. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Yi Ba. Senior brother, did you give Chi Hongyue a small cooking? How else could she have broken through so quickly? Yi Ba, listening to this voice with dissatisfaction from Chu Waist, how could Yi Ba not know that it should be jealous? Feeling like I've given Chi Hongyue more than she deserves. Can you blame him? People's Chi Hongyue fought for herself. Yi Ba shook his head and denied. Senior sister, senior brother, I don't have the slightest bit of favoritism or care. To all of you I am gracious and rainy. In the back of his mind, he silently added, "It's up to you, too." "Yeah, of course. Don't believe me, unless you let me break 4 realms in a row as well. Senior brother will definitely try his best." Chapter 16, Chi Hongyue's mother, Chi Lan. Inside a large hall at the peak of the Red Luan Peak, Chi Hongyue raised her head to look at a woman located above the main hall. The woman was wearing a white muslin. The view behind the muslin was hidden, and she was lying on her side on a wide bed couch, with a female disciple pounding her calves by her legs, and a handsome male disciple pinching her shoulders behind her. If one looked closely, one could notice that the woman bore a 4 to 5% resemblance to Chi Hongyue. "Yuer, the elder in charge of the spirit slave hall came over to me today and said that you got 7 spirit slaves killed at once. Is that true?" Chi Lan spoke softly, back to mother. "But there was at this time, when the color of the 9-yin in my body stormed out and I couldn't control it, so I could only use those spirit slaves to suppress it. The compensation for the deaths of those spirit slaves, I've already paid it to the sect. In addition, my daughter has been blessed by the misfortune. The color of the 9-yin in her body has been suppressed, and her cultivation has been raised to the 7th level of Qi practicing." Chi Hongyue told the pretext she had already thought of. Yesterday, after she had reported the death of the spirit slave to the spirit slave hall, she was already thinking about how she was going to explain it. "I just didn't realize that his mother would personally ask about it." Her mother was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and there was no way to hide her cultivation in her eyes, so she was the first to tell the reason for her breakthrough. It was also to keep her mother from becoming suspicious of her. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Chi Lan was surprised and got up from the bed with bare feet. Lightly clicking his feet, the person floated from midair towards Chi Hongyue. After looking Chi Hongyue up and down for a few moments, she raised her hand on Chi Hongyue's shoulder. A strand of overbearing spiritual energy surged in from her shoulder and quickly traveled around Chi Hongyue's meridians. Chi Lan withdrew her hand. "The 9-yin Qi in your body has indeed been unblocked. With your qualifications, without the influence of the 9-yin Qi, the cultivation will be very smooth later on. The matter of the deaths of those spirit slaves, I have already explained it to the elder of the spirit slave hall of the outer sect, and she will not look for trouble from you in the aftermath. Thank you, mother, for doing this for me. Well, cultivate hard and strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible." Chi Lan nodded, then it gently waved its hand. "I'm a bit tired. You go back. Mother, take care of your health. Yuer will leave." Chi Hongyue breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Things were sort of muddled. With Yi Ba's help, she was confident that she could enter the inner sect as soon as possible. After Chi Hongyue walked out of the main hall, Chi Lan on the wide couch stared at Chi Hongyue's back and withdrew her gaze. Then he opened his mouth to the disciple at his feet and commanded, "Keep an eye on Yuer for me in these few days, and come back to report anything at any time." "Yes, master." Tung Shahan raised his head, revealing a pair of large, soulful eyes. Immediately afterward, he got up and bowed towards Chi Lan before turning around and flying out of the great hall. "The residual Yuan Yang in Yuer's body contains much more power than some of the supreme young physiques I've seen. This little girl is actually hiding something from me." Chi Lan murmured in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. Tang Shahan flew out of the great hall, trailing Chi Hongyue all the way, staring at her as she returned to the spirit slave hall. Its whereabouts didn't look too unusual. She was puzzled in her mind, not understanding what her master teacher meant by asking her to keep an eye on Chi Hongyue. It should be related to the death of those spirit slaves, Tung Shahan guessed. It's also possible that the color of the 9-yin within Chi Hongyue's body dissipated, or both. She was the one with the most active mind among the several disciples of the master. A lot came to mind in a flash. If Chi Hongyue knew what was going through Tang Shahan's mind, she would have been very surprised, because its guesses are basically right. Deng Shahan hid outside the spirit slave hall, observing Chi Hongyue from the shadows. Until the next morning, Chi Hongyue always stayed in her residence and did not go out at night. Deng Shahan was not in a hurry. As long as Chi Hongyue had a problem, then sooner or later, she would reveal her cracks. A cultivation room in the inner hall of the spirit slave hall. Chi Hongyue sat cross-legged on the warm jade bed, absent-mindedly cultivating. She opened her eyes in disgust and glanced at the few spirit slaves next to her. Several people were all losers, and together they couldn't compare to a single one of Yi Ba. The help to her cultivation was minimal. After experiencing rapid cultivation, she was no longer satisfied with today's cultivation speed. It's too slow for her. First stabilize the realm, and when the realm is completely stabilized, then I'll go find Yi Ba to cultivate. Chi Hongyue forcefully resisted the urge to go find Yi Ba. She had just broken through 4 minor realms, and the most important thing she needed to do now was to stabilize her realm, instead of rushing into things. In addition, I haven't finished absorbing those benefits from Yi Ba, and I've just absorbed them now. Chi Hongyue's heart was actually somewhat grateful and secretly happy. Even these remaining benefits are much better than these losers in front of us. There is no comparison between the two. Bunch of trash. All of you get out. Chi Hongyue was annoyed at the sight of these trash and waved her hand to drive them all away. After doing so, she began to sink her teeth into it and absorb the remaining benefits. A moment later, she opened her eyes in surprise. She was shocked to find that her realm's foundation had actually stabilized by a small half within this moment of effort. Chi Hongyue's eyes widened. She could not have imagined that Yi Ba's physique was so powerful. It was actually able to help stabilize the realm and tamp down the foundation. Delighted, she accelerated the rate of absorption. 2 days later, Chi Hongyue finished absorbing the benefits. Not only was her realm completely stabilized, even her foundation had become more solid. The spiritual energy in his body had even become much purer. This effect is too amazing, Chi Hongyue murmured, a greedy light emerging from her eyes. As long as she could keep practicing with Yi Ba, her cultivation would definitely be able to make a quick breakthrough. And it wasn't impossible for her to break through to foundation establishment in a short period of time. Thinking of this, she already couldn't wait to cultivate with Yi Ba again. She left the spirit slave hall and descended the mountain alone, turning around several times halfway up the mountain to make sure no one was paying attention to her. She finally made it to the bamboo forest. In a low voice, he shouted, "Senior Sister Chu, I'm Chi Hongyue." Inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba heard the commotion and walked out from the house. Chu Waste usually had to go to the battle hall to carry out missions during the day and would only return at night. Therefore only Yi Ba was here at the bamboo house during the day. He knew all too well about Chi Hongyue's purpose for coming here. No demoness can hold back when confronted with the cultivation of immortality and longevity. It's just the length of time. Senior Sister Chu isn't here. You'd better come over later, Yi Ba shouted through the air. In fact, he had already learned the way to open the formation from Chu Waste. Just don't want to come across as too aggressive. Chu Waste is not here? Just in time. Chi Hongyue's eyes lit up. It's better for her to do her job without Chu Waste. I'm here to find Senior Brother Yi. Your information in the Spirit Slave Hall has been changed, and I'm here to return your disciple Jade token. Chi Hongyue opened her mouth. So that's how it is. Senior Sister, come in quickly. Yi Ba pretended to be surprised and pinched his hand to open the spirit protecting spell formation, releasing Chi Hongyue into the formation. He didn't believe that Chi Hongyue was simply exchanging for his disciple Jade token. Chapter 17, in order to learn the truth. Deng Xiaohan feeds a tiger with his body. Entering the bamboo house, Chi Hongyue returned the disciple Jade token to Yi Ba, but there was no intention of leaving. She came close to Yi Ba, her palm resting on Yi Ba's shoulder, and spoke with a delicate smile. Senior brother. Senior sister feels that she has encountered a trace of stagnation in her cultivation in the past few days. It might need senior brother's help to assist in cultivating and unblocking it before it's good. Yi Ba laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart, where he still didn't know Chi Hongyue's mind, but it was right up his alley, and there was no reason to refuse. Senior sister is polite. I can only make a small contribution, Yi Ba said modestly. With that, he lay down on the bed. Be my guest, senior sister. Meanwhile, over the bamboo forest, Deng Xiaohan looked at the spirit protector formation below and was a bit puzzled in his heart. I don't understand what Chi Hongyue is doing here. The moment the spirit protecting formation opened, she realized that there seemed to be a male disciple inside. Could it be that the abnormality in Chi Hongyue's body was related to that male disciple? She waited patiently, and it wasn't until near evening that Chi Hongyue once again stepped out of the bamboo house. Its face was slightly red and its feet were weak, not knowing what it had experienced. After Chi Hongyue left, Deng Xiaohan dropped down from midair and arrived in front of the bamboo house. However, she was unable to see what was going on inside because it was covered by the spirit protection formation, but it was hard to beat her. Deng Xiaohan raised his hand and struck the center of his brow. A faint spiritual light emanated from his eyes. After taking a few glances towards the spirit protector formation, she quickly raised her hand and tapped on it several times. The magic happens. The masking effect of the spirit protector formation had unexpectedly disappeared, revealing the scene inside the bamboo house inside. The corner of Deng Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a smile. As the youngest array Dao genius of Red Luan Peak, if she was willing to do so, even if she were to quietly sneak into the spirit protecting spell formation, it would be a breeze. Only for fear of spooking her, she didn't do that. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba was standing in front of a square table, surveying the few items in front of him. A spirit pen, a pile of yellow talisman paper, and spirit ink mixed with the blood of demonic beasts in a box. All of these things, he had asked for them from Chi Hongyue. For this, he had wasted a lot of words. Unfortunately, these things were the most basic materials that Chi Hongyue couldn't use. The grade was only first-order medium. In other words, with these materials in front of him, he could at most only draw a first-order mid-grade talisman. In addition, Chi Hongyue gave him a book of talismans. On it were recorded the styles of almost all the charms of the first order. Try it, Yi Ba muttered. He flipped through the book of talismans and looked for a first-order medium-grade talisman named Palm Thunder in it. After carefully memorizing the pattern of the runes on it and where they go, he picked up the spirit pen on the table, took a deep breath, and began to draw on the talisman in front of him. The pen is in the air. As Yiba lifted his pen and completed the last stroke, the entire talisman immediately emanated suction power, and the nearby heaven and earth aura was drawn towards converging within the talisman. It's done! Yiba looked at the Palm Thunder talisman in front of him that was emitting a faint spiritual light, and his expression was joyful. During the process of drawing this talisman, he didn't feel the slightest sense of stagnation and completed it very smoothly. He then tried several other types of charms, all of which were successful. In the end, he had to stop only after all 10 pieces of talisman paper in front of him were exhausted. Putting away the talismans and other things that had already taken shape on the table, Yiba turned around and returned to the bedside, sitting down on his knees to cultivate, and soon entered a state of meditation. Outside the spirit protection formation, Tun Shahan withdrew his gaze, a look of surprise in his eyes. Can hardly believe my eyes. A disciple at the 4th level of Qi practicing could easily draw a first-rank mid-grade talisman, and it was drawn 10 times, without failing a single one. This kind of terrifying success rate was something that even the disciples of the inner Sect's rune hall that she knew were unable to achieve. After all, even a second-ranked talisman maker would not be able to achieve 100% success with the talisman he drew. What exactly was the identity of the disciple in front of him? At this moment, Deng Xiaohan's heart was flooded with intense curiosity, desperately wanting to know Yiba's identity. But at that moment, her expression moved and she struck her body with one hand, hiding her figure. And not long after she had hidden her figure, a figure landed outside the bamboo house, opened the spirit protection formation and walked in. It was none other than Chu Waste, who had returned from the war hall. The breath on its body was undulating, obviously injured. After Chu Waste entered the bamboo house, Tang Xiahan cast a spell once again to look towards the spirit protection formation. He was only seen walking quickly into the bamboo house, and after speaking briefly with the male disciple, he began to cultivate. Deng Xiahan's cheeks blushed slightly, feeling that some of the knowledge within her mind had increased again. She observed until early morning before the two finally stopped practicing. When Chu Waste left the bamboo house early the next morning, she was surprised to find that the injuries on Chu Waste had recovered. Cultivation can help raise cultivation, but I've never seen one that can help recover from injuries. Could it be some special supreme young physique? Tang Xiahan was puzzled in his heart. In her opinion, Yiba inside the bamboo house was filled with mystery. Not long after Chu Waste left, the sneaky Qi Hongyue came near the bamboo forest. After looking around to see that no one was there, he also got into the bamboo house. Just after entering the bamboo house, before he could even say a couple words, Qi Hongyue and the male disciple entered the cultivation state. Deng Xiahan was very surprised. The male disciple in the bamboo house was only at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. How did he persevere when he continued to assist her in cultivation for 2 days in a row? If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to continue at this time even if they didn't turn into dry corpses. But now, the male disciple inside the bamboo house acted as if nothing had happened. There was nothing out of the ordinary except that it looked like it's a little sleepy. It's definitely a special supreme young physique, Tang Xiahan concluded. With her foundation establishment stage cultivator's insight, it was impossible to misread it. So it makes sense. Tang Xiahan's large, soulful eyes narrowed slightly. Qi Hongyu was born with a 9-yin absolute vein. This kind of physique would cause the meridians in her body to be blocked by the 9-yin qi. Without a powerful yuan yang to suppress and unblock them, it would be impossible to cultivate normally. Now, the problem of the 9-yin qi in Qi Hongyu's body was resolved, and her cultivation level was rapidly rising as a result. All of this indicated that the disciple inside the bamboo house was a supreme young physique, and it wasn't even the usual supreme young physique. The supreme young physique beside her master's father was a pure young physique of odd quality, one that had no other special effects other than the yuan yang being thicker and purer, and cultivating with the disciple in front of him was something that could still help recover from injuries. Thinking about it, she had roughly understood what was going on. At this point, there were two options before her. One was to report the matter here truthfully to her master, who would most likely take it for himself and reward her with some spirit stones or magic weapons afterwards. Rather, she was hiding the matter here as a way to threaten Qi Hongyue so that she could join in and share some of the benefits. But if the master knew she lied afterward, she would likely be expelled from the master's sect. For a moment, there was some indecision in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It's not too late to see just how helpful the disciple is for cultivation before making a decision. If it helped her in general, then she didn't have to risk it. Conversely, if the benefits are particularly large, this is also part of the investigation. Deng Xiahan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable gleam. She couldn't wait to solve the mystery before her. Chapter 18. Gouge out your eyes if you look at me. It was not until the afternoon that Chi Hongyue staggered out of the bamboo house. At this moment, only Yiba was left inside the bamboo house. Seeing the opportunity coming, Deng Xiaohan no longer hesitated. After Chi Hongyue moved away, she clenched her hands together and tapped out several times one after another on the spirit-protecting spell formation. A gaping hole opened up in the spirit protection formation. Deng Xiaohan stepped into it, and the spell formation automatically healed. She walked to the door of the bamboo hut and pushed it in. In Yiba's shocked gaze, a finger was pointed out and a spiritual light quickly disappeared into Yiba's body. When Yiba reacted, he realized that his body could no longer move. He looked at the strange female cultivator in front of him in confusion, not knowing what was going on at all. I know you're confused, but I don't need your inquiries right now. Deng Xiaohan curiously sized up Yiba. Just from its appearance, there was nothing special about it other than its looks being okay. She took a step forward and reached out to put her hand on Yiba's shoulder. A look of surprise appeared on its face. You really are a pure yang physique. She hadn't guessed wrong, but immediately after, Deng Xiaohan frowned. With her insight, she was actually unable to tell which specific type of supreme yang physique was in front of her. The next moment, a light went on in front of her eyes. Wouldn't this mean that the supreme yang physique in front of her would be very special? There was a high probability that it would bring her a surprise? The look in Deng Xiaohan's eyes made Yiba a little scared. It felt as if this demoness wanted to eat him alive. At the same time, its message surfaced in front of him. Name, Deng Xiaohan. Realm, Early Foundation Stage. Qualification, Excellent Earth Spirit Root. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation, Unawakened. Formation Technique, Upper Second Order. Technique, Swallowing Dragon Technique. Spells, Advanced Phantasmagoria. Ban Breaking, Coiling Dragon. Surprisingly, it's a foundation-building cultivator. Yiba was shocked in his heart. When did he or she get in trouble with this demoness? He forced himself to calm down and think about his current situation. The female devil in front of him knew about his supreme yang physique, so the probability was that she would not kill herself. I just don't know what its purpose really is. So, what is your relationship with Chi Hongyue and the owner of this bamboo house? Let me guess? Deng Xiaohan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Raising his head a moment later, he stared into Yiba's eyes. They knew you were a supreme young physique, and imprisoned you only for cultivation, not wanting to be discovered by others, or you'll be robbed and they'll never use it again. It must be. The more Deng Xiaohan thought about it, the more excited he became. So, just how strong is your physique? Deng Xiaohan came up to Yiba and carefully examined him. Suddenly, she raised her hand and waved it lightly. Yiba's body floated up and slowly landed on the bed. Let me just try and find out. Deng Xiaohan blinked his eyes, and there was intense excitement in the bottom of his eyes. The curiosity in her mind had reached its peak. Immediately afterward, it sat down on its knees and actually began to cultivate in front of Yiba. A translucent spiritual energy channel was established between the two. As Deng Xiaohan's internal gong method operated, a large amount of benefits were absorbed by him. Just as soon as he absorbed it, Deng Xiaohan sensed something unusual. Your physique is truly extraordinary, Deng Xiaohan uttered in surprise. The benefits offered by the one person in front of him were a dozen or even dozens of times greater than those offered by the others. Even the male disciple beside the master was no match for him. In other words, the quality of the disciple's supreme young physique in front of him was at least above the myriad grade. This is a quality that only peak masters are usually qualified to enjoy. For inner disciples like them, having a low-quality supreme young physique would be burning high incense. No wonder senior sister Qi lied to Master Qi, Deng Xiaohan secretly said. In her place, she would have done the same thing. Competition within the clan is also fierce. In order to cultivate to a higher level of cultivation, disciples from the bottom of the clan, up to the clan elders and even peak masters would do anything. As soon as the physique of the male disciple in front of him is exposed, even her master teacher might not be able to leave him behind. Master, I don't blame disciple. It's really because I want to progress too much. Deng Xiaohan's heart had already made up its mind. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. Simply too happy. Deng Xiaohan was excited as he felt the cultivation level growing within his body. This is only a spaced-out cultivation. If Deng Xiaohan is a little heartbroken, want to get a better practice. It was only that she had previously been cultivating with male disciples in isolation. Cheap. Deng Xiaohan blinked his eyes. The effect is really quite different. Deng Xiaohan was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, happy as a child who has acquired a favorite toy. Suddenly, the look on her face stalled. In was actually entering a state of epiphany during the cultivation process. Countless epiphanies from her cultivation surfaced one by one within her mind. Some of the previous obscurities had actually become clear. It left her in the dark. At the same time, at the location of her heart on her chest, the silhouette of a multicolored heart slowly emerged. This is her 5 elemental formation heart. It was also with this 5 elements formation heart that she was able to become a formation Tao expert in just a few years. At this moment, during the epiphany, her 5 elements formation heart actually surfaced automatically. A great deal of knowledge and experience about the Tao of formations appeared within her mind. It gave her many new insights into the Tao of formations. So array formations can still be like this. Her heart was shocked, as if she had discovered a new continent. Time passed for an unknown period of time. She finally stepped back from the pause. My formation Tao level has risen, reaching the lower 3rd rank. Tang Xiahan murmured in surprise. Lower 3rd order. That meant that the current her could already set up formations that targeted the early stage of Jiadan. In addition, her cultivation level had also increased, only that she was still a bit short of breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. But even so, she was quite satisfied. The gaze towards Yiba was like looking at a rare treasure. She raised her hand to remove the confinement on Yiba. Opening his mouth, he said, "You don't need to know who I am, and you're not allowed to say anything about me to anyone. Otherwise you're dead. Do you understand me?" Understood. Yiba nodded his head. The Deng Xiahan in front of her wanted to kill her. It was similar to crushing an ant, where he had the capital to refuse. "Well, you know your stuff. What's the name?" Deng Xiahan nodded in satisfaction. "Yiba." Yiba replied. It wasn't hard for the other side to investigate his name. Rather, he said it himself to gain favor. After saying that, he glanced at Deng Xiahan's body for a few moments. Deng Xiahan's cheeks are delicate and fair. His nose is straight, and within his watery eyes is a spirituality and cunningness that he can't hide. Its body is light, as if it were a pliable willow branch dancing in the wind, with fruit hanging from it. It attracted Yiba's full attention. It's the same as a grapefruit, however it looks more shaky than sunlight. Yiba mentally muttered, as if sensing Yiba's gaze. Deng Xiahan's cheeks blushed slightly. Disgruntled, he said, "Keep looking around and I'll gouge your eyes out." Yiba stopped looking at once. It's so damn scary. Chapter 19, If Sister Doesn't Suck It Up, It's Cheaper for Others Too. After Tang Xiahan left the bamboo house, he went straight to the outer Sect Spirit Slave Hall and accessed Yiba's information. Back at her place, she lay on her side and checked Yiba's messages. Lower grade 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit roots? For 8 years it was only at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and this year it suddenly broke through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation? In the next second, a trace of spiritual energy overflowed from her palm, shattering the information jade tablet in her hand. In her opinion, all of this information was simply false, without a single reference. How am I going to capture Yiba in my hands? Tang Xiahan's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. The master's side is good, as long as you make up a random excuse to put it off. The key was Yiba's side. She couldn't sneak Yiba away, since all spirit slaves had the seal of the Spirit Slave Hall on them. Unless they died, the seal would always exist. We can only use the official and formal method to take Yiba away from the bamboo forest so that Qi Hongyu and the others won't become suspicious. Tang Xiahan muttered. Suddenly, she looked puzzled, and an idea popped into her mind. The various protective formations on Red Luan Peak needed to be maintained every year, and as she was a disciple of the Inner Sect's Formation Hall, this kind of work naturally came without her every year. And because there weren't many disciples in the Formation Hall, some of the underhand work would be given to the spirit slaves. In other words, she could completely use this reason to transfer Yiba to her side. Moreover, she had handled this matter from the Inner Sect Formation Hall before it finally reached her. Thus even if the Spirit Slave Hall's disciples asked about it, they only knew that it was requisitioned by the Inner Formation Hall. On the other side, inside the bamboo house, Yiba was staring at the personal panel in front of him. Name, Yiba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 90 in Extreme Vein, 250/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Aura, 140/1000. Medium Grade Earth Aura, 90 out of 100. Top Grade Fire Aura. Top Grade Gold Aura. Medium Grade Wood Aura. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 100/1000. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 1st Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, 1st Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. Although Deng Xiahan hadn't been practicing for a long time, he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and the operation speed of his gongfu exceeded Qi Hongyue and the others by too much, so he also sucked in his fill. The Earth Spirit root of the lower grade was directly upgraded to the middle grade. There were also formation techniques, which had also reached the middle grade of the 1st rank. In addition, with Qi Hongyue's help some time ago, his water spiritual root had also reached the upper grade. Its current cultivation speed was already no weaker than that of an inner disciple. However, to reach the extreme, it requires 100 practice times, which is hard to achieve in a short time. But his mind was on none of that at the moment. Deng Xiaohan's appearance was very sudden. He hadn't even figured out what the hell was going on when Deng Xiaohan left. Deng Xiaohan is a foundation establishment cultivator. Odds are he's an inner disciple. For it to discover my secret, it should be that Qi Hongwei or Chu Waste exposed their whereabouts and aroused Deng Xiaohan's suspicion. And it's this that made them enter the bamboo house to forcefully cultivate with themselves in the absence of both. Now that I know her name, I can inquire about Chu Waste, Yi Ba pondered in his mind. In his opinion, Deng Xiaohan was an unstable factor, and this feeling that he would be thunderstruck at any moment made him uneasy inside. Perhaps I was wrong from the start, Yi Ba muttered. Previously, he thought that he had to keep his own secrets and cultivate peacefully within the sect to raise his realm, and he stood out in the spirit slave trial 2 years later, thus getting rid of the heart-piercing curse and leaving the great ultimate immortal sect. But with the entire clan being female devils, this little wish of his seemed difficult to fulfill. In just less than a month's time, a succession of female demons had approached him, though he resolved them one by one with his own wisdom. But sooner or later, he would come across something he couldn't solve, like Deng Xiaohan, who had suddenly appeared now. It's better to suffer passively than to take the initiative. These female devils regard my supreme yang immortal body as a supreme treasure, but as long as they come into contact with me, they will gradually bind a subordinate relationship with me, and all of them will fall into my servitude in the future. A dangerous light flickered in Yi Ba's eyes. I just want to cultivate well and seek a long life, but each and every one of these female demons wants to harm me. In that case, let you all become my slaves. At this moment, a shocking plan bubbled up in Yi Ba's mind. He wanted to turn the entire female demons of the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect into his slaves. The Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect was all his people, so he would be completely safe. You can practice as much as you want when the time comes. He wouldn't have to be on his toes every day, afraid that the next moment a female demon will come to my door. First come from the outer disciples with low cultivation levels, then the inner disciples, elders, and peak masters. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to activate the subordinate attribute. He didn't want to be imprisoned for 1,000 years and completely become a cultivation tools. Moreover, if his cultivation had remained stagnant, he wouldn't have been able to live until that time at all. Next focus on the Qi Hongwei few, and turn them into my slaves completely. Yi Ba planned in his heart, intending to use Qi Hongwei's few as the core. He created a set of his own team in the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect, then it was radiating to the entire Red Luan Peak Outer Sect. As for Deng Xiaohan, his cultivation was too high. Wanting to establish a subordination with him should not be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time, and it was not in his consideration for the time being. Yi Ba stood in front of the window, pondering over some of the details. He didn't stop thinking about it until Chu Waste returned from the war hall. Chu Waste looks as if he's in a good mood. Is senior sister happy about something? Yi Ba curiously inquired. Completed a quest and earned some spirit stones, Chu Waste replied with a smile. Immediately afterward, it took out a red Dan bottle from within its storage bag. I used those spirit stones to buy a bottle of Ascension Dan. Yi Ba. No wonder it's so much fun. Turns out it's possible to suck him hard, but it was just what he wanted. The more Chu Waste sucks, the faster the subordination between them will rise. In time, Chu Waste will become his first loyal dog. Senior sister. Let's start then. Yi Ba walked forward and pulled Chu Waste. This was the first time he took the initiative. Oh, Chu Waste was a bit surprised. Senior brother, this is a sudden realization? In the past, Yi Ba would not have been so enthusiastic and proactive. Instead of suffering passively, we should enjoy actively. Senior sister will suck to the best of her ability in the future. After all, if senior sister doesn't suck, it will be cheaper for others. Yi Ba smiled. Chu Waste was stunned, followed by a hint of flirtation on her face. Twisting her waist towards Yi Ba, senior brother can think openly. Senior sister mie, or very happy. Here, open your mouth and take your medicine. Chapter 20, 3 together. It's okay, I can handle it. Elder sister, do you still want to continue? Yi Ba looked to the side at Chu Waste, who had just exited from his cultivation state, and opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Waste's cheeks were slightly red, her body covered in fragrant sweat, and she gently shook her head. No need, senior brother. You go about your business. Senior sister really doesn't need to think about me. Yi Ba hesitated for a split second and reminded seriously. Chu Waste, was she thinking of Yi Ba? Not at all. The benefits were full and she couldn't continue to absorb them. I know, but I have to go to the battle hall to do something later. Chu Waste excused himself, unwilling to expose his vulnerable image in front of Yi Ba. Senior sister, call me anytime you need me. Yi Ba gave a final exhortation, then came outside the bamboo house and sat cross-legged in the courtyard to cultivate. He'd love for Chu Waste to continue, but it doesn't look like Chu Waste is quite in the middle of it. Inside the outer sect law enforcement hall, Bu Shanghua suddenly stopped from her cultivation. her eyebrows frowning slightly. Ever since she had experienced cultivating with Yi Ba's assistance, she had become more and more dissatisfied with her own cultivation speed nowadays. Although, as promised, it would be her turn to wrench Yi Ba in a few days, but she didn't feel like she could wait that long anymore. Now, every time she cultivated, she would have distracting thoughts and her mind would unconsciously recall the cultivation process with Yi Ba. Those benefits, one that made her unable to sink her teeth into cultivation at all. If I force myself to forcefully cultivate, I'll probably go off the deep end. Bu Shanghua was clear about his own current situation. Cultivation can't slack off even for a day. I can't continue like this. Bu Shanghua got up and walked out of the law enforcement hall. The best solution at this time was to go to Yi Ba to cultivate. Though it had been spoken of in advance beforehand, she couldn't wait that long. In addition, she had previously secretly investigated the female cultivator who leased Yi Ba, knowing that it's the Chu Waste of the Hall of Battle. Even the location of Chu Waste's residence, she had already inquired about it. Bu Shanghua traveled all the way forward and soon arrived outside the bamboo forest. The closer she got to Yi Ba, the more her own emotions could not be calmed. Senior Sister Chu, Bu Shanghua has come to pay a visit. Bu Shanghua stood in front of the spirit protection formation and spoke. Yi Ba, who was cultivating in the courtyard, was startled and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. What's with the stepsons coming? At this time, there are still about 10 days before the half-moon period. Chu Waste, who heard the commotion, walked out of the house. She looked through the spirit protection formation and frowned at Bu Shanghua outside. After hesitating for a split second, she spoke. Is there something important that Senior Sister Bu came to my place? It's about Yi Ba. Bu Shanghua opened the door. Chu Waste looked at Yi Ba with a questioning look in his eyes. Obviously something had been guessed. Yi Ba spoke out to explain. Senior Sister Chu, Senior Sister Bu is that enforcement hall's senior sister. It was agreed earlier that you guys would rotate every half a month. Chu Waste fell into a deep thought, but the matter was about Yi Ba, so as not to expose Step Shanghua outside for a long time. She still opened the spirit protection formation and let Bu Shanghua in. Senior Sister Bu, say what's up. Chu Waste and Bu Shanghua kept their distance and said vigilantly. Her realm was not as good as Step Shanghua, so she naturally had to remain cautious. From now on, rotate Yi Ba once a day. I need Yi Ba to assist in my cultivation, Bu Shanghua said in a deep voice. She was straightforward, no unnecessary nonsense. Yi Ba was surprised, not realizing that Bu Shanghua was actually looking for him because he couldn't help himself. Wouldn't these female devils, one by one, leave him and practice on their own? When they hadn't met themselves in the past, didn't they cultivate well? Is this a case of having tasted seafood and not wanting to keep eating the chaff? Rather understandable. Bu Shanghua and I haven't established a primary subordinate relationship yet, so I can take this opportunity to establish the relationship. Yi Ba pondered the benefits he could gain from this. That's not in keeping with our agreement, is it? Chu Waste replied with a frown. It's obviously with some reluctance. Bu Shanghua didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Yi Ba. If she wanted to talk about a pact, it was also her pact with Yi Ba, not with Chu Waste. Senior Sister Chu, one day for each of you is the same. There is no one with more time. Yi Ba persuaded in a low voice. To him, even if the two were on the same day, he didn't care. One sucks, and so do two. He couldn't have been sucked dry anyway is all. That's fine, but you can't just waltz over here like this. It will increase the risk of our secret being exposed. Chu Waste thought that Yi Ba had a point, but was a bit irritated by Bu Shanghua's sudden arrival. I don't need you to remind me of this matter. I will pay attention to it myself. Bu Shanghua nodded. She had been cautious enough on her way here. Chu Waste frowned, becoming even more irritated with Bu Shanghua. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, a voice suddenly came from outside the spirit protection formation. Is Senior Sister Chu here? Chi Hongyue has come to pay a visit. Yi Ba was a bit speechless. What kind of day was today? How did everything come together? Why is Chi Hongyue here? Does she know about you too? Bu Shanghua frowned at Yi Ba and questioned. Yes, Yi Ba nodded. There's no way to hide this kind of thing. He had also thought it through, and since he was all here, it was just as well, just to get it all out in the open. Chi Hongyue and Chu Waste both had a primary subordinate relationship with him, so as long as he convinced Bu Shanghua, the rest would not be a problem. Senior Sister Chu, let her come in, Yi Ba commanded. Chu Waste nodded and complied, releasing Chi Hongyue. Seeing Bu Shanghua, Chi Hongyue was also very surprised. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask, Yi Ba directly informed him of the matter of the stepshang flower. At the end, he said, the situation now is that all three of you want me to assist in your cultivation, and I'm all for it, depending on how you schedule your time. My suggestion is for each of you to rotate for a day, and the spirit stones from renting me can be split equally between the three of you. I don't agree. Bu Shanghua was the first to open her mouth to reject it. It takes 3 days to practice once, so what does she do the other 2 days? Humph. I don't agree either. Chi Hangyue shook her head for the second time. Within the Spirit Slave Hall, Yi Ba's information was secretly adjusted by me, and in terms of keeping his identity secret, I have to do more than you guys. It also deserves more time to practice. Senior Sister Chi, according to you, if Yi Ba is now staying at my place, isn't it true that I'll have more time to cultivate? Chu Waste responded unwillingly. I don't care. My cultivation time must be more than yours. Chi Hangyue was very strong. If you guys are like this, then everyone should stop practicing with Yi Ba. I'll expose the matter of Yi Ba's supreme young physique right now, and no one will be any better off at that time. Bu Shenghua was even more determined in her actions. Rather fish out of water. 3 women in one drama. Listening to Yi Ba's head started to hurt. Stop. You guys listen to me. Yi Ba stopped the 3 from continuing to argue. After all, it's obviously fruitless to argue like this. The 3 stopped talking and looked towards Yi Ba together. You guys are nothing more than wanting me to assist in cultivation. There's no need for you guys to argue about the length of time. As long as you guys don't mind yourselves, even if the 3 of you together let me assist in my cultivation, I'm fine with it. Yi Ba said in a deep voice. It's not just Yuan Yang. He's got plenty of that. Chapter 21, Senior Sister. There's something wrong with your cultivation style. When these words came out, the expressions of the 3 women varied. Chu Waste was face to face with surprise, while Step Shenghua was in deep thought. Chi Hangyue, however, nodded her head directly. As long as it satisfies my cultivation, I could care less about the rest. I have no problem with that either. After Chu Waste was surprised, he nodded his head immediately after. I'm not used to practicing with others. 12 hours a day. I need 4 hours to practice alone. Bu Shenghua opened her mouth with a hint of dislike in her eyes. Chu Waste immediately shook his head and retorted. Eat all the time to satiate and eat every time. Which one do you choose? If we all do 4 hours a day, Yi Ba won't be able to hold out even if he has a strong physique, and by then it will be too late for us to regret it. Yi Ba was stunned, feeling that there was something familiar about these words yet. He had once said similar words to Bu Shenghua. What do you say? Chi Hangyue frowned. We can each cultivate for 3 hours a day, and let Yi Ba rest for the rest of the time. Chu Waste replied. If someone doesn't come over to practice that day, that practice time will be nullified. Good. Bu Shenghua finally nodded in agreement. Chi Hangyue also did not open her mouth, which was considered acquiescence. When Yi Ba saw that the 3 women had finally negotiated a deal, he also breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't want to go through this kind of cultivation scene a second time. It's torturous. And after the negotiation was completed, Bu Shenghua was also the first to start cultivating with Yi Ba, followed by Chi Hangyue. 7 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yi Ba had just finished assisting Bu Shenghua to complete his cultivation. A prompt from the system popped up right in front of his eyes. Primary affiliation achieved. Finally, a subordinate relationship has been established. Yi Ba was joyful in his heart. After working so hard for so long, I'm finally seeing results. In these 7 days, he hadn't cultivated much himself in order to assist the 3 girls in their cultivation. The good thing is, God rewards hard work. Now that all 3 girls had established a primary subordinate relationship, as long as it wasn't to the detriment of the 3 girls' own interests, they would do Yi Ba's bidding. Looking at the soon-to-be departed Step Shenghua in front of him, Yi Ba's mind recalled the dislike he once had for himself, and his heart was furious. Have a mind to get your revenge back. Senior Sister Bu, I have something to say to you. Yi Ba called out to Bu Shenghua. Something's wrong with you? Ayanami looked puzzled. Somehow, she realized that Yi Ba didn't seem so hateful anymore. Senior Sister, there's something wrong with your cultivation method. Impossible. I am now at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If there is a problem with my cultivation method, it is impossible for me to cultivate so fast. Bu Shenghua directly denied it, not thinking that there was a problem with his cultivation method. Besides, who was a spirit slave to teach her how to cultivate? But Senior Sister, there's a big difference between your cultivation style and that of Senior Sister Chi and Senior Sister Chu. They are all immersed in cultivation, in which it is enjoyable and pleasurable. But you, Senior Sister Bu, always looked disgusted. Yi Ba spoke seriously. The process of assisting in cultivation is not important. What matters is the result. What you said are all irrelevant things. Bu Shenghua frowned and shook her head. No, Senior Sister, you are wrong. Without a process, where would there be a result? The process isn't even as good as it should be, and the result won't be as good as it should be. Yi Ba retorted. Could it be that I'm really wrong? Bu Shenghua's heart was shaken, inexplicably believing in Yi Ba's words. Senior Sister, if I'm right or not, just try it and you'll know. Yi Ba continued to swindle. Rather, it's okay. Ayanami nodded hesitantly. Yi Ba stepped forward, took Bu Shenghua's hand, and exhorted, Senior sister, you remember that you must enjoy the process of cultivation, and remember that it is impossible to have a feeling of dislike or aversion in your heart. It's like when you want to eat food, and you obviously have it all in your mouth and the food tastes good, but you're full of disgust. It's not advisable to pay lip service to your heart's intuition. I'll do my best. Shanghua frowned and nodded. The hand that wanted to subconsciously retract continued to remain in Yi Ba's palm. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. He said all of this because he wanted to let Shanghua cultivate better and was looking out for Shanghua's interests. Therefore, what he said, Shanghua could only listen to. What happened next was just as he had imagined. Under his guidance, Bu Shanghua's attitude gradually changed. No more of that arrogant smug look. Instead, immerse yourself in it and seek it out frequently. Simply because she did feel the benefits in it, and her cultivation speed became much faster. Bu Shanghua's monastic heart was incomparably firm, so naturally he would not give up the benefits that came to his mouth. The next day, Yi Ba had just finished assisting Chu Waste in his cultivation. A system prompt then reappeared before its eyes. Advanced affiliation established. Chu Waste hidden talent / physique under development. Development complete. Physique, sun and moon spiritual body. Is it bestowed? This is? Yi Ba was surprised and examined it carefully. As his spiritual root qualification increased, Chu Waste was no longer able to provide him with any experience. There would be no hints even if the assisted cultivation was finished some time ago. In addition, Chu Waste's realm was also not high, only having the 6th level of Qi practicing. There's a limited number of things that can be done to help him. And now, he had actually established a high-level subordinate relationship with Chu Waste. Does this mean that Chu Waste has become his first loyal dog? Tap on the details to view. Advanced subordination. As long as you are not in a situation of certain death, Chu Waste will listen to all of your suggestions or requests, and will take the initiative to protect the host's interests. A senior subordinate has gained enough benefits from you to awaken hidden talents or qualities within their own bloodline. The corner of Yi Ba's mouth hooked into a smile after quickly reading it. Chu Waste did become his loyal dog. In the future, one could command it to do anything. Of course, the premise was to not let Chu Waste go to his death. But that's enough. Some of the pills he used for cultivation are things he was not comfortable going out to do. He could let Chu Waste do it for him. Chu Waste seems to still have a special physique awakened. I'll see how it goes. It seems like it still needs me to bestow it? Yi Ba's eyes rolled and he murmured in his heart. He continued to look down. Sun and Moon spiritual body. Emperor Grade absorbs the essence of the Sun and Moon to rapidly increase cultivation. Utilizes the essence of the Sun and Moon to quench the physique. And can release the divine light of the Sun and Moon with powerful might. The benefits of the Supreme Yang immortal body are affected by the host even when it is out of the body. This physique needs to be bestowed on Chu Waste by the host for it to finally awaken. Surprisingly, it's an emperor product. Yi Ba secretly smacked his lips. Shi Hongyue's 9 in extremity vein was only a mere myriad grade. Chu Waste's Sun and Moon spiritual body unexpectedly exceeded the 9 in absolute vein by 2 grades. It had reached the imperial grade. If I were to bestow my Sun and Moon spiritual body to Chu Waste, could I myself gain experience of the Sun and Moon spiritual body from Chu Waste again? Let me obtain the Sun Moon spiritual body as well? Yi Ba's eyes lit up, and other thoughts came to his mind. In the next second, he spoke in a deep voice. Bestow. Chapter 22 Sun and Moon Spiritual Body Awakening. Shaking Red Luan Peak. Red Luan Peak Outer Sect. Battle Hall. Chu Waste reported to the battle hall as usual and waited for the daily quests to be released in the hall. The disciples of the war hall needed to make regular rounds down the mountain. Nip in the bud some of the dangers that may be lurking. But just as Chu Waste waited, its brows suddenly furrowed and it felt discomfort in its body. The feeling appeared very suddenly. Her body was hot and cold and shifted gears very quickly. 1 second it was like falling into an ice cave. The next it was like being baked in the sun. It made her feel very uncomfortable. What's the situation? Chu Waste didn't understand what was happening, and not caring that he was in the battle hall at the moment, he hurriedly sat down on his knees and looked within himself. Within her body, 2 incomparably large strands of energy had actually appeared at some point. A scorching heat, an icy cold. The impact of the 2 powerful energies caused her mind to buzz, her spiritual sense to be lost, and her body was actually unable to move. This made Chu Waste's heart even more anxious. At that moment, she looked at her body. It was found that one moment the skin was frozen and the next there was heat bubbling up. The change in her body quickly drew the attention of the others. Several battle hall disciples came closer to check it out. Senior Sister Chu, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so hot? No, this will turn cold again. Hiss, don't touch. One of the disciples tried to touch Chu Waste, but the moment he touched his skin, his fingers were burned. If he hadn't ducked fast, his fingers would have been set on fire. Quickly go and invite the foundation building elder. Another disciple reacted and drank. The situation in front of them was clearly not something they could handle. and as time went on, the temperature changes on Chu Waste affected a greater range. The many battle hall disciples didn't dare to actively approach the past, fearing that they would be affected, only dare to stand and talk about it from a distance. What's wrong with senior sister Chu? Could it be that the cultivation has gone off the rails? It looks a bit like that, but senior sister Chu looks normal on a regular basis. I don't know. Let's wait for the foundation building elder to come over. Let's stay away. After getting the news, the two elders of the battle hall finally arrived. When the two saw the abnormality on Chu Waste's body, they looked at each other before revealing a look of surprise in their eyes. One of them spoke with some uncertainty. Is this awakening the physique? It looks like it. With such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, the physique awakened is bound to not be weak. The other nodded hesitantly. Immediately afterward, doubts rose in the bottom of his heart. Chu Waste has also joined the sect for some years. How could he suddenly awaken his physique? Could it be that he has had some kind of strange encounter? She was aware of Chu Waste as a disciple, although he is diligent on weekdays, but his talent is there, and he has been cultivating for many years and is only at the 6th level of chi cultivation. We can't let her continue to stay within the battle hall, or else everything here will be destroyed, an elder reminded. Well, let's team up and move her out. The other elder nodded. The two pinched their hands together and released them at the same time. Using his massive spiritual energy, he lifted Chu Waste up and moved towards the outside of the war hall. It had been lifted to a square clearing outside the battle hall before it was put down again. Rumble. Just then, a loud boom suddenly came from the sky. As everyone watched, a large area of darkness suddenly appeared in the originally clear and bright sky. Then what is the situation? The awakening physique has even produced a heaven and earth phenomenon. The two elders looked at each other, both seeing the look of gravity in the other's eyes. Normally only the awakening of a physique above the myriad grade will result in the appearance of heaven and earth anomalies. This is a major matter and the peak master needs to be notified. One of them spoke in a deep voice. He took out a transmitting note from his bosom, and after saying a few words into it, he threw it towards the peak. The huge commotion also attracted more Red Luan Peak disciples. They all looked at Chu Waste in surprise. Chi Hongyue, who had just come out of the spirit slave hall and wanted to go to the bamboo house to cultivate, was also attracted by the commotion here, curious to fly over and watch. After seeing that such a big commotion was actually triggered by Chu Waste's awakened physique, her heart was filled with surprise and doubt. How is this possible? Chi Hongyue muttered. After learning that Chu Waste was one of her competition rivals, she investigated Chu Waste's full information, knowing that it was merely a medium-grade spirit root qualification. It had cultivated for 6 years before reaching the 6th level of chi cultivation. It can only be described as mediocre, but it was such a mediocre disciple who managed to awaken a special physique? As far as she knew, the chances of awakening a physique after birth were less than 1 in 10,000. And no matter how you look at it, Chu Waste won't be that chosen one. But the facts were in front of her, and she had to believe them again. Could it be because Yi Ba is special? Chi Hongyue pondered in her heart. After all, other than that, Chu Waste didn't have any other chances. Look, the vision has changed. Just then, sounds of surprise came from the surrounding crowd. Chi Hongyue looked up. It was discovered that the sky had strangely changed into half pitch black and half bright. On the bright side, a great sun hung in the sky. On the dark side, there was a bright moon floating. As everyone watched, the great sun and the bright sun simultaneously shot out two divine splendors that shone on the Chu Waste below. Chu Waste, who was suffering from pain, only felt that he was wrapped by two warm energies, no longer in pain, but on the contrary began to enjoy it very much. The gong methods in his body automatically operated and began to absorb these two streams of energy. Rumble. The sun and moon divine flower rushed through the meridians in her body, a piece of it washing over her body. Large chunks of impurities spilled from the pores of her skin, instantly vaporized in the void. Her meridians became thicker and tougher, and her blood and flesh became more robust, one red and one blue. The two lightings were like swimming fish as they swam within her dantian. Without realizing it, it expanded her dantian several times. And this is continuing. Outside, at the top of Hongwan Peak, several streams of light shot out from the Great Hall at the peak and instantly arrived over the battle hall. Disciple Wang Baiha/Sun Yu, greet the peak master. The sharp-eyed battle hall elder hurriedly knelt down when he saw the figure above him. Greetings, peak master. Seeing this, the other disciples also hurriedly knelt down. Well, get up. A woman in red at the head of the group gently raised her hand. The bodies of the many disciples below immediately stood up uncontrollably. Jingle bells. The woman in red was barefoot, and the golden ling at her ankle made a crisp sound as she walked. It stepped down from above and arrived in front of Chu Waste. There was an aura of light flickering in the eyes that looked at Chu Waste. Surprisingly, it's an imperial grade sun and moon spiritual body. Ji Yu's heart shook. It was surprising that their Hongwan Peak could have such a physique. Unfortunately, its credentials are not high, but even so, This disciple in front of him deserved the name of genius. Soon, the heaven and earth visions ended, and Chu Waste's sun and moon spiritual body completely awakened. Under the baptism of the sun and moon divine flower just now, her cultivation had actually increased by 2 realms. Nowadays, he is a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi practicing. After seeing the red-clothed woman in front of him, Chu Waste's heart was shocked and he hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Disciple Chu Waste, pay my respects to Peak Master Lord. Well, you are very good. Are you willing to be my disciple? Ji Yu gently nodded and asked. Chapter 23, Pingbu Qingyue, a leap into true transmission. Chu Waste was so stunned that he could hardly believe his ears. But then came the great surprise that filled the heart. A disciple of the Peak Master. Wouldn't that be a true disciple? She went from being an outer disciple, crossing over to the inner sect, and leaping to become a true disciple. Disciple Chu Waste, greetings to Master. Chu Waste kowtowed 3 times directly. She would be a cutie if she didn't get this kind of lap. Well, since you are my disciple, it would be inappropriate to continue living at the bottom of the mountain. Move to the peak. Ji Yu nodded with a smile. With Chu Waste, as long as it is slightly cultivated, in the peaks competition a year from now, Hongwan Peak will definitely be able to take a good ranking. This time, let's see who can still underestimate Red Luan Peak. When she thought of the peak master of Qingluan Peak who mocked her last time, she was very angry in the bottom of her heart. Yes, master. Chu Waste obediently agreed. What was on his mind, on the other hand, was how Yi Ba would be placed. She reached the peak and cultivated next to the peak master. The danger of continuing to carry Yi Ba was great. Also, it wouldn't do for her to refuse. With the peak master's cultivation and insight, she would definitely be suspicious in her mind. Nowadays, one could only promise to do so first, without revealing a single trace of abnormality. Ji Yu gently nodded her head, then set up her recluse and disappeared over the battle hall. The several elders who came with him were all smiling as they gently nodded their heads toward Chu Waste and followed along. After a few Red Luan Peak executives left, the color of the eyes of the outer sect disciples present who were looking at Chu Waste also all changed. Some envy, some jealousy, there is also fawning. Congratulations to senior sister Chu on becoming a true scholar, and I wish you all the best in your future cultivation. Senior sister, do you remember me? I'm Wang Yu. We went on a mission together last time. Senior sister Chu, there were some misunderstandings between us in the past. You shouldn't take it to heart. The many outer disciples present all came together, wanting to draw a relationship with Chu Waste. Chu Waste disliked it in his heart. These fellow disciples in front of them all had 2 faces. Don't you have anything else to do? Break it up. Just as she was thinking about how to get out of the situation, a scolding sound rang out behind the crowd. It was the elders of the Hall of War. Under the pressure of his foundation establishment cultivator, the people present left the war hall one after another despite their reluctance. Thank you Elder Wang and Elder Sun for relieving me. Chu Waste looked towards the 2 battle hall elders and uttered his thanks. No need to be polite. You are now the Peak Master's disciple. It's not appropriate to continue to stay in the outer sect battle hall. From now on, you don't need to come to the battle hall anymore. Sun Yu lightly smiled and spoke in a kind tone. Chu Waste is now a true disciple. Continue to stay in the outer door war hall, that counts for something? Even if they wanted Chu Waste to stay, it was still up to the Peak Master to agree. Chu Waste was now representing not only himself, but also the Peak Master's face. Thank you elders for making it possible. Chu Waste will definitely repay the 2 elders in the future when he has achieved success in his cultivation. Chu Waste politely said. Although her status had been raised, the 2 battle hall elders in front of her were, after all, foundation establishment cultivators, so she more or less had to give some face. Well said. The 2 elders' faces burst into smiles. The future achievements of true disciples were unlimited, and it was a blessing for them to be able to form a good relationship with Chu Waste. Leaving the war hall, Chu Waste returned straight to his residence. Just after returning to the bamboo house, he spotted Qi Hanyue and Yi Ba standing in the courtyard. Congratulations to senior sister Chu for becoming a Peak Master disciple. Qi Hanyue stepped forward to congratulate her. Although Chu Waste's previous status and position was the same as hers, her mother was an inner sect elder, and she naturally had a very strong backbone to speak with Chu Waste. But now, Chu Waste had become the Peak Master's disciple, and her status had surpassed her. Her attitude was naturally better. It also took the initiative to address senior sister Chu. At the same time, she was also pondering in the back of her mind what arrangements Chu Waste would make after he went to the peak. If it wanted to take Yi Ba away, she would never allow it. Aha! Chu Waste nodded gently. After pondering for a moment, he said, now that I've become a Peak Master disciple, I can't continue to live here. Her voice paused for a moment as she continued. Senior sister Qi, why don't you go and call senior sister Bu here, and the 4 of us will discuss how we should subsequently resettle Yi Ba. It was impossible for her to take Yi Ba with her if she was going to go with the Peak Master. Although the Peak Master was now her master, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't take away Yi Ba's specialness after discovering it. After all, for cultivators, cultivating immortality and longevity is the only goal. All the rest is just a passing cloud, not worth mentioning at all. Chi Hanyue did not leave immediately, but opened her mouth to test the waters. How does senior sister Chu plan to resettle Yi Ba? Chu Waist frowned. Would he not be able to hear the meaning in Chi Honyue's words? She didn't bother to test each other with Chi Honyue and directly opened the door. The inner sect is full of Foundation Establishment seniors and Jiedan powers. Yi Ba's identity will be exposed if I'm not careful, so it won't be suitable for me to bring Yi Ba for the time being, so my initial plan is to have Yi Ba stay with one of you two. Chi Honyue was relieved in her heart, thinking that Chu Waist still had some sense. It would be better for all three of them. Chu Waist was also able to find an opportunity to come down the mountain to practice. She nodded and left the bamboo house in search of Step Shenghua. After Chi Honyue left, Yi Ba glanced at Chu Waist and commanded, "Come inside with me." He had already learned from Chi Honyue about Chu Waist worshipping under the Peak Master. That's not exactly a bad thing for him. Although Chu Waist would be temporarily separated from him, it was not a complete separation. Chu Waist would still come back to practice with him, and with Chu Waist's increased status, he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources, and he could completely obtain some cultivation resources from Chu Waist. Nowadays, on the other hand, he was anxious to test if he could gain experience in the Sun and Moon spiritual body. Chu Waist nodded and obediently followed behind Yi Ba. She was already following Yi Ba's words now. Therefore, after entering the house, Yi Ba was not the least bit polite and directly entered the main topic. A few moments later, the cultivation ended. However, before Yi Ba's eyes, no hints surfaced. He sighed in his heart, knowing that he was not going to be able to gain the experience of the Sun and Moon spiritual bodies, and that his idea had fallen through. Thinking about it though, it would be heaven-defying if he could actually gain the physical experience bestowed from a high-level slave. He could totally look for an outer disciple with a low cultivation level, quickly establish a high-level subordinate, and then bestow a physique, and then obtain that physique from it to enhance his own talent. In that case, it's a bit of a card bug. "Senior Sister Chu, I'm back." Just at that moment, a voice came from outside the door. The two Yi Ba walked out of the house and came outside to open the spell formation, releasing the two Chi Honyue. As soon as she arrived in the courtyard, Chi Honyue spoke. "Senior Sister Chu, I've already spoken to Senior Sister Bu about the matter on the way here. After we discussed it, we thought we'd let Yi Ba stay at my place for the time being." Chu Waist raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking questioningly at Bu Shanghua. Bu Shanghua nodded. "I seldom use spirit slaves in my normal cultivation. If I suddenly bring Yi Ba back, it might attract attention. In addition, my place is close to the law enforcement hall. It's not very convenient for you guys to come over frequently." After hearing this, Chu Waist looked at Chi Honyue doubtfully. "As far as I know, Senior Sister Chi's residence is near the Spirit Slave Hall. Is it convenient for us to go over there to cultivate?" I have a lot of friends in the outer sect, and many of them came over to flatter me because they knew my identity. So I have frequent visits from disciples on my side, and we occasionally cultivate together. So you will not arouse the suspicion of the others by going over there." Chi Honyue replied with a smile. Yi Ba, who was on the side, raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Chi Honyue really knew how to play. Chapter 24, Transfer Order from the Inner Sect Formation Hall. To Yi Ba, Chi Honyue and Bu Shanghua were both his junior subordinates, so going to anyone was the same. After confirming the follow-up arrangements, Chu Waist began to pack up his things and left the bamboo house before dark, heading to the peak. Yi Ba, on the other hand, was taken away by Chi Honyue at night to his cave residence in the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall. Compared to Chu Waist's bamboo house, Chi Honyue's residence was obviously much more luxurious. His cave was in a side hall behind the Spirit Slave Hall. The entire side hall was constructed of fine lapis lazuli, and parts of it were even decorated with fine white jade. This is the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall. It's where the elders of the hall reside. I have a special status, so I also got a place to live here, Chi Honyue explained, and at the end, she said with some complacency, "The aura here can be much higher than the bamboo forest side." Yi Ba gently nodded his head, secretly saying that having a background is different. This was good for him, meaning that his cultivation speed could be increased. Enter the side hall, which contains several small rooms. Chi Honyue showed Yi Ba one by one. There are talisman making rooms, restrooms, and cultivation rooms. After the introduction, Chi Honyue pulled Yi Ba to the cultivation room. Of course Yi Ba knew what its thoughts were. These demonesses will only have one thought for him. That's absorbing the benefits. But to his surprise, Chi Honyue didn't start right away. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth if he had a point. "Senior brother, Chu Waist, her qualifications are mediocre. It is reasonably impossible for her to awaken her physique later in life. You're closer to Senior Sister Chu. Is there something else going on here? Yi Ba's heart stirred. What was Chi Honyue guessing? Senior sister. I'm just a spirit slave. Even if senior sister Chu has any secrets, she couldn't possibly tell them to me. Yi Ba shook his head. Then how is she different from us? Chi Honyue obviously didn't give up that easily. To say it's different, it might just be that senior sister Chu is more diligent in her cultivation. Yi Ba replied in an uncertain tone. Seeing that Yi Ba didn't know anything, Chi Honyue was a little disappointed in her heart. Still, she was firm in her guess that Chu Waste's awakening of his physique was bound to be related to Yi Ba. It was likely that he had absorbed too many benefits here in Yi Ba. She couldn't think of any other possibility but that. Yi Ba is staying at her place. It's supposed to secretly cultivate while we are away. Chi Honyue secretly said. Now that Yi Ba is here with me, I also have more time to cultivate. The thought made her feel much better. Chi Honyue sat down on the warm jade bed and began to cultivate with the assistance of Yi Ba. I don't know if I was stimulated by Chu Waste. Today's Chi Honyue was extra diligent and hardworking. It took a full night of cultivation until early morning before Chi Honyue finally stopped. She wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and opened her mouth to instruct. I'm going to the spirit slave hall in a while to do some errands. I'll turn on the outside array when I'm not there. So if anyone comes looking for me, you don't have to pay attention to them. Okay, senior sister. Yi Ba nodded his head in agreement and watched Chi Honyue leave before withdrawing his gaze. Turning to the panel prompt in front of him. Experience of the 9-in Jedi Chakra plus 50. 9-in Jedi Pulse, 650/1000, quality wonderful. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 50. Upper grade Water Spirit Root, 540/1000. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9-in Extreme Vein, 650/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Aura, 540/1000. Medium Grade Earth Aura, 90 out of 100. Top Grade Fire Aura. Top Grade Gold Aura. Medium Grade Wood Aura. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 100/1000. Alchemy, First Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, First Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, First Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. The experience of the 9-in Absolute Vein is already more than halfway through, and at the current rate of progress, it will almost be awakened in another week's time. The Water Spiritual Root is about the same progress. Yi Ba muttered. His own qualifications were still steadily improving. Deng Xiaohan hasn't come back to me after appearing once. There might be some unknown hidden danger in it. Yi Ba remembered Deng Xiaohan. It's actually managed to hold back from coming back to him after realizing its benefits. Deng Xiaohan is either delayed by something or it's got something up its sleeve. The latter is a bit more likely. It was as if a boulder was hanging in his heart. At any moment it would fall and smash him to death. However, he had already informed Chu Waste about Deng Xiaohan yesterday and asked him to help investigate Deng Xiaohan's identity. With the knowledge of the name, Chu Waste should have been able to obtain its information very quickly. Temporarily suppressing this matter, Yi Ba sat up with his knees crossed and began to cultivate after consuming an elixir. However, he hadn't cultivated for long before he saw Chi Honyue return. Its face wore a look of obvious anger. Senior sister, what happened? Yi Ba asked out loud. It's not those assholes from the inner sect formation hall. How could they pick you in favor of you? Chi Honyue exasperatedly said. She had wanted to go to the spirit slave hall and book Yi Ba in advance. After all, there were only 2 days left until the end of Chu Waste's lease. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Ba had been chosen by the disciples of the inner sect formation hall to be allowed to help maintain the spell formations within the peak. With so many registered spirit slaves in the spirit slave hall, how could it be Yi Ba? Could it be that mother discovered Yi Ba's specialness? Chi Honyue associated in her mind. Her mother was the elder of the inner sect formation hall, so if it was its secret operation, it was definitely possible. But immediately afterwards she mentally shook her head. With her mother's character, if she knew about Yi Ba, she wouldn't have used this kind of tactic at all, but would have directly asked her for it. Could it really just be a coincidence? At this point, she was also a bit uncertain in her heart. What does senior sister mean? Yi Ba was puzzled in his heart when he heard Chi Honyue's complaint. Chi Honyue glanced at Yi Ba and immediately informed the formation hall of Yi Ba's requisition. Yi Ba's heart sank. When he mentioned the formation hall, the first thing that came to his mind was Deng Xiaohan. This woman was a formation master, and with his help, she had also broken through to the upper 3rd rank. With his achievements in formations, it was likely that he was from the formation hall. Then, this matter is most likely related to Deng Xiaohan. Do you know Deng Xiaohan? After pondering for an instant, Yi Ba suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Deng Xiaohan's cultivation level was too high, not something he could establish a subordinate relationship with in a short period of time. Falling into its hands, his situation would turn very bad. If it is directly refined into a cultivation puppet or something else by its means, the results he dared not imagine. Although Deng Xiaohan had warned him not to tell anyone about his visit, but right now, he couldn't care less. Chapter 25 Coercion and Compromise. Where did you know about senior sister Tang? Qi Hongyue had doubts in her eyes. Yi Ba's heart was happy. It sounded like Qi Hongyue knew Deng Xiaohan. Deng Xiaohan had approached me a few days ago and asked me to assist in his cultivation once, Yi Ba said in a deep voice. There was no need for him to say the rest of the stuff. Qi Hongyue should be able to guess it as long as she wasn't stupid. So senior sister Tang knows about your supreme young physique? Why are you only saying it now? The doubts in Qi Hongyue's mind instantly cleared and she hurriedly questioned Yi Ba. Tang Xiaohan was a disciple of the inner Sect formation hall, and he had every opportunity to transfer Yi Ba away. She threatened me and wouldn't let me tell you about this, Yi Ba calmly replied. Immediately afterward, he inquired, Senior sister, what exactly is this Tang Xiaohan? She is my mother's disciple, Qi Hongyue replied through clenched teeth, anger in her eyes. How could she have never imagined that Deng Xiaohan had done these things behind her back? Yi Ba's expression moved and he already understood that Deng Xiaohan should have discovered his secret through Qi Hongyue. Senior sister, if I fall into Tang Xiaohan's hands, I won't be able to continue helping you cultivate, Yi Ba reminded in a deep voice. This I naturally know. Qi Hongyue frowned, while in her heart, she was pondering a solution. Seeing Qi Hongyue in deep thought, she frowned from time to time. Yi Ba sighed in his heart. Knowing that Qi Hongyue probably didn't have anything good to do, he pondered for a moment and had to open his mouth to remind. Elder sister, Tang Xiaohan secretly wanted to get rid of me. It's bound to be that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. All you need to do is to call her over and threaten him that you're going to dedicate me to your mother. In that case, she's bound to compromise, and at that time, you'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make your demands. Right, Qi Hongyue's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of that? As long as her mother knew about Yi Ba, there would be nothing for Deng Xiaohan. It's bound to be compromised. Senior brother, can't you see that you're quite smart? Qi Hongyue complimented. A heavy heart is thus swept away. Not as good as senior sister in case. Yi Ba laughed lightly. Sweet mouth too. Qi Hongyue stretched out her finger and traced over Yi Ba's side, teasing. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't leave you yet. Without waiting for Yi Ba to reply, he had already left the residence while leaving a fragrant breeze in his place. Yi Ba touched his cheeks. Why did he feel that Qi Hongyue was a little perverted? Inner Sect, Formation Hall. Deng Xiaohan was in an extremely good mood. Sitting in his chair, he gently fiddled with a small array disc on the table in front of him. It was only because in 2 more days, she would be able to experience the rush of cultivation again. Yi Ba, it can only be mine, Deng Xiaohan murmured in his heart. She thought that she had done a seamless job, and when the time came, as long as Yi Ba fell into her hands, he would never want to return to the spirit slave hall. It was also impossible for the Qi Hongyue few to suspect her. Even if Yi Ba informed Qi Hongyue about what happened to her in the first place, she wasn't worried. There were so many disciples in the sect, without knowing their names, how could Qi Hongyue guess herself? Moreover, she didn't believe that Yi Ba would have the guts to offend herself. Senior sister is really elegant. What happy event is this? Just then, someone interrupted her thoughts. Deng Xiaohan turned his head to look and subconsciously frowned. Qi Hongyue unexpectedly came over to look for her at this time. Why is senior sister free to come over? Is she here to look for her master? Deng Xiaohan responded with a light smile. I came specifically to find senior sister. Qi Hongyue looked straight into Deng Xiaohan's eyes with a mocking look on her face. A hint of a bad feeling rose in Deng Xiaohan's heart. On her face, she pretended to be calm. Oh, then I don't know what senior sister is looking for me for? Seeing that Deng Xiaohan was still in disguise, Qi Hongyue almost laughed in anger. Solely, he directly showed his cards. Of course it's Yi Ba's matter. Is it hard to believe that senior sister wants to snatch Yi Ba away without a word? Deng Xiaohan's soulful eyes turned, not understanding how Qi Hongyue knew. With a slight sinking in her heart, she raised her hand and pinched her finger to turn on the mute spell formation around her. Immediately afterward, she asked, what does senior sister want? Elder sister, I'm only doing this for cultivation. You have 2 choices. One is to continue to snatch Yi Ba, but I will inform my mother about this. Secondly, you give up pulling Yi Ba into the formation hall, and I can allow you to join in as well. Qi Hongyue held out 2 fingers. She knew that wanting Deng Xiaohan to give up the chance to cultivate would be impossible for Deng Xiaohan to agree. Although reluctant, he could only pull Deng Xiaohan into the fold. I can't promise you both. Who knows? Deng Xiaohan unexpectedly refused. Then there's no more to talk about. Qi Hongyue's gaze sank slightly. Senior sister, you don't think that just because you guys hide Yi Ba in your respective caves, you won't remain unnoticed, do you? Even if it wasn't me who discovered your secret this time, It will be someone else next time. Tang Xiaohan laughed lightly, feeling that Qi Hongyue was very naive. Is it hard to believe that you're pulling in everyone who knows about this matter? At the end of the day, do you still have a chance to practice? So what? Qi Hongyue frowned, not understanding what Tang Xiaohan meant. Because I have a better way. Deng Xiaohan stood up from his chair and came in front of Qi Hongyue, speaking confidently. What is it? There is a cave in the back of the mountain. There is a hidden formation I set up there. Even if it's a Jidan stage cultivator, it would be very difficult to discover it. Tang Xiaohan's voice lurched. As long as Yi Ba is placed in it, there is no longer any fear that someone will discover it. If anyone wants to cultivate, then they can use a small teleportation array to pass directly to the one inside the cave. Qi Hongyue's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. And she wasn't afraid of Deng Xiaohan playing tricks. He was holding Deng Xiaohan's handle, so the big deal was that he was a fish out of water. That's a good one. She nodded. Moreover, Yi Ba was requisitioned away by the formation hall, and there was no need to worry about other disciples leasing Yi Ba away later. It's a double whammy, so to speak. It's good that senior sister understands. Tang Xiaohan was also relieved to see Qi Hongyue nod her head. It was a little different from the end result she wanted, but not by much. Nothing more than a few more people to practice with. Thinking of this, she asked the number of people who currently knew about Yi Ba's affairs. Qi Hongyue informed Chu Waste and Bu Shanghua, and reminded, Chu Waste awakened a special physique yesterday, and has now become a disciple of the Peak Master. Awakening a special physique? Tang Xiaohan's gaze slightly condensed. She had seen Chu Waste on that day, just an outer disciple at the 6th level of Qi practicing, who didn't seem to have anything special, but could also awaken a special physique? He was even accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master. Suspicion rose in her mind. Senior sister, do you know exactly what kind of physique Yi Ba is? Qi Hongyue shook her head. I'm not sure. Among the various supreme young physiques recorded by the sect, there are none that are similar to Yi Ba. I've searched many canonical books and didn't find anything, but what's certain is that Yi Ba's physique grade must be extremely high. As long as we grasp this opportunity, it's not impossible for us to become a Jiedan powerhouse like the Peak Master in the future. The light under Tang Xiaohan's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of suppressed excitement. Chapter 26, You Get What You Pay For. Spirit Slave Hall, Qi Hongyue's residence. Senior sister agreed to Tang Xiaohan's suggestion? Yi Ba asked with a raised eyebrow. The heart is more or less helpless. He didn't expect that. In the end, Qi Hongyue had still agreed to Tang Xiaohan in a watery manner, allowing him to go to the formation hall. In fact, at the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to go to the formation hall. However, Qi Hongyue was only in a primary subordinate relationship with him and was not yet able to completely follow his orders. But if it was really like what Deng Xiaohan said, it didn't seem too bad. At least, he didn't have to worry about the danger of his own secrets being exposed. It's still necessary to upgrade Bu Shanghua and Qi Hongyue to advanced subordinate as soon as possible. Yi Ba secretly said, if it was a premium slave, what just happened wouldn't have happened. Qi Hongyue was clearly thinking in its own self-interest. As for what he feels, that's completely secondary. Yes, the day after tomorrow you will be going to the formation hall. Qi Hongyue nodded her head gently. Yi Ba knows the outcome can't be changed. He stepped forward and took Qi Hongyue's hand. Senior sister, after I go to the formation hall, I may not be able to see you for several days, so let me assist you in your cultivation a few more times. He wanted to completely awaken the Nining Absolute Vein within these 2 days. Therefore, it would just be hard work for Qi Hongyue. Senior brother is quite understanding. Qi Hongyue smiled. It was the first time that Yi Ba took such initiative. I guess he realized that only he could save him? Qi Hongyue secretly said in her heart. The duo walked into the cultivation room and quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. Half a day later. Senior brother, why don't we stop and rest for a while? Qi Hongyue frowned. She's kind of absorbing it. Senior sister, I'm not tired. Let's continue. Yi Ba, however, did not want to stop. That's fine. 1 day later. Senior brother, are you still okay? I think it's better to stop. Qi Hongyue worried. There were so many benefits gained from cultivation, and a large amount of yang qi was brewing in her body. The rich spiritual energy filled her meridians. If she didn't stop and patiently refine it, she was afraid that she would be propped up and burst open. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Yi Ba was a little disappointed. However, after seeing Qi Hongyue's careful appearance, afraid that the benefits would be wasted, it made him almost laugh out loud. What you can't take for yourself, these demonesses each treat like a treasure. While Qi Hongyue was cultivating on the side, he looked at the panel that popped up in front of him. Experience of the Nining Jedi Chakra plus 150. Nining Jedi Chakra, 800/1000, quality wonderful. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 150. Upper grade Water Spirit Root, 690/1000. It was a busy day and only 150 practices. There were still 200 more times of cultivation to go before awakening the 9 absolute vein. There's still 1 day left. The normal way won't work, Yi Ba muttered, but I can still eat pills. Enhance the effect of cultivation. After resting for a few moments, Yi Ba once again approached Shi Hongyu, wanted to assist in its cultivation. Shi Hongyu was puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with Yi Ba. Unusual spirit slaves are not able to assist in cultivation without assisting in cultivation. As soon as they heard about assisted cultivation, each one of them was terrified, or even kneeling and begging for mercy. But how is Yi Ba more anxious to cultivate than her? But there's no reason not to eat the benefits that come to your mouth. Moreover, after Yi Ba went over to the formation hall, Deng Xiaohan still needed time to set up the formations to arrange for Yi Ba, and there was definitely no way for her to continue to let Yi Ba assist in his cultivation in a short period of time. This was an opportunity not to be missed. If she couldn't, she could still put the extra benefits into the jade bottle and store them. It's also good to use for alchemy and swallow afterwards. Thinking about it, she didn't refuse. Immediately, he pulled Yi Ba and was about to continue cultivating, but just then, Yi Ba stopped. Opening her mouth, she said, "Senior sister, do you have any spirit pills there to aid in cultivation? Give me a few of them so that my cultivation will be more effective." And to eat spirit pills, Shi Hongyu was shocked in her heart. What kind of excitement is Yi Ba getting? Afraid you'll give him up? Shi Hongyu thought that Yi Ba was thinking too much and spoke out to comfort him. "Senior brother doesn't need to work so hard. Senior sister, I won't abandon you. You're just going over to the formation hall. Senior sister Tang will make the proper arrangements. I understand everything. Senior sister, where is the spirit pill?" Yi Ba nodded his head. His heart only wanted to eat the spirit pill. Shi Hongyu sighed inwardly. There was no choice but to take out the spirit pills that assisted in cultivation. Fortunately, she had already experienced the power of Yi Ba's physique, so she was not worried about its problems. Yi Ba snatched the Dan bottle and poured all the pills inside into his mouth. "Wait a minute, senior brother. There are 5 ascension pills in there." Shi Hongyu wanted to stop it, but Yi Ba pressed on as if he didn't hear it and swallowed it all. "Senior sister, what did you say?" Yi Ba pretended to be puzzled as he looked at Shi Hongyu. "It's fine." Shi Hongyu was a bit speechless. After eating it all, she couldn't still make Yi Ba spit it out. It's too late to say anything at this point. Looking at Yi Ba, who was already affected by the medicinal power, Shi Hongyu quickly ran her gongfu and absorbed the benefits. Most of the day passed in a flash. Shi Hongyu finally stopped cultivating. It held a large jade bottle in its hand and was collecting the benefits that could not be immediately absorbed. Yi Ba looked at the panel in front of him with a tired expression. Experience of the 9 Jedi Vein plus 234. 9 Jia Chakra, 1000, quality wonderful, can be awakened. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 234. Upper grade Water Spirit Root, 924/1000. Although physically tired and mentally exhausted. However, after seeing that the experience of the 9 Absolute Vein had finally accumulated to its full capacity, he was also happy. It feels like everything you've endured has been worth it. There are rewards for giving, Yi Ba muttered. Unfortunately, the Water Spiritual Root was still a bit short of breaking through and upgrading, but even so, he was content. However, now that Shi Hongyu was beside him, he was not in a good position to directly activate the 9 Absolute Vein. In case it finds out, it's not easy to explain yourself clearly. It's normal that Chu Waste hasn't come in the past 2 days. It's after all just become a peak master disciple. It's normal to be busy with something. How come Ayanami hasn't come over to me either? Yi Ba was puzzled in his heart, and just as he was contemplating, the sky had fully lightened. Shi Hongyu awoke from her cultivation state. Looking towards Yi Ba, he said, "Senior brother, let's go. It's time for you to report to the formation hall." "Yes, senior sister." Yi Ba followed Shi Hongyu out of the residence and arrived at the hall of the law enforcement hall in front. "Senior brother, there's the group going to the formation hall. Go over there yourself," Shi Hongyu commanded. She had a special status, and personally sending Yi Ba over there would be noticeable. Chapter 27, Senior Sister Deng, your acting skills are very pompous. Yi Ba nodded his head and took a step towards the hall. There were already a dozen spirit slaves standing in the hall. These spirit slaves, like him, were to be sent to the formation hall to do odd jobs. After waiting for a while, it seemed that the number of people had arrived. The 2 female disciples from the spirit slave hall immediately led them towards the formation hall in the direction of the mountaintop. "This senior brother, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Are you a friend of Qin Xuan?" A middle-aged spirit slave beside Yi Ba, after carefully sizing up Yi Ba for a few moments, suddenly inquired in a low voice, "You know Qin Xuan?" Yi Ba was a bit surprised. Speaking of which, it had been half a month since he had left his residence at the bottom of the hill. During this period, he hadn't even had the chance to contact those former spirit slave friends of his. Before the appearance of the Golden Finger, He and those friends were a bunch of bitter people who helped each other out, and there was still some camaraderie there. I do know Qin Shuang, and my relationship with him is not bad. The middle-aged spirit slave nodded, but immediately afterward its gaze darkened and it sighed. 10 days ago, Qin Shuang died. It didn't hold up at the hands of the demoness. Sister. Yi Ba frowned. Although this kind of situation was common in the great ultimate immortal sect, the person who died this time was his friend. It's hard not to feel a little bit of relief at the bottom of your heart. Where is he buried? Yi Ba inquired. Grave number 1003 at the foot of the hill. I know. Yi Ba nodded, and a long silence ensued. This man-eating demon sect made him feel chills all over his body. A few moments later, they arrived at the formation hall without incident, and under the arrangement of the disciples of the formation hall, they stayed in a dozen or so wooden huts at the back of the formation hall. What made Yi Ba a little uncomfortable was that there were actually 6 or 7 people living inside each cabin. The cabin he was in was filled with 5 people before he came in. What's your name? Senior brother. You're new here, right? A burly youth among the 5 asked with a smile. Aha! Yi Ba frowned and nodded. He sensed a hint of ill will in the youth's smile. Senior brother Wang is asking you your name. Didn't you hear me? Behind the youth, another man opened his mouth and drank. Yi Ba glanced at it and said indifferently, why are there still dogs barking in the dormitory? What did you say? Seeking death can't be. The man froze, and after realizing that he had been humiliated, he immediately became furious. Stepping forward, he was about to strike at Yi Ba. The burly youth's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood aside with no intention of stopping. There are always a few new ones who don't listen, and it's good to teach them a lesson. Will it take a lesson to get you to listen? The man raised his hand and slammed his fist into Yi Ba's face. Scram! Yi Ba coldly snorted, and a stern sword momentum suddenly erupted from his body. The man's heart was shocked, and he only felt that he was holding a sharp sword against his brow. As long as he continued to charge forward, that sword would pierce his skull. Cold sweat broke out on its back and its legs were trembling, knowing that the Yi Ba in front of him was not something he could mess with. Senior brother, I was the one barking just now. I'm a dog, so raise your hand and don't bother with me in general. A fawning smile appeared on this person's face as he took a step back to pull away. Until the pressure on your body disappears. Yi Ba was not surprised by this. They, the spirit slaves, were not permitted to cultivate spells. In other words, although they had cultivation, they didn't know any spells, empty of spiritual power, but of no use. Conflicts are also resolved with fists. After all, the biggest role of their spirit slaves was to assist in cultivation, and they didn't need to cultivate spells at all. The alchemy and these miscellaneous arts that he had learned were just the great ultimate bliss immortal sect trying to maximize their use. If there was a need in the alchemy hall, he would have been requisitioned to work as a laborer. Thus, these spirit slaves in front of him, even if their cultivation level was higher than his and he had activated his sword spirit body, he was not afraid of them, just by releasing a little bit of sword power. It was not something these people could reach. The burly youth saw Yi Ba's strength and turned towards his bed after giving it a deep look. The ability to read people's minds he still had. To be the boss of this dormitory for so many years, he was more than just a hard punching bag. And understand that you shouldn't mess with those you shouldn't mess with. Yi Ba was obviously this kind of person. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of several other people in the dormitory, Yi Ba casually found a bed and sat down. Started to cultivate on his knees. There was no talk all night. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Ba and the others were called outside by the female demon head of the formation hall for a lecture. Did any of the new spirit slaves from yesterday know formation arts? Step forward. After the dozens of spirit slaves looked at each other for a few moments, in the end, only 4 of them stood out. Yi Ba's formation art had already reached the middle grade of the first rank, but it was obtained from Deng Xiahan. In the spirit of doing more with less, he did not come forward. So little, the demoness in front of her frowned. Then it continued. In a moment, a senior sister will come over to select the manpower. You guys perform well and try to be seen by the senior sister. This is your chance to continue learning formation arts. After saying that, he did not pay attention to the many spirit slaves present and began to meditate with his eyes closed. What does this mean? Yi Ba looked at the burly youth beside him and asked in a low voice. Every time a newcomer comes, the formation hall's senior uncle will come here to select a newcomer with a talent for the Tao of formation. And if he's spotted, he'll be chosen directly. And from then on, he'll be in a different position from us. There was a hint of envy in the bottom of the burly youth's eyes. Formation cultivation to a high level was more valuable to the clan, and the less likely one was to be sucked to death as a spirit slave. It's also a chance to live. But he didn't have a talent for formation Tao himself, so he could only eyeball others. Yi Ba nodded his head gently, understanding in his heart. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of finding some of them who know their craft to better help the demonesses. After a few moments of waiting, they finally waited for the other 5 formation hall disciples. After seeing that familiar figure among them, Yi Ba sighed inwardly. What's coming is coming. It's rare for Senior Sister Tang to make a trip here. If Senior Sister Tang has any fancy spirit slaves, she can choose a few first. One of the formation hall disciples looked towards Tang Xiahan and spoke with a smile. Although he was also a disciple of the formation hall, Tang Xiahan was not only Elder Chi's disciple, but his own talent was also astonishing, and at a young age, he was already a second-order upper-grade formation master. His position in the formation hall was far from being comparable to ordinary disciples like them. I'm just stopping by to take a look. You guys just choose first. Deng Xiahan excused himself. Senior Sister Tang, don't excuse yourself. If you don't choose, how can we be so kind as to choose first? The formation hall disciple on the side persuaded. This, well, Deng Xiahan reluctantly agreed. In the bottom of his heart, however, he was already happy. She pretended to walk towards the spirit slave, then shook her head after a few moments of scrutinizing in front of those four. Suddenly, she let out a cry of surprise and walked up to the burly youth beside Yi Ba. A hand was raised to rest on its shoulder. The burly youth's eyes were full of excitement, thinking he was going to be chosen. Yi Ba sighed in the bottom of his heart. Some things were predestined. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. This Deng Xiahan was obviously running towards him. It's just drunkenness. In the next second, Deng Xiahan lifted his hand up and put it on Yi Ba's shoulder again. The burly youth's mood was like being on a roller coaster that instantly went down and hit rock bottom. Its fists were clenched and its heart was filled with unwillingness. Deng Xiahan once again feigned surprise. This is a good seedling. Yi Ba was speechless, thinking to himself, Senior Sister, do you want to act so real? Are you willing to follow me to learn the Tao of formation? Deng Xiahan opened his mouth. Disciple Yi Ba pays his respects to Master. Yi Ba is willing to follow Master and serve Master as an ox. With a strong look of surprise on his face, Yi Ba directly knelt on the ground and hugged Deng Xiahan's long white legs. Deng Xiahan's cheeks blushed. How this Yi Ba can act even better than her, and work as a horse and a cow? This kid isn't molesting her, is he? How dare you? Is Senior Sister's leg something you can touch? Quickly let go. Behind him, a disciple immediately drank when he saw Yi Ba holding Deng Xiahan's leg. Deng Xiahan gently raised his hand, and Yi Ba's hand unconsciously loosened and stood up from the ground. Is this the strength of foundation establishment? Yi Ba's heart shook. Be courteous out there. The next one will not be an example. In addition, you're just following me around to learn. You're not worthy of being my disciple. Tang Xiahan said indifferently. It means that there are a lot of people outside, so you have to pay attention, and wait until you enter the house and you don't need to be polite. Yi Ba spat in his heart. On the surface, he put on a good face and agreed respectfully. Behind them, those few formation hall disciples were surprised in their hearts. In the past, Tang Xiahan had not been able to look at these dirty spirit slaves, but today, he had unprecedentedly asked for a handyman. Chapter 28 Sister, please punish me. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd of spirit slaves, Yi Ba left after Tang Xiahan. A few moments later, traveling to a remote place behind the formation hall. In front of them was a tall mountain wall. After looking around for a few moments, Tang Xiahan took out a blue token from his bosom and gently shook it several times towards the front. In Yi Ba's astonished gaze, channels of ripples surfaced on what was originally a mountain wall in front of him. In the end, it even directly cracked open a slit, revealing another scene inside. In front of him was a tall lapis lazuli gate embedded within the mountain wall. On the lapis lazuli door, there were a large number of formation talismans etched on it, on which a spiritual light flashed from time to time. This is the cave that I have specially prepared for you. Even if a Jidan stage cultivator doesn't get close enough to find it. A trace of self-satisfaction surged on Deng Xiahan's face, and the fullness of his chest followed suit and swayed several times. This was a combined set of formations that she had refined after advancing to the lower third rank. It was a combination of multiple sets of third-order lower-grade spell formations, which were not only extremely concealable, but also had another multiple uses. A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Ba's face. So this was the advanced prison prepared for him. Come on, let's go in. Tang Xiahan stepped forward and stood in front of the lapis lazuli door, shaking the blue token in his hand once again. Rumble. The lapis lazuli door opened automatically to one side. Yi Ba walked in after Deng Xiahan. The space inside is pretty huge. What puzzled him, though, was that it was full of empty rooms, and there's writing above each room. For example, the one in front of him had the word Chu written on it. Seemingly noticing Yi Ba's doubts, Deng Xiahan spoke out and explained, counting me in, there are now 4 people who know about you, and these rooms are prepared for them to come over. Once I build a small teleportation array, they can teleport over any time. Yi Ba. It gave him the feeling of going out to press his feet but being afraid of being caught. Only instead of being there to press his feet, he became the little sister who pressed his feet. Deng Xiahan's 4 are customers who come to spend money. each with a separate private room. That's where you live. Deng Xiaohan pointed to one of the innermost rooms. It was engraved with the word Xia. Xia, it's not Deng Xiaohan, is it? Deng Xiaohan built his own cave? So this is kind of Deng Xiaohan's own benefit for himself? Okay, senior sister. At this moment, he was in Deng Xiaohan's hands and could only nod his head in agreement. Deng Xiaohan walked to his room and sat down on the large bed inside. The king-sized bed was fluffy, and Deng Xiaohan's entire hip sank into it. This is my favorite red rabbit fluff-filled mattress. Senior brother, come up and try it. You will definitely like it too. He pointed to the seat beside himself and ordered with a smile. Its soulful eyes turned from time to time, as if harboring other thoughts. Female devils are really all the same, Yi Ba muttered, feeling that Deng Xiaohan couldn't help it. After sharing a room with himself, he wanted to immediately enter cultivation. He obediently walked towards the bed and sat down. He had just sat down when Deng Xiaohan reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. A hint of stern aura violently drilled into Yi Ba's body, restraining him. What are you doing, senior sister? Yi Ba looked at Deng Xiaohan in confusion. Could it be that Deng Xiaohan likes woodies? He didn't quite understand. Humph, you disobeyed my orders and told Qi Hongyue about me. What do you think? How should I punish you? Deng Xiaohan retracted his palm and snorted out coldly, a hint of playfulness on his face. Yi Ba was stunned. I didn't expect Deng Xiaohan to be so vindictive. But how did Deng Xiaohan know? Qi Hongyue told him? Senior sister, please punish me. Yi Ba stared into Deng Xiaohan's eyes and spoke sincerely. Deng Xiaohan was stunned. What did it mean? Doesn't Yi Ba defend himself a bit? Doesn't even explain? Isn't he afraid that he'll kill him in a fit of rage? Or is this guy emboldened? This caused a trace of doubt to rise in the heart of Deng Xiaohan, who originally wanted to prank Yi Ba. At the same time there was irritation. Her original plan was to swindle Yi Ba and scare him into telling the truth. Tease your opponent well as he or she begs for mercy. She wanted to see Yi Ba's humble plea for mercy. But now, Yi Ba directly asked her to punish? She doubted that Yi Ba would have any special fetishes, right? She had heard from other fellow disciples that some spirit slaves loved it when others beat them, and the harder they beat them, the more excited they became. The feeling Yi Ba gave her now was, punish him yourself, not make him suffer. Rather, they are rewarding him. It was a very odd feeling. Are you sure you want me to punish you? Deng Xiaohan asked back suspiciously. It was indeed me who disobeyed senior sister's order. I am willing to accept the punishment. Yi Ba had a sincere attitude. The more Yi Ba was like this, the more puzzled Deng Xiaohan became. She had to figure out what was going on here. How did you tell Qi Hongyue? Deng Xiaohan inquired in a deep voice. Don't think about lying to me. I'll ask Qi Hongyue for proof afterward. A difficult look appeared on Yi Ba's face. Senior sister, it's better if you chastise me. I can't say anything, or else senior sister Qi will kill me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Deng Xiaohan's eyes glared as he exploded his own foundation stage aura. The massive pressure pressed down on Yi Ba and he could barely catch his breath. Say, Qi Hongyue wouldn't dare do anything to you. Deng Xiaohan was incredibly strong. No, Yi Ba insisted. You want to die. Deng Xiaohan was surprised at Yi Ba's backbone in his heart. Yi Ba doesn't want to die, but saying it or not is still death for me. Yi Ba gritted his teeth. If you say it to me, Qi Hon you won't know. What are you afraid of? Deng Xiaohan frowned. His tone loosened a few points. The big deal is that I'll keep it a secret for you. There was no way she could really kill Yi Ba. Really? Yi Ba's eyes lit up. That's what he was waiting for. As long as Deng Xiaohan didn't confront Qi Hongyue, he could just make up random reasons. Can senior sister make a heavenly Dao vow? Don't you go too far. Deng Xiaohan drank. Once the heavenly Dao oath was made, it had to be obeyed, or else one would be punished by the heavenly Dao and would never be able to advance an inch in their cultivation. Yi Ba was silent, with an aggrieved look that if you don't send it, I won't say anything. The curiosity in Deng Xiaohan's heart rose to its limit. She desperately wanted to know what exactly Yi Ba had said to Qi Hongyu. It's just an oath of secrecy to the heavenly Dao. It's nothing, Deng Xiaohan murmured in his heart. Immediately after that, it actually did swear the heavenly Dao oath in front of Yi Ba. Can we talk now? Deng Xiaohan showed a look of anticipation as he waited for Yi Ba to speak. Yi Ba hesitated for a split second before approaching Deng Xiaohan. Chapter 29. So you're blaming me? After senior sister left after her cultivation last time, senior sister Qi came and she asked me to assist in my cultivation as usual. Originally everything was fine, but after it was over, senior sister Qi realized that the benefits were not enough and much less, so she pressed me hard. Under these circumstances, I had no choice but to be forced to tell the truth about what happened. Originally, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be like this, but senior sister Tang's cultivation level is too high, and she sucked in too much, to the point that I simply couldn't recover from it fast enough for a while. Yi Ba quickly concocted a set of sayings. Ha! Deng Xiaohan's eyes widened. How could she not expect that it would be for such a reason? Blame it on me being too cultivated and sucking too much? Deng Xiaohan reacted, his cheeks instantly reddening. The first time she tasted such a benefit, she didn't control it under her excitement and practiced that much more. In retrospect, I do think I lacked a bit of sufficient self-control in the first place. This can't be entirely my fault. Who made me have an epiphany during my cultivation? In his heart, Tang Xiaohan found a reasonable explanation for his behavior. Her face gradually returned to normal. Immediately afterward, his eyes glared and he looked viciously at Yi Ba. So you're blaming me? Yi Ba wouldn't dare. Yi Ba lowered his head, secretly saying that these female demons were all temperamental. Flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book. Put up your pants and disown them. They say there's no love left in the world after a long time, and almost came out with a grudge. Senior sister has a high level of cultivation. It's my honor to help senior sister. Yi Ba complimented. Now that he was in Deng Xiaohan's hands, he didn't want to offend this female devil. Humph. You wouldn't dare even if you wanted to. Tang Xiaohan gave Yi Ba a fierce blank look. Afterward, it raised its hand and lightly waved it, moving the imprisoned Yi Ba to the bed. Is it going to start? Yi Ba murmured in his heart, realizing what Deng Xiaohan was going to do. But at this point, only his mouth could move, and elsewhere, he couldn't even move his fingers. The feeling was getting to him. He gave so much of himself and was treated like a toolman. Anyone else would be furious. Senior sister, are you punishing me? Yi Ba opened his mouth to inquire. Punish you? Deng Xiaohan was stunned, and she was just about to make a move when she was interrupted. She's just trying to practice. Half a month of laying out. Didn't she do it for this moment right now? Punishment? How is this a punishment? She seriously suspected that Yi Ba had misunderstood something. I just want you to assist me in my cultivation. Tang Xiaohan explained helplessly. Oh, so senior sister is trying to reward me. Yi Ba pretended to be excited, his eyes glowing. Deng Xiaohan frowned, feeling that Yi Ba's spirit seemed a bit abnormal. Can senior sister let go of me? I will cooperate with senior sister's cultivation hard. Yi Ba continued. Deng Xiaohan's frown deepened. What kind of excitement is Yi Ba getting? Tortured by that little nymph Qi Hongyue? She was a bit confused, but she was a hallowed foundation establishment cultivator, so she couldn't use Yi Ba's little Qi practicing cultivator to cooperate. She's perfectly fine on her own. The next second, she opened her mouth and exhaled a wisp of pink mist. The moment the pink mist was inhaled into Yi Ba's nostrils, his consciousness began to fall into a daze, weakened perception of the outside world. Mist of confusion. I thought it was all familiar. Why are you still defending me? Yi Ba was very speechless in his heart. Soon, he lost his consciousness completely. When Yi Ba woke up again, he did not see Deng Xiaohan. Inside the entire cave, he was the only one left, feeling the gusts of pain emanating from his body. Yi Ba smiled bitterly in his heart. What had he been through during the time he had been in a coma? He looked to the panel that surfaced in front of him. 5 elements formation heart experience plus 200. 5 elements formation center, 300/1000. Formation path experience plus 200. First order medium formation master, 290/100, can break through. Earth spirit root qualification plus 200. Medium grade earth root, 290/100, can be broken through 200 times. Yi Ba was shocked. He was tempted to question Deng Xiaohan. You're human. Surprisingly, he had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to cultivate so many times. Suck on it. The more you suck on it, the faster you'll become my slave. Yi Ba thought viciously in his heart. These she-devils will regret their behavior one day. Break. Yi Ba silently recited in his heart. In the next second, a large amount of knowledge about formations flooded into his mind. Some obscure and difficult to understand formation Dao runes were no longer so difficult to understand in his eyes, but could be easily comprehended and read. This went on for half an hour before it finally stopped. At the same time, his perception of the earth aura around him became even sharper. This was the change brought about by the elevation of the earth spirit root. The most obvious effect of the increase in spiritual root qualification was that his cultivation speed would be accelerated once again. Currently, apart from the wood spiritual root, which was still of medium grade, his other 4 spiritual roots had all been upgraded to top grade. According to his own prediction, it shouldn't take long for himself to break through the realm again. Just then, his eyes were drawn to a jade bottle on a side table. Next to the jade vase, there was also a sound retention note. Yi Ba curiously inputted his spiritual energy to check. Inside the Dan bottle is a first-rank upper-grade spirit elixir, Spirit Gathering Dan, which contains a large amount of spirit power and can slightly increase cultivation. Deng Xiaohan's voice came from inside. What kind of hobby is this? Leaving something behind when you're done? Yi Ba couldn't help but spit. The effect of the Spirit Gathering pill was much more than the Yuan enhancement pill he had refined. The Yuan enhancement pill he had on hand had long since been consumed, and since he didn't have the opportunity to refine pills now, this Spirit Gathering pill had helped him. He opened the Dan bottle to check and found that there were 3 spirit-gathering pills inside. Worthy of being a foundation establishment cultivator, rich and generous, Yi Ba was somewhat emotional. What he couldn't even dream of getting before was now so easily placed in front of him. Without hesitation, Yi Ba sat down on his knees and directly threw a spirit-gathering pill into his mouth, running his gong method to absorb it. As the gongfu worked, the medicinal power was gradually absorbed. The aura within his dantian increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a day later, a sudden vibration emanated from the dantian within Yi Ba's body. The entire dantian doubled in size. He managed to break through to the 5th level of qi practicing. 1 spirit-gathering pill is worth 2 months of my bitter cultivation, Yi Ba muttered, his heart incomparably surprised. As long as there are enough pills, it doesn't seem to be that difficult for me to quickly raise my cultivation level. Yi Ba looked at the 2 remaining spirit-gathering pills and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 30 Awakening of the 9 in Absolute Vein. Yin-Yang Conversion? Early the next morning, Yi Ba, who was in the middle of cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, looking towards Deng Shahan who appeared before him. You actually made a breakthrough in less than a day. Not bad. Tung Shahan nodded in satisfaction. The higher Yi Ba's realm was, the more benefits she would be able to obtain. It's a reciprocal, get what you want process. But in the next second, her eyes turned and she came closer to Yi Ba. Senior brother, I forgot to tell you. Within the spirit gathering pill I gave you, it was highly poisoned by me. You need to take the antidote every month, or else your whole body will fester and die. Yi Ba was stunned, but after looking at Deng Shahan carefully for a couple of moments, he reacted. Now that he was in Deng Shahan's hands, there was no need for him to poison the spirit-gathering pill. Wouldn't it be easier to just put poison in his mouth? Why bother? Deng Shahan was purely there to tease him. Senior sister, how could you do this? Yi Ba pretended to be shocked and spoke incredulously. Since Deng Shahan wanted to play, then he himself would play with her. This is my punishment for you. Deng Shahan blinked. If that's the case, then I accept. Yi Ba replied decisively. But I don't think the punishment is strong enough. Senior sister, how many more of these poison pills do you have? You can give them all to me. I'll eat them all. Deng Shahan was stunned and seriously doubted that Yi Ba's brain was really out of order. After all, where would anyone voluntarily take a poison pill? Besides, this spirit-gathering pill wasn't cheap. These 3 were still left over from when she was in the qi refining stage. It was not very useful for her foundation establishment cultivation nowadays, which was why she gave it to Yi Ba. Yi Ba wanted more, and she didn't have any more on her. I don't have many of these poison pills on me. Besides, you've already been poisoned. You don't need to take them anymore. Tung Shahan shook his head. Yi Ba was slightly disappointed in his heart. I had thought of swindling Tung Shahan and getting some more spirit-gathering pills, but apparently, his own plan to cheat on his food and drink failed. But he had already figured out part of Deng Shahan's character. A bit of a darky and likes to play tricks on people, but not the bad kind that does no evil. It's still communicative for the time being. Senior sister, do you need me to assist you in your cultivation? Yi Ba asked on his own initiative. Anyway, whether he asked or not, what's coming will come. Since you can't change anything, you might as well put your mind at ease and accept it proactively. You're quite proactive. Tung Shahan laughed, then it's raised its hand and once again imprisoned Yi Ba, turned Yi Ba into a tool man. Immediately after, it swallowed out the confusing mist, once again mesmerizing Yi Ba. 7 days later, Yi Ba looked at the panel in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 in Absolute Vein, 1000, Wonderful Grade, can be awakened. Realm, 5th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Spiritual Root, 924/1000. Top Grade Earth Spiritual Root. Top Grade Fire Spiritual Root. Top Grade Gold Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Wooden Spiritual Root. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 1000, can be activated. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 1st Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, 2nd Order Lower Grade, 500/2000. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. During these 7 days, he had to assist Deng Shahan in his cultivation almost every day. It was exhausting, but he was just as rewarding. The first thing was that the Earth Spiritual Root was upgraded to Extreme. It reached the limit of what could be reached at the moment. Secondly, the experience of the 5 Elements Formation Heart Avatar had also accumulated full and could be activated at any time. Lastly, there was the Formation Technique, which had also been upgraded to the 2nd Order Lower Grade. Everything is moving in a good direction. Deng Shahan just left. According to the habits of these days, it should take the night to return. Yi Ba murmured in his heart. He wanted to take advantage of Tung Shahan's absence to awaken his 9 in Absolute Vein physique. It was easy to see from Chi Hongyue's body that the 9 in absolute vein physique could accelerate the speed of cultivation. After his awakening, his cultivation speed would inevitably accelerate further, so the sooner he awakens, the more it will help him. In addition, this place had a formation laid down by Deng Xiaohan. There's no fear of making a scene when you awaken your physique. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and his mind moved. Awakening. Hint, the 9 in Jedi vein will only be awakened in female cultivators, and it will automatically be corrected to the 9 yang Jedi vein when the host is awakened. The 9 suns chi that is nurtured by the 9 suns Jedi vein is overbearing and extremely powerful. Ordinary cultivators awakening will be burned by the 9 suns chi and their meridians will be broken, but the host is a supreme yang immortal body, with a physique that is strong and masculine, and will not be affected by it in the slightest. There's still this kind of argument? Yi Ba was stunned. He recalled how he had just seen Chi Honyue, whose had been tortured by the 9 in absolute vein almost beyond recognition. Relying on his Yuan Yang for dredging, he was finally restored as before. I think it was also affected by the 9 in Chi. If she hadn't met herself, Chi Hongyue would have been killed by the 9 in absolute vein sooner or later. The 9 in absolute vein was indeed very powerful, allowing the spiritual energy one released to be accompanied by a powerful 9 in Chi, freezing everything. However, Chi refiners of lower realms were simply unable to withstand this 9 in Chi, unless one was like Chi Hongyu, who had a special chance, or had a mighty elder in the family to help suppress it day in and day out. Otherwise, awakening the 9 in Jedi vein would not only not be a good thing, but it would also jeopardize itself. But none of that mattered to him. The 9 yang Jedi vein was a little brother in front of his supreme yang immortal body. It doesn't affect him at all. As the words fell, a large amount of heat flow suddenly emerged from the meridians in Yi Ba's body. These hot currents ran rapidly through his meridians. Wherever it passed, it tinted his meridians with a slight warmth. His body became warm and cozy as a result. His meridians became thicker and tougher under the warmth. It allows more aura to flow through it. This change lasted for 3 or 4 hours before it finally ended. His meridians had expanded by as much as 3 times, and were able to hold more aura. This meant that he was able to absorb more spiritual chi from the outside world with every major and minor circumference run he completed while cultivating, and those 9 yang chi didn't dissipate, but converged in his dantian. Subsequently, it would continue to quench his physique's meridians as his cultivation increased. At the same time, his own spiritual energy would also come with the characteristics of the 9 yang chi, and the spells he cast would be more powerful. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't too interested in spell power enhancement. After all, right now, he didn't even know a single spell. However, the change in the meridians could increase his cultivation speed by several times. To confirm just how big this change is, he immediately sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Several hours later, Yi Ba stopped his cultivation with a happy face. His cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of before. This was due to the influence of the 9 yang Jedi vein, as well as the fact that his own Earth spirit root had reached the extreme grade. The two add up to this effect. Towards evening, Deng Xiaohan returned from outside. Yi Ba lay flat on his back and was ready to assist in his cultivation. But what puzzled him was that Deng Xiaohan had not immediately come to him to cultivate. Instead, he was outside the house doing something unknown. Yi Ba got up and came outside the house to check. Seeing Deng Xiaohan near the mountain wall, he was fiddling with some array discs. "What is senior sister doing?" Yi Ba inquired curiously. "Set up the teleportation array." Deng Xiaohan took the time to reply. In fact, she had refined the array disc a few days ago, and originally she had wanted to continue dragging it out for a few more days to continue enjoying Yi Ba all to herself. But Chi Honyu's 3 were in a hurry and kept urging her. Especially Bu Shanghua is very strong. Look at that posture. If he does not set up the teleportation array today, it's going to flip. She had no choice but to set up the teleportation array as soon as possible. Yi Ba's expression moved with joy in his heart. He naturally knew what the teleportation array was for. When the teleportation array was set up, Chu Waste's 3 would be able to come over to him through the teleportation array. When that happens, he can go on to fulfill his great work, turn Chi Hongyu and Bu Shanghua into high-level slaves as well. Deng Xiaohan's technique was very skillful, and in a short while of work, he had finished arranging the teleportation spell formation in front of him. It's inserting spirit stones into the grooves around the teleportation spell formation. The entire teleportation spell formation was suddenly lit up with a faint white glow. Deng Xiaohan stood up and nodded in satisfaction. With her current formation level, it was still easy to set up this kind of short-distance teleportation formation. Moreover, in order to conceal the spatial fluctuations that appeared during the teleportation, she had also added a set of concealment formations to the teleportation array. Suddenly, light shone brightly on the teleportation spell. After a buzzing sound, a silhouette suddenly appeared within the teleportation spell formation. When the light dispersed, Yi Ba also got a good look at the visitor. It's a steppe birth flower. Bu Shanghua's face was cold. Even in front of Deng Xiaohan, a foundation establishment cultivator, there was still undisguised condescension under her eyes. I'm going to cultivate with Yi Ba for a while, so please leave senior sister. Bu Shanghua spoke faintly. She had ranked 9th in the outer sect competition a few days ago and obtained a foundation building pill. Therefore, she wanted to try to break through to foundation establishment. However, although her qualifications were quite good, she still wasn't too sure about breaking through to foundation establishment. That's why he hurriedly sought out Yi Ba's help. With Yi Ba's help, she estimated that it would at least help her increase her probability of success in building her foundation by 20%. Don't underestimate the 20% probability. Even some of the top-tier elixirs that assisted in foundation building couldn't achieve such an effect. Good. Deng Xiaohan nodded his head with a light smile, and was actually very generous as he directly turned around and left. Only it's after leaving the cave, it actually secretly took out a copper mirror. Deng Xiaohan struck out towards the copper mirror with a choke. Spiritual light flowed on the copper mirror, and a moment later it actually surfaced the scene inside the cave. The corner of Deng Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a smile, his eyes staring curiously at the bronze mirror. Chapter 31 Steps to Born Flowers for Help. I'm not a medicine king. Inside the cave, Yi Ba and Bu Shanghua came together to the room belonging to Bu Shanghua. There are no beds here. Fortunately, Bu Shanghua was well prepared, and even took out a large bed directly from within his storage bag. Yi Ba was shocked. Who in their right mind has a bed inside a storage bag? I'm going to try to build my foundation here. You only need to assist me in my cultivation as usual. Bu Shanghua spoke bluntly. Foundation building. Yi Ba was surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that Bu Shanghua would be building a foundation so soon. Not waiting for him to say something, Bu Shanghua took out 4 bottles of pills from within his storage bag and threw them into his hands. Commanding, he said, these pills are the Ascension pill, the moisturizing pill, the Yuan recovery pill, and the body strengthening pill. These pills can be taken at your discretion when you start cultivating in a while. So well prepared. This is going to be a big deal. Yi Ba murmured in his heart. He actually got a little excited looking at the stand in front of him. The more powerful the stepson flowers sucked, the faster he could escalate his subordination. I'm not afraid that Bu Shanghua sucks hard, but I'm afraid that she's not hard enough. He opened the elixir bottle, poured out the elixir inside, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll cooperate with you fully, but you have to work hard yourself. The last cultivation process was very smooth. You have to keep it up. Yi Ba opened his mouth and reminded. He didn't want to keep looking at Bu Shanghua's misanthropic face as he cultivated. It really affects the mood. A hint of redness surged on Aya Shanghua's face. The last time she followed the way Yi Ba taught her, immersing herself in cultivation and enjoying the pleasure it brought, her cultivation speed had indeed gotten a lot faster. Therefore, although she was disgusted in her heart, she would persist even if it was difficult in order to successfully build her foundation. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction and jumped onto the bed to lie down. Come on, senior sister. There's no need to be polite to me. Yi Ba spoke seriously. Good. Bu Shanghua nodded her head and slowly walked towards Yi Ba. Outside, Deng Xiaohan stared at the bronze mirror in his hands, the excitement under his eyes almost overflowing. This feeling of spying on her people's cultivation was more exciting than even her own personal battle. Its heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Only the bedroom belonging to Stephanie was visible. Both are in continuous practice in various ways. Yi Ba swallowed various pills that aided in cultivation one after another. Looking at Deng Xiaohan was incomparably surprised. Even if one had a supreme young physique, it would be difficult to maintain it for a long time if one ate so many pills in one breath. But Yi Ba special, not only can't see any decadence in it, and it just keeps getting better and better. In addition, there were some novel cultivation techniques that she had never seen before. She blushed at the sight and spat shamelessly. Senior sister Bu looks high and cold, but in actuality, when she cultivates, she's actually more active than me. It's true that you can't just look at people by appearances, Deng Xiaohan said in his heart. She looked quietly at the bronze mirror in front of her. It seemed that the cushion underneath her was a bit uncomfortable, and she subconsciously squirmed a few times. Inside the cave, Bu Shanghua was completely unaware that she was being spied on, but now she's at the crux of the matter. Even if you find out, there's no way to stop. She took out a jade box from her bosom and took out an emerald green elixir from it. This was a mid-grade foundation building pill, which could help her complete at least a mid-grade or higher grade foundation building. Cultivator foundation building was divided into 4 grades: lower grade foundation building, middle grade foundation building, upper grade foundation building, and perfect foundation building. Perfection Tsukiji is superior to the first 3. As for how good or bad a cultivator's final foundation building is, one depends on the grade of the foundation building pill. Like the medium grade foundation establishment pill she had in her hand, as long as she succeeded in building her foundation, it would be at least a medium grade foundation establishment. though she wanted a better foundation building pill. However, the mid-grade foundation establishment pill in front of her was the better foundation establishment pill she could obtain with her current abilities. In addition to the foundation building pill, the cultivator's own qualifications also had a great impact on the quality of the foundation building. With her upper-grade spirit root qualification, at most she would be an upper-grade foundation builder. After hesitating for a split second, Bu Shanghua opened his mouth and swallowed the foundation establishment pill. The moment he swallowed the foundation establishment pill, the pill melted in his mouth. A large amount of medicinal power emanated out and surged into her dantian. Bu Shanghua operated his gong method and tried to compress the aura within his dantian with the cooperation of the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill. The process of building the foundation was actually the process of compressing and liquefying the aura within the dantian. The final change from aura to spiritual liquid. Accomplish a quantitative and qualitative change. And after completing the liquefaction, the more pure the spiritual liquid within the dantian, the higher the grade of foundation building. Bu Shanghua gazed inside the dantian and step by step, he collected the aura in it and then compressed it a little bit. The process is very difficult and unstable. Once she slacked off a little, she would fail. The foundation building pill would have been wasted. Next time, if you still want to build your foundation, you will need another foundation building pill. Moreover, as the number of times you build a foundation increases, the further back you go, the harder it becomes to build a foundation. Generally speaking, if you still can't build a foundation on the third time, then you basically have no chance with building a foundation. Suddenly, Bu Shenghua's face changed. A look of hardship appeared on his face. The aura within her dantian was actually agitated. If this continued, she would inevitably fail to build her foundation. Just then, though, a wave of warmth rose from her heart and mind. It instantly disappeared into her dantian, and the aura commotion within it instantly quieted down. Then, very smoothly, it was compressed into a spiritual liquid by her. This is, Aya Shenghua was very surprised. It's Yi Ba. After sensing the source of that heat flow, she was even more incomparably shocked. She had overestimated Yi Ba's role. It is believed that it can increase the probability of building a foundation by 20%. But now it seemed that Yi Ba had still underestimated him. With Yi Ba's help, it would be hard for her to fail in her foundation building. Because it's so smooth, there was even no need for her to do anything at all. As long as she cultivated normally and continued to absorb the benefits, she would naturally build her foundation. As a stream of heat poured in, the aura within her dantian liquefied at an extremely fast rate. Eventually it all turned into spiritual liquid. Boom! The moment she succeeded in building her foundation, a powerful aura erupted from her body. A circle of invisible spiritual energy fluctuations swept towards the surroundings. Click! The beds in the house were directly shattered. Yi Ba was also lifted off the ground, but before he could hit the ground, an invisible force lifted him up and placed him firmly on the ground. It was Stephanie who stepped in to help him. At this moment, the aura on Bu Shanghua's body had already recollected back. A look of uncontrollable surprise appeared on her face as she looked into her dantian internally. This is perfect foundation building. Inside Bu Shanghua's dantian, the spirit liquid was pure and incomparable, without a trace of impurities. It is the very manifestation of perfect foundation building. How could she not expect that she could perfectly build her foundation? Even if it was an extreme-grade spiritual root in the case of consuming a medium-grade foundation establishment pill, it was still impossible to perfectly establish a foundation. But she did. The way she looked at Yi Ba was like looking at a monster. As long as Yi Ba was around, she even felt that she would have no problem breaking through to Jiedan in the future. Chapter 32. How about one for brother Yi Ba? This is a successful foundation building? Deng Xiahan, who had been secretly observing, was puzzled in his heart. According to her own experience, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for foundation building to work. Moreover, Bu Shanghua's qualifications were not as good as hers, and it would only take longer. But now, Bu Shanghua had succeeded in building his foundation in just less than a day. It's fast as hell. Could it be because of Yi Ba? His Yuan Yang can help build the foundation and increase the success rate of foundation building. Tung Xiahan's heart speculated. She was taken aback by her guess. If that was the case, Yi Ba's Yuan Yang would be worshipped as a divine object. Because for millions of years, the pills that could raise the success rate of foundation building were just those few. And they were also precious that ordinary chi refiners could not obtain them at all. But if Yi Ba can help build the foundation, then their disciples of the great ultimate bliss immortal sect would have a strangely high success rate in building their foundations. Most importantly, that stuff is inexhaustible. As long as Yi Ba doesn't die, there will always be. Maybe we can find a chance to try it out. In Deng Xiahan's soulful eyes, he didn't know what strange ideas he was thinking of. At this time, inside the cave, Bu Shanghua looked at Yi Ba in front of him, his heart fluctuating with emotions. Yi Ba was so helpful to her. If it wasn't for Yi Ba, she wouldn't have been able to perfectly build her foundation. Foundation building is the beginning of immortal cultivation. The foundation. When the foundation is well laid, you will go farther in the future. It is only then that one can break through to a higher realm. Are you alright? Bu Shanghua walked to Yi Ba and softly inquired. Yi Ba was stunned. Why did he feel that Bu Shanghua suddenly had a bit more of a human touch? It was like an emotionless cultivation machine that suddenly appeared as an artificial intelligence. Could it be because he had just helped her successfully build her foundation? It's okay. Yi Ba stood up from the ground and shook his head. Thank you for this time. This is some pills for cultivation. It's considered me compensating you. Bu Shanghua took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to Yi Ba. Yi Ba nonchalantly accepted the elixir. He certainly wouldn't refuse a favor that was delivered to his door. Besides, he gave a lot anyhow. It's kind of an equal exchange. I still need to consolidate my realm, so I won't stay here for long. Bu Shanghua continued to speak. After saying that, he didn't care how Yi Ba reacted and walked straight towards the teleportation array to leave. Yi Ba shook his head. No matter how much Bu Shanghua's attitude changed, it couldn't change the fact that it was only treating him as a cultivation tool. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ba returned to his house to lie down and rest. He had been busy for most of the day, and he was a little tired. Today Stephanie was more proactive than ever, causing him to lose more. At the top of the Red Luan Peak, inside the Great Hall where the Peak Master was located, Chu Waste looked towards a spirit slave following behind himself, his face showing helplessness. It was an initiation gift from her master, a spirit-grade pure yang spiritual body. If she hadn't met Yi Ba before, she would definitely be very happy about this. But after experiencing how good Yi Ba was, she didn't give a damn about the bit of spirit slaves behind her. Senior Sister Chu, the Peak Master Lord has given me to you, so don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist you in your cultivation. White Dragon spoke softly, his tone sincere. He was very happy in his heart after learning that he was given to Chu Waste. Chu Waste is only a chi refining stage cultivator. Assisting his cultivation, he simply can't waste much power. It was much better than assisting that old monster, the Peak Master. In his training, every time he finished assisting the Peak Master in his cultivation, he had trouble walking, and Chu Waste himself was extremely good looking. It's his type. Oh, Chu Waste responded softly. In reality, it was distracted. She couldn't wait to fly to Yi Ba's place to cultivate immediately, but she had been at her master's place for the past few days listening to his lectures. There's no chance of getting out. It wasn't until yesterday that the master let her go, and she had also just received a teleportation array disk from Chi Hanyue today. As long as the array disk was set up at her place, it would be possible to teleport to Yi Ba's place. But how to get rid of the white dragon behind him was a problem, but she quickly thought of a way out. Chu Waste took Shiro back to his place. It was then instructed to help him cultivate himself. She and the white dragon sat cross-legged opposite each other and cultivated across the air. Having just cultivated for a moment, Chu Waste's heart began to resent it. Compared to Yi Ba, Bai Long's pure yang spiritual body was similar to a wasted body, and it was much weaker to help her than Yi Ba. Senior Sister Chu, we can actually switch to another cultivation method. That way I can also better assist you in your cultivation. When the white dragon saw that Chu Waste was only cultivating in the air, his heart was a little irritated. He'd like to experience the taste of Chua. No need, Chu Waste said indifferently. With such a wasted body, you're worthy of touching her? By not driving it away outright, she was already putting up with the white dragon. If she wasn't afraid that an outright refusal would cause her master to notice an abnormality, she wouldn't have brought the white dragon back. Seeing Chu Waste so cold, the white dragon's heart was puzzled. He knew that Chu Waste had only been an outer disciple before, and had no chance at all to come into contact with a pure yang spiritual body like his. Why doesn't it look like he's very interested in him? Or is Chu Waste naturally averse to men? Bai Long secretly guessed. He had met such a female disciple once. After secretly saying bad luck, he could only patiently continue to assist Chu Waste in his cultivation. His status was there. There was no way he could force Chu Waste to do something. Half an hour later, Chu Waste stopped from his cultivation. She looked at the white dragon and spoke. Today's cultivation is over. You may leave. This is the end? White Dragon was stunned and subconsciously asked back. In the past, which of the female disciples who were assisted by him in their cultivation were not desperately sucking it up, 2 or 3 hours or less? But Chu Waste stopped cultivating after only half an hour. In his perception, its absorption was less than 1% of what the other female disciples absorbed. White Dragon was a little apprehensive. Was it his words just now that offended Chu Waste? Is that why Chu Waste ended his cultivation early? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the reason for this at all. Senior Sister Chu, I'm still fine. Why don't you cultivate a little longer? Bai Long asked tentatively. He didn't want to offend Chu Waste. No need. I'm not interested in cultivating today. Chu Waste shook his head. I thought to myself, you can go now. I'm still in a hurry to see brother Yiba. Bai Long became even more apprehensive in his heart, and after hesitating for a moment, he still asked, Senior Sister Chu, is it something I did not do well? I can change. You did a good job. Now can you leave? I need some peace and quiet for a while. Chu Waste frowned. Don't understand why White Dragon is so full of crap. Well, if Senior Sister Chu has a need to cultivate later, she can call me over at any time. Bai Long said one last thing, then bowed and retreated. After the White Dragon left the house, Chu Waifu immediately stood up and turned on the formation outside her residence. Afterwards, a teleportation spell was quickly set up inside the house. After the teleportation spell was set up, she immediately stood up to activate it. After a flash of white light, Chu Waste's figure had already disappeared from the formation. Chapter 33, Sister Take Yourself. Inside the cave, the teleportation array flashed with light. A silhouette appeared in it immediately afterward. It was none other than Chu Waste with a happy face. It curiously surveyed the inside of the cave. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on Yiba, who was still sleeping. Sleeping so hard? Chu Waste approached Yiba with some doubts. It was found that Yiba was sleeping heavily and dead. It's not like it's going to wake up anytime soon. She was instantly slightly disappointed. Originally, she wanted Yiba to assist in her cultivation for a bit. Many days without cultivating with Yiba. She missed it. Just let brother Yiba sleep. It's the same anyway. Chu Waste thought so in the bottom of her heart. Immediately after that, she opened her mouth and spat out confusing mist. The pink mist was sucked into Yiba's body. Its body immediately reacted and its breathing became rapid. Chu Waste's eyes lit up as if he had seen a supreme treasure. Turning over on his back, he began to cultivate greedily at the same time. Humph! All of them are Tai hooves. Tang Xiahan, who sensed the movement within the cave, couldn't help but coldly grunt upon seeing the scene within the cave. Chu Waste came over several times one after another, leaving her no time to plug in and cultivate. I'll take it that you're suffocating. You're just practicing with a vengeance right now. I'll put up with you for a few days first. If you're still like this back there, you'll need to make rules. Dang Xiahan murmured mentally. She had gone through so much effort to create the cave, and she herself had to get the benefits to do so. What else is she for? In a daze, Yiba only felt like he was in a hot spring, incredibly cozy and comfortable. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body. It made him feel cold and subconsciously opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Waste, who was in the process of organizing his attire. Seeing Chu Waste, Yiba was very happy. Chu Waste was the only one with whom he had established a high level of subordination. Senior Sister Chu, what were you just doing? Yiba asked suspiciously. I saw that you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you and came by myself. Chu Waste replied with a smile. The physical and mental fulfillment was immense. Ah, Yiba expressed his shock, and in the back of my mind, I quickly accepted the reality. Senior Sister Chu, are you still adapting on the Peak Master's side? In comparison, Yiba was more curious about Chu Waste's life as a true disciple. Other than the inconvenience of meeting with you, everything else is fine. Chu Waste laughed. Now when the disciples outside saw her, even if their cultivation level exceeded hers, they would still be respectful on the surface. Some Qi practicing stage disciples even flattered and complimented her to the extreme, making her feel slightly nauseous. All this because her master is the Peak Master. Chu Waste secretly vowed in the bottom of her heart that one day, she would get the respect of everyone around her with her own strength, and with an imperial-grade sun and moon spiritual body. She believed that this day would not be very far away. Immediately after, she took out a bottle of elixir from her bosom and handed it to Yiba, explaining, "This is the realm-breaking elixir. Taking it at the Qi refining stage can easily break through a small realm, but everyone can only take it once in their lifetime. This should be given to you by the Peak Master, right?" Yiba took the Dan bottle and asked curiously, "Well, but I have a sun and moon spiritual body, so even if I don't use the boundary-breaking pill I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of Qi practicing very quickly," Chu Waste admitted. Yiba put the Dan bottle away. He's not going to push his luck or anything. Chu Waste is now his senior subordinate. Subordinate is not to be used in this way. What else would he need a slave for? Elder sister did a good job. If there are any other pills in the back, you can send them to me as well. Yiba nodded in satisfaction. Aha! Seeing Yiba accept his gift, Chu Waste's heart also gained great satisfaction, like the feeling of being recognized by your elders for what you've done. It made her feel that it was worth doing it all. This was the state after establishing a high-level subordinate. Everything would be for Yiba's sake, and if there were good things, they would be the first to think of giving them to Yiba. Senior brother, can I ask you to help me with something? Right at this moment, Chu Waste suddenly opened his mouth with some embarrassment. Yiba was puzzled in the bottom of his heart, wondering what Chu Waste could beg him for. He nodded, signaling for Chu Waste to speak. I'm at my master's place and it's inconvenient for me to come over to you every time. Thus I can't come over every day to have my senior brother assist me in my cultivation. Chu Waste's voice lurched. Gritting his teeth, he said, therefore I want to take some away and use it to refine pills to take when I return. Ah, Yiba expressed his shock. Eat and take? If you can't eat it, pack it. But there was no way around it. Who made Chu Waste his senior subordinate? Chu Waste getting stronger is him getting stronger. Of course he's going to indulge Chu Waste. Senior sister, please help yourself, Yiba faintly said. Oh, Chu Waste rushed forward, finished a few moments later. Before leaving, Yiba urged Chu Waste to inquire about the heart-piercing curse as well as the spirit slave trial. The day the heart-piercing curse existed on his body, Yiba could not have peace of mind. It's always a ticking time bomb to put on your body. It's better to lift it off sooner rather than later. Deng Xiaohan's face whitened as he directly interrupted the image in the bronze mirror. Feeling like my eyes are smudged. But again, her heart wanted to keep reading. You can't. She gritted her teeth, restraining the curious desire within her. Getting up, he left his residence and flew towards the formation hall. She intended to repair a few formations and divert her own attention. Otherwise, she'd have a hard time sleeping tonight. Even practicing, I guess I can't be still. If you force yourself to cultivate, you might even go off the deep end. Senior sister Tang, where's that spirit slave you took in a few days ago? Why don't you see him come out? Right at this moment, a female disciple walked up to him and greeted Deng Xiaohan with a smile. I used him to aid in my cultivation yesterday, and now he can't get up. Deng Xiaohan responded with the same smile. The other party instantly showed a look of realization. This was considered a benefit for the disciples of the formation hall. These spirit slaves requisitioned from the spirit slave hall worked for the formation hall, and thus did not need to pay spirit stone rental fees. Some disciples of the formation hall would then use various names to ask the spirit slaves away to be used to aid in their cultivation. Although a spirit slave at the refining stage wouldn't be of much help to them, but the win is in volume. There was also another important reason, and that was that foundation establishment stage spirit slaves were a very scarce resource. It is usually only the elders who are qualified to enjoy it. They, the inner disciples, were at most enjoying the spirit slaves at the high level of chi refining. Accordingly, the treatment of foundation establishment spirit slaves in the sect was also very high. If anyone accidentally killed it, they would be severely chastised. There was once a heavenly pride who had accidentally killed a foundation establishment spirit slave. He was punished to face the wall in the back of the mountain for 100 years. After that female disciple left, the corner of Tang Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a smile. It was a pretext she'd thought up long ago. No one will even notice the problem. Afterward, she would occasionally find a chance to bring Yiba out for a spin, so there would be even less of a problem. Chapter 34, This is a Divine Object. Spirit Slave Hall, Inner Sanctum. Shi Hanyue carefully stirred the pink liquid within the dish in front of her. This was a second order, lower-grade spirit ink that she had blended with a variety of fine spirit materials. Almost there, Shi Hanyue let out a light breath. At this time, the pink liquid within the saucer had completely fused, emitting a faint spiritual light. Immediately afterward, she looked at the other